In an unknown place, a magician casts a spell in an unknown language. He's surrounded by spectators watching in silence. Meanwhile, there are a huge number of high school students in our world. In Korea alone, there are more than 150,000 of them. One of the many high school students was Gyul Lee, and he thought it was quite boring. His school was called School Number 3. It was a huge modern building. It was a very ordinary class that day, with the students diligently taking notes on the teacher's explanation. Our hero was quietly bored over an open textbook. There was nothing interesting in his thoughts. His eyes slowly closed, and his head lowered closer and closer to the textbook. Suddenly, a bright glow in the form of shining circles with incomprehensible inscriptions appeared around Gyul Lee. The glowing inscriptions expanded rapidly and soon extended beyond the school. Everyone was amazed. Some students jumped up and down to see what was happening. Small objects like pens and headphones were flying into the air. The only question on everyone's mind was what was going on. Suddenly, everything around him froze, and Gyul Lee realized that time had stopped. A bottomless shining well opened up beside Gyul Lee, and he was pulled in. He flew and flew. He screamed with fear and didn't know what was happening. And suddenly he found himself in a room of people clapping their hands joyfully. It was unclear who these people were. Sitting on the floor in a ring of mysterious glowing symbols, Gyul Lee looked at the people around him and understood nothing. There were two guys standing across the street. They were talking in an unknown language. Listening to their conversation, Gyul Lee didn't know what they were talking about. But there was a clear realization that he was in very big trouble. One of the guys drew a complex glowing symbol in the air. It was a speech transducer. You understand me? At last, Gyul Lee could understand someone else's speech. He heard what he heard, but the situation didn't become clearer. If you know who I am, the mage asked Gyul Lee smugly. His name was Lair. Gyul Lee saw him for the first time, but maybe Lear knows him. Lair didn't know anything about Gyul Lee before either. The second mage, named Crisis, briefly noted the mental abilities of his companions. Lair replied that the Red Clan should not be considered overpumped morons, after which Crisis advised him not to be arrogant, turned and disappeared from the hall. No one paid any attention to it. As Lair accepted congratulations from the remaining spectators, the spectators mouthed their congratulations and disappeared as well. They were left alone with Lear in a huge hall. Gyul Lee was amazed. He had never seen people just disappear into thin air, and shared his delight with Lair. Lair waved his hand nonchalantly. I see this every day. It was time to get to know each other. Everyone wanted to know who the other person was. Lair fully introduced himself. Lair is a member of the Great Red Dragon Clan. It turns out there are dragons in this world, and Lair was one of them. They were in Lair's lair on Dragon Mountain, on the continent of Arsenia, in another world, and this was no joke. Lair used magic to summon Gyul Lee into this world, to prove that the dragons of the Red Dragon Clan are very smart. He summoned Gyul Lee with a new kind of magic that didn't exist until Lair created it. The Golden Dragon Curses thought that red dragons were stupid. To prove that this was not true, Lair summoned Gyul Lee with the help of cross-dimensional magic. But Gyul Lee couldn't understand how his summoning to this world was proof of the red dragon's intelligence. How could he return home now? The thing is, when Lair made the call, he wasn't thinking about how he was going to bring back the summoned. He was only thinking about how to draft someone. The fact that Lair wasn't going to take him back upset Gyul Lee. He grabbed the magician by the lapels of his clothes and demanded to take him back. This process was interrupted by Croesus returning and calling Lair to the Dragon Lord. Lair didn't want to go to the Dragon Lord, but obeyed. Gyul Lee was left to wait for their return. Left alone, Gyul Lee wondered if he could even get home. The returning Lair was very angry. Lord Dragon had cursed Lair. The Lord wanted Lair to be responsible for Gyul Lee now. And now Lair blamed Gyul Lee for what happened. Gyul Lee did not agree with the accusation. Anyway, now Lair needed to bring Gyul Lee home. Otherwise, the Lord would spread the rumor that Lair was stupid, and that made Lear terribly upset. And Gyul Lee was worried that he wouldn't be able to go home. He really wanted to go home. Gyul Lee didn't understand why Lair didn't want to bring him back. He's the one who summoned him here. Let him bring him back. It turned out to be complicated. There were several options for traveling between dimensions. The first variant, it was possible to move by teleporting to the mage himself. The second option was to move someone near the caster. A third option, you could call someone to the magician. There were only 3 different ways to travel between dimensions. So Lair could summon Gyul Lee, but he couldn't teleport him back. Why Lair couldn't teleport him back, Gyul Lee didn't understand. So he asked Lair. Lair replied that the process would take 50 years, and Crisis said that with Lair's head it could take 100 years. The dragons were amused, but Gyul Lee was not amused at all. After all, in 50 years he would grow old and die. But there are 2 other ways to get you back to your world. The first is to teleport you with interdimensional charms. The second way is for you to create an interdimensional gateway and walk through it to get home. Yeah, Lair was happy with that option. You could open the dimensional gate and go home yourself. I really want to bring you home. That's impossible. If I try to use magic, you'll die. so we have no choice. Gyul Lee Layer has calmed down, and Gyul Lee was put in front of the fact he must become a magician. He must learn magic and open the gate of dimensions himself, otherwise he won't be able to return home. Layer injected a mana-filled crystal shard into Gyul Lee's body. It was the first time Layer had performed such a procedure on a human, and he didn't know if there would be any complication. But the procedure was necessary. The mana invested in this crystal would allow for 200 years of interpretation magic to be used on Gyul Lee. It inspired Gyul Lee. He decided that he would definitely try to learn magic. The beautiful Sir Pyres of the Silver Dragon Order volunteered to teach Gyul Lee magic. She was so beautiful that Gyul Lee forgot to let go of her hand while he was greeting her. "A man from another world," said Sir Pyres. "I'm interested. My classes are pretty strict. You don't mind, do you?" Gyul Lee happily agreed to work hard to get home. Sir Pyres said, "Okay, so you'll have to keep up with your studies." Layer entered the conversation. "Gyul Lee, you definitely want to study magic. Think about it. For spatial magic, you have to reach class 9. It's a long time. Maybe it would be better to wait until I create new magic," Layer asked. But Gyul Lee replied that it would be better for him to learn magic from Sir Pyres. "I only called her because you said you needed a teacher. You're pathetic. Try not to die." Layer told Gyul Lee to go on his way. They arrived at Sir Pyres' lair. Sir Pyres explained that she had searched for a variety of magic for different races and found universal formulas that allow races to use the same spells with the same training methodology. With this methodology, Gyul Lee can quickly become a mage. For people to reach 3rd-class magician in 5 years is a level of genius, and reaching the 5th class is super genius. But according to the Sir Pyres method, Gyul Lee can become a 5th-class master in 100 days. For Gyul Lee, it was amazing information, so they began their training. They gave painful mana injections. It would be painless to strengthen mana with normal training, but it was too slow for the Sir Pyres system. She prided herself on her powerful, standardized, and condensed method of teaching to maximize potential. The training was so excruciating that Gyul Lee screamed and begged to be let go. But Sir Pyres was relentless. "Be patient. Use your willpower," she said. "Don't you want to go home?" "You promised me you wouldn't give up. The 100 days are almost over," persuaded Sir Pyres. The teacher took care of Gyul Lee. She put him to bed before his new grueling classes. He was given balanced capsules instead of food, including Sir Pyres teaching Gyul Lee the theory of magic. There are 3 ways to create magic: spell, action, product. Sir Pyres told her. One day it happened. Gyul Lee drew a circle, and he became a 1st-class magician. From that moment on, Gyul Lee's training was supplemented by beating him with monsters, so that he could learn the basics of combat. Sir Pyres also trained Gyul Lee in elemental magic, like fire and ice. Gradually got better and better. Training with monsters was no longer like beating up Gyul Lee. He had already successfully confronted them. At Gyul Lee's meditation, he was successfully summoning mana circles, and Sir Pyres was pleased with him. And it finally happened. He had graduated. Sir Pyres congratulated him. "You can now be considered a full-fledged wizard." With the help of Sir Pyres' intensive method, Gyul Lee was able to reach 5th grade. From then on, he had to work on his own to achieve greater results. Sir Pyres gave Gyul Lee a magical staff. The staff contains a mana stone with a mana amplification and magic aid spell. You had to channel mana into the stone and say a spell. Then you can use magic directly without delay. And in the hilt of the staff made of dragon bone was a hidden sword. It was the Sir Pyres' reward for Gyul Lee's hard work for 100 days. Gyul Lee was happy. He had really done it. He had become a magician, and he really liked Sir Pyres' gift. It was a treasure. Sir Pyres sent Gyul Lee back to Layer's lair. They agreed to meet again. After all, Gyul Lee is Sir Pyres' apprentice. Sir Pyres wished him good luck. "You're not dead yet." These were the words that greeted Gyul Lee Layer. Gyul Lee was indignant. "You knew about her training method and still sent me to her." To which Layer replied, "You liked that your teacher was a woman, and you wanted to go yourself." Gyul Lee had nothing to say. He was frustrated that he worked so hard but only made it to 5th grade. 9th grade seemed so far away. Lear discussed it with the Sir Pyres, and they found a way to upgrade Gyul Lee. He had to get a dragon heart. Dragons have 2 hearts. The first heart is for blood. The second heart is responsible for mana. The second heart is called the dragon heart. And Layer told Gyul Lee that 1,000 years ago an old dragon named Acreon passed away. He was called the Dragon of Light. He belonged to a clan of green dragons. Usually when a dragon goes to the other world, the mana of its heart is returned to the great nature. But the Dragon of Light cut his dragon heart into 4 pieces before he left this world, and sent them to different places on the continent of Arsenia. These parts are called the Dragon's Tears. Layer finished his story. Gyul Lee didn't understand why Layer was telling him this. It turns out that if Gyul Lee can collect these 4 pieces, he can reach 9th grade. But Layer didn't know the exact location of the dragon heart pieces. He only knew they were somewhere on the continent. This upset Gyul Lee, and he offered to give Layer his heart. He didn't agree. But Layer had created a Dragonheart mana detection device to aid in the search. At this point, Layer sent Gul Li to find parts of the Dragonheart. He teleported him to a place unknown to Gul Li. Upon landing, Gul Li was angry at Layer, who had summoned him and made him suffer. At that moment, Layer, who had forgotten to give Gul Li the insignia of a nobleman, the coat of arms of the Marquis of Derfin. 150 years ago, Layer had served as a knight in the Aluan kingdom. He made a great contribution to the kingdom. Layer was given the title of Marquis. With the ring, Gul Li was to be recognized as one of the Marquis of Derfin's family. But Layer didn't know if the Derfin family still existed, since he hadn't been there since. But Gul Li must go there. That's where Layer left a great sword called the Black Stream. There should be a piece of the dragon heart in its hilt. But why he left it there, Gul Li didn't understand. Then the Black Stream sword was of no use to Layer. Layer said goodbye again, and teleported Gel Li away without further explanation. The last thing Gel Li heard was that he needn't worry, because someone would help him. When he found himself where Layer Gul Li had sent him, he was upset. He didn't know where he was, he had nothing, not even money or a map. He was walking through the forest and heard the sounds of fighting. Gul Li went in the direction of the noise and saw a girl, almost a girl, fighting against the orcs. "She's just a child. She can't defeat the orcs," Gul Li exclaimed and ran to help. He managed to defeat one orc when he saw the girl didn't need his help. She could take on the orcs with ease, and they ran away from her screaming for help. The girl fought with amazing skill, and the orcs had no escape from her, and the girl was chasing the enemies with war cries. The girl exhaled in satisfaction as she finished hunting the orcs. She thought she had passed the time well. Saw Gul Li and asked him who he was and if he was on the side of the orcs. The girl wanted to ask what Gul Li was doing here, but then she remembered something and asked Gul Li why he was taking so long. She was waiting for him. That surprised Gul Li. How did the girl know him? She said she heard about him from her dad. He didn't know which daddy he was talking about at first, but then he noticed the girl's resemblance to Layer and guessed she was Layer's daughter. They met. The girl's name was Lucy, and she was a half-elf. Gul Li introduced himself as well. They went together to the human world. They came to a human city in the lands of Condemned. Gul Li walked through the city and thought it would be worth reading books about the human world, and Lucy talked about the city. A cart passed by carrying something that smelled really bad. Lucy explained that there were a lot of monster hunters in this town. Because this land is close to Dragon Mountain, hunters sell monster parts. It looks ugly but can be compared to selling tuna. The girl wanted to eat, but Gul Li stopped her. He didn't have any money and wanted to know if Lucy had money. It turned out that Lucy had left her jewelry behind and had only taken small coins with her. It would take 3 or 4 months to get the money back home. They decided to find a place to sleep first and then go out to eat. Lucy had a great appetite, and Gul Li heard the conversation at the next table. They said the mercenaries would leave the city after they were paid, and they were discussing whether the mercenaries could negotiate with the Lord. 2 people asked to join Gul Li and Lucy at the table. The mercenary Makan and his comrade Alicia. She was a priest. When they met, Makan noticed that Gul Li didn't look like a mercenary. Gul Li said he was just a traveler. Gyo Li asked Makan what was going on in the tavern. He heard outraged shouts and speeches from different directions. Then Makan told me that 5 months ago, monsters from Dragon Mountain attacked the village of Jathan, which was part of the land of Condemned. To protect the village, Lord Condemned hired a large number of mercenaries, and a great many mercenaries have left this world to defend the village. The contract fee was small, but the mercenaries were counting on the profits from the sale of monster parts. Makan continued the story. But the Lord took all the money and gave no compensation for the mercenaries who left this world. At that moment, a squad entered the tavern and formed a formation at the entrance. Gul Li warned everyone to be quiet. After the soldiers, a nobleman entered the tavern. He introduced himself as Lord Condem's son, Reynold Paul Condem. He's come to announce his father's will regarding the mercenary pay situation. The Lord has decided to pay the mercenaries double what he promised, but only until tomorrow. They refused to pay the dead, because they didn't do their will. The people in the inn murmured. Reynold Paul Condemned shouted for silence. Anyone who had a complaint about the Lord's decision would go to prison. Then Alicia stood up and said that many people had gone to the other side because they'd been given the wrong assignment. The mercenaries were fighting under the Lord's orders. And the rest of the mercenaries are witnesses to it. Let the Lord not try to lie, and the Lord must pay the money for the slain in their memory. She was supported by the rest of the mercenaries in the inn. Let the Lord pay for the slain and give the profits from the sale of the monster parts. Reynold Paul Condent came to Alicia and said he was willing to pay money for the dead, but only if she played with him and did some things he was willing to pay for. An outraged Alicia slapped the Lord's son. She resented him for daring to say such a thing to a priestess. Then Reynold Paul Condemned became enraged. How dare she strike his aristocratic face, and ordered Alicia to be captured. But then Gul Li stood up, shielded Alicia, and slapped Reynold Paul Condemned as well. He was angry and ordered his guards to arrest them. The indignant Gul Li thought unfavorably of the Lord's heir. He should realize that he shouldn't provoke the mercenaries like that. It could end badly. At which point the inept Reynold Paul Condemned angrily ordered this building to be torn down along with its people. Lucy sprang into action. In a leap, she stamped her foot into Reynold Paul Condemned's face with a crunch. And to Gul Li's horror, Lucy began to actively raise her fists at the Lord. He couldn't understand who she was and why she was treating him like this. The mercenaries stepped in. They were not going to listen to the Lord's ramblings and stand aside. The mercenaries fought against the Lord's soldiers. Only the innkeeper and his maid stood aside and worried about the integrity of their establishment. Looking at all of this, Gul Li was worried that various unforeseen situations have been occurring since he got here, and he just calmly wants to go back home. The Lord's heir to Lucy's actions was loudly outraged. He shouted that he was royalty and would not let it go, and called for help. One of Reynold Paul Condemned's soldiers swung a spear at Lucy, but Gul Li hit him with a lightning strike spell. The spell hit a few more soldiers. The people around him were surprised to see a magician here. Gul Li advised the people present to continue what they were doing without paying attention to him. The commander of the soldiers ordered to attack Gul Li because he thought that he wouldn't be able to use another magic right away. But Gul Li used a fireball to surprise the people around him and neutralize the soldiers. The soldiers realized he was dangerous. All the soldiers were tied up and Lucy said she was in a better mood. Makan and Alicia came up to Gul Li and thanked him for his help. The other mercenaries were also grateful to him. The traumatized were healed by Alicia through divine power. And Reynold threatened everyone with terrible punishment if the Lord found out what happened here. It turns out that one of the warriors from the guards managed to escape, and now the Lord will find out what happened here. While everyone was wondering what to do now, Gul Li took out the device that Lair had given him to detect parts of the dragon heart and started it up. The device was showing something, but Gul Li didn't understand what it meant. While he was dealing with the device, the mercenaries were discussing what to do. Someone suggested closing the door, and Lucy suggested a good idea to separate the head of the Lord and his son, but Gul Li didn't think it was a good idea. The ruler will come here with an army as soon as he finds out about his son, said Makan. And the Lord's army came. A squad of knights came to fetch the heir Reynold. At the head of the squad was the head of the Lord's guard. His name was Sir Campbell. The mercenary men put Gul Li on the negotiating table. They trusted and respected him. Gul Li realized that he couldn't turn back now. The Lord's chief of security immediately started accusing Gul Li and the mercenaries of attacking the crown prince and his guard, even though Gul Li tried to explain that Reynold provoked the mercenaries first. But the security chief didn't want to listen to it. Then Gul Li began to say that Reynold had insulted the priestess. At that moment, he felt something wrong behind him and activated his night vision. On the roof of the building, he saw soldiers ready to attack. Gul Li hit them with magic missiles. It was a cunning plan to rescue Reynold, distract the mercenaries with conversation while the soldiers used the roof to get into the inn and free him. Knight Campbell was not deterred by the setback. He ordered the soldiers to attack the tavern and the mercenaries. Gul Li used the firewall to stop the soldiers from breaking into the hotel. When Reynold heard help arriving, he screamed to be rescued. Lucy put a blade to his throat and commanded him to be quiet, and told him to withdraw his knights. Reynold had to order his knights to stop the attack. Makan appeared carrying a man on his shoulder and announced that he had brought the Lord. It was time to negotiate. Gul Li explained to Knight Campbell that they should have just talked from the beginning, and now everything should be discussed calmly. A few hours ago, anticipating that the wars of Reynold were about to come for Gul Li and the mercenaries made a plan on how to proceed. For the mercenary Makan and his companion Alicia had a separate mission. They were tasked to go and steal the Lord. Cromwell took it upon himself to gather all the mercenaries and coordinate a plan of action with them. He was in charge of the mercenary guild branch of the Kingdom of Condemned. He said it would be hard enough for him to coordinate with everyone, but seeing how much Gul Li Cromwell does for them, he can't stand by. Lucy was tasked with extracting information from the Reynold heir about the residents. Lucy gladly accepted, and partners Makan and Alicia were tasked with kidnapping the ruler. There were many mercenaries gathered outside the inn. The ruler was also at Gul Li and the mercenaries. Knight Campbell couldn't do anything with all his will. Began negotiations with the governor. They made conditions. One was to pay the money for the work. The second was to compensate the families of those who had left this world. The third condition was to forget about today's incident. That's how Reynold started it. But the governor flatly refused to fulfill all three conditions. Alicia contradicted him. As a result of his command, more than 100 people have left this world. She couldn't save the wounded. She couldn't even save her close friend Kale. Then the Lord began to make his own conditions. For example, he agreed to forget about today's incident. He absolutely refused to pay with money. Gul Li didn't understand why this Lord was so greedy. The mercenaries began to stir. There were outcries of outrage everywhere, including some suggesting that the Lord should be sent to the afterlife. Lucy yawned loudly. She was bored and wanted to sleep. She drew her sword and offered to separate the Lord's head from his torso if he didn't comply. And Reynold confirmed to his father that this elf woman had the courage to separate her head. Then the Lord offered his own suggestion. The Lord has offered to settle the dispute in a duel. If he loses, he will honor their demands. And if they lost, the Lord would not pay a penny. Gul Li was indignant at this suggestion. After all, the Lord had promised to pay the mercenaries long ago. Then the Lord suggested this solution. If he loses the duel, he pays double. And if the mercenaries lose, he pays nothing. For today's events, he agrees not to be punished. But if the mercenaries lose, he will have to work for a year as a mage for Gul Li. The mercenaries enthusiastically accepted the proposal despite Gul Li's protests. They had already begun to discuss the terms of the duel with the Lord. No one listened to Gul Li's protests. He didn't understand how everything had been reduced to a duel and why he would have to pay the price if he lost. He suspected that there was something to the dueling idea, but they wouldn't listen to him. Even Lucy was pleased. She thought dueling was so much fun. And Gul Li was also embarrassed by the Lord's very satisfied look. He looked like a man who was up to something. And he also resented the fact that, according to the rules, a mage can't take part in a duel. What angered him most was that the outcome of the negotiation was that he should sit back and see whether or not he would become a slave for a year. The list of duelists was as follows. Knight Rowell fought against Cromwell. Knight Campbell against Kyle. Knight Romspley against McCann. Against Lucy was placed Lily. And against Rocky Osborne. No one's heard of Lily and Osborne, who they are, if they can win. Gul Li was wondering, but it was time to go. Looking at the large number of people who came to watch the duel, Gul Li thought that the rumors of the duel spread very quickly. The Lord was very pleased. He asked Gul Li how he slept, and recommended that he get a good night's sleep, because he'll be working for the Lord from today. Felix, the elf judge, came onto the field. She explained the rule of the duel. One of the teams must win 3 rounds out of 5. If someone wants to surrender during the battle, they have to throw their weapons on the ground. The referee announced the first fight. Sitting next to the joyful Lord, Gul Li thought that they should definitely win. The first round has been announced. Knight Rowell versus Cromwell. Cromwell entered the ring and waited for his opponent. His opponent was delayed. Finally, the gate on the opposite side of the arena opened and out rode a knight in full armor on a horse shod in armor. Knight easily took Cromwell out of the arena and said he would have taken his life if not for the rules of the duel. To Gul Li's outrage that the fight should be one-on-one without a horse, the Lord replied that the knight should be mounted and the mercenary could also mount a horse. Then Gul Li went to the referee. The judge explained that the only rule in this fight was to win 3 rounds out of 5. She gave the victory to Lord. In the second round, Kyle the mercenary was taken out by Knight Campbell. Knight Campbell was declared the winner. With 2 victories, the Lord rejoiced. He ordered Lily to be released to finish the contest and win for good. Gul Li was outraged, since Lily should be in the 4th round and Lord changed the order of fights. But from the arena, Lucy waved to him reassuringly. She didn't care what order to bat in. Gul Li was a little relieved that Lily was a woman's name. And when Lucy went up against a giant troll, Gul Li was outraged, and Lord was pleased. To him, Lily looked encouraging. Lucy was the only one who was calm. She yawned and asked for a quick start. But Gul Li was still worried about Lucy. After all, she would have to fight against a troll. The Lord ordered the fight to start quickly, and they began to fight. Troll Lily grinned and ran toward Lucy. Lily drew her sword and waited calmly for the troll to reach her. The troll brought its club down on the spot where Lucy was standing. But Lucy was no longer there. She leapt over the troll woman with her sword bared. She cast a spell and the sword burst into flames. There were cheers in the stands, a sword of fire, the magic sword. Lucy easily defeated Lily the troll with her flaming sword. She wondered if she'd done it too easily, and Lord was desperate. He'd invested in Lily's crowd, and after this fight, Lily would never fight again. The mercenaries were amazed at the ease with which Lucy struck the troll. They decided that this elf was a very tough girl. The Lord was outraged and demanded that Lucy be disqualified for using a magic sword. Gul Li remarked that it was abnormal to put a troll in the fight. The angry Gul Li demanded the referee to make a decision. After all, the basic rule of the fight had not been broken. The judge thought for a moment but declared Lucy the winner. Gul Li was very happy. He congratulated Lucy on her victory. Lucy's sword was a birthday present from Lair. Gul Li thought that since the sword had such properties, Lair must have made it from his own bone. And the Lord was angry and wanted to challenge the judge's decision. He feared Lucy's sword would be passed on to the next warrior. But Lucy said Daddy made the sword so only Lucy could use it. The Lord began to worry about the outcome of the fights and told the next fight to call Osban. Mr. Osban came in. Turns out he's a magician. The Lord ingratiatingly referred to Osban as Lord and you and asked him to step out of his turn to fight. But Osban refused to cut in line. He told the governor that they had the advantage and he would be the last one out. The mercenaries were talking anxiously. It wasn't fair. Fighting against a mage wasn't easy, and Rocky was unlikely to win against a mage. Lucy came up to McCann and asked if he could handle it. McCann told her not to worry. He has a secret weapon. Have announced the 4th round. Knight Rumspel versus Makan. Makan has entered the arena. Makan entered the arena unarmed. The spectators noticed this and began to worry. An armored knight rode into the arena and asked Makan if Makan thought he was weak. And Makan said they would find out now. Makan was changing. He was covered with fur. His claws grew, and his body proportions changed. Makan turned out to be a vertiger. Vertigers are a race of werewolves in battle form that resembles both man and tiger. The knight's horse was frightened, and then Makan lunged at the knight to attack. He leaped at the knight in a very long jump. The knight was astonished. He thought it was impossible. Knocked the knight off his horse and defeated him. As the knight Rumspel could not continue the fight, Makan won. The mercenaries and Makan rejoiced. The Lord shouted indignantly to Gyul Li that it was unfair and wrong to use reincarnation, to which Gyul Li replied that if a troll can duel, then people with special abilities can duel too. When McCann returned to the mercenaries, he was greeted with cheers. Lucy said that he was cool, and she didn't know it, and the Lord was furious. He called the mercenaries crooks and shouted that his team must win, ordered the final duel to begin now. The referee announces the final round. Osban versus Rocky. Osban the magician entered the arena. That has angered Gyul Li. He thought that the Lord had broken the rule. If Gyul Li can't participate, then no other magician can participate. But the Lord said he changed the rule. Since the rules had changed and a mage was allowed to perform, there was nothing stopping Gyul Li from participating in the duel. And he jumped into the arena. To Lord's indignation that the application form listed a man named Rocky, Gyul Li said that his full name was Rocky. But the Lord wouldn't stop resenting him. He pointed at the mercenary and said that Rocky was that mercenary and that he should duel according to the list. To which Gyul Li replied that his name is Rocky more likely than the troll's name is Lily, and added whether the Lord was worried that the mage speaking for him would lose. The signal to start the round sounded. Gyul Li and the magician named Osban stood opposite each other in the arena. The magician asked Gyul Li for the reason why he was dueling. The magician himself spoke at the Lord's request. This question made Gyul Li think about how it came to be that he, a Dragonheart shard seeker, was standing in the arena and had to fight a mage. A short and thoughtful reply from Gyul Li did not satisfy Osban, and he voiced his indignation to him, and immediately attacked him to show him what he could do. A magical duel began. Osban sent magic arrows at Gyul Li. Gyul Li took out his magic wand and put up a shield. A bright glow appeared around Gyul Li from Osban's attack. The boy's silhouette was vaguely visible through the glow. Under the protection of the magic sphere, Gyul Li successfully survived Osban's attack. The magician Osban thought respectfully of his rival, that he could not only talk the talk, so he sent a fire arrow spell at him. But Gyul Li didn't just stand there and sent an ice harpoon towards the fire arrow. The two spells met, and there was a huge explosion. Osban responded with two spells, Water Blast and Lightning Strike. He encased the lightning in a water ball. Such a thing is available to a mage of at least 5th level. To this, Gyul Li responded with a Snowstorm spell and Lightning Defense. And when Osban's double spell reached Gyul Li, he successfully countered it. Mage Osban did not expect such a young mage to be able to resist his double spell and was shocked. He thought his rival was hiding his abilities. And Gyul Li mentally thanked his mentor Serpires for her gift of a staff and a magic stone. They had helped him a lot. The enraged magician cast his Fire Blast spell on Gyul Li. The audience empathized with the young man who was attacked with such powerful and dangerous magic. The very evil magician Osban believed that Gyul Li would definitely leave this world unable to resist his powerful spell. But Gyul Li, standing in the center of the fire elemental, used the dissipation spell. And the fire blast that was raging around Gyul Li dissipated. In the center stood a completely unharmed Gyul Li. Magician Osban was very much surprised. He thought it was impossible what his opponent had done. He realized that he had underestimated him, and he was a 5th-class mage. And the boy said calmly that he had many more surprises, and enough to repel all of Osban's blows. Gyul Li retaliated by throwing a fireball at Osban to try and catch it. Osban also cast a dispersion spell on the fireball, but nothing changed. The spell didn't work. At the last moment, Osban was able to put up the shield and take cover behind it. Osban had never heard of such a mage before Gyul Li came into his life, and he couldn't understand who he was or where he came from. While Gul Li fought in the arena, he remembered Sir Pyre's lessons. She was explaining the theory. The father of magic, the dragon. Elves, fairies, and werewolves learned magic from the dragon. A person learned magic from one of these races. By getting knowledge from one of these races, one can get not only knowledge, but also learn complex techniques. Usually people who study magic get good results, and Gul Li was on his way to that. But at that time, Gul Li, who was exhausted by the torturous training, did not care about theory at that time. He suffered greatly and sought only to leave the training. Then Sir Piers wondered why he wasn't diligent but continued to teach him theory. Thinking back to the moments of training, Gul Li wondered why he was studying all this. While Osban was thinking, he had not seen such a technique in other mages and thought that a mage could have an abnormal technique, but it was difficult to develop. But Osban's thoughts were interrupted by Gul Li. He told him that someone was talking too much. He must be nervous. Osban then decided to hit the insolent opponent with a special technique of elemental magic and directed ice magic at Gul Li. Since Osban was a 5th level wizard, he created a powerful spell, but this spell was not the ultimate in power. So in response to his opponent's attack, Gul Li created a similar technique but fire magic. Ice magic and fire magic met in the middle of the arena. It was a grand spectacle. In the stands, the spectators were frantic. For the magician Osban, it was frustrating that his opponent was able to replicate his technique, but he was still not going to give up. Since the techniques used by the magicians were of the same class, the winner was determined by the opponent's mana reserves, and Gul Li understood that. He determined that his opponent was maxing out and added more mana to his spell. Fire magic and ice magic fought fiercely in the arena. The fire magic became stronger and crushed the ice magic. It shattered into splinters. Osban shouted, standing amidst the shards of crumbling ice magic. Gul Li came up to him and demanded that he surrender. He wanted to finish the fight. And Osban thought he lost to a Sage Tower apprentice, a member of the inner circle of the tower. For someone as old as Gul Li, that's a big score. Due to his specific magical education, Gul Li had never heard of the Tower of Sages. He simply asked if his opponent would admit defeat. He conceded defeat and bowed his head to Gul Li. The Lord was on the rostrum, shouting at Osban that he must not surrender. But no one listened to the Lord. The victory was awarded to Gul Li. The jubilant mercenaries congratulated him vigorously. After accepting the congratulations, Gul Li turned to the Lord and demanded that he fulfill the terms of the agreement, since the mercenary side had won, and repeated the terms of compensation: 60 coins for those who have left this world, payment for monsters 20 coins. It was unbearable for the Lord. He felt very bad about losing the duel, and the mercenaries were going to celebrate the victory at the inn. Meanwhile, Gul Li had lost Lucy. He looked for her and found her in the room under the bleachers. She was sleeping peacefully. He gently woke her up and told her that they had won, and it was over. The boys took their share of the winnings and went on their way. They walked quietly down the road and talked. Lucy was a little worried that they had left without saying goodbye. On the way, Lucy told me what she'd read in books about duels, and Gul Li listened to her attentively. They heard someone catching up, horses stamping and the sound of a wagon moving. A traveling carriage pulled by a pair of horses caught up with them. Alicia and Macon were there. They rebuked the boys for leaving without saying goodbye. They said that all the mercenaries were grateful to them and wanted to thank them. Told us that everything had been settled, that Cromwell had given everyone their money and sent the remaining mercenaries home, and asked where the boys were going. Gul Li thought for a moment. He said that they were going to the northeast first. The mercenaries rejoiced. They were on their way. They were on their way to the shrine of Crowngus, and they offered to go with them. She had already got into the carriage and was glad she didn't have to walk. And Gul Li thought that he and Lucy were traveling for the first time and could use an escort, so he agreed to Maken and Alicia's proposal. After getting into the carriage, Gul Li took out a device to detect parts of the dragon heart. It was pointing to the northeast. When she saw Gul Li checking the device, Lucy noticed that it was useless for long distances. Gul Li didn't know that. But so he wouldn't doubt Lear, Lucy told him that she would feel the dragon heart. There's a reason Lear sent her on the road with Gul Li. Then Gul Li thought that he would have to be with this troublemaker all the time. And Gul Li made an attempt to send Lucy to her parents. He told Lucy that her mom was worried about her, if Lucy wants to visit her mom. To this, Lucy replied that while Lucy was traveling, Mommy was having a really good time with Daddy. That upset Gul Li. He thought that while he was traveling, Lear was working on improving his space travel magic, and Lear is having fun. Since the wagon was shaking constantly, Gul Li felt sick and nauseous. He had to lie with his head in Alicia's lap to get used to the bumpiness of the road. It was more comfortable. I guess Gul Li had never ridden in a wagon, Alicia concluded. Makan looked into the carriage. He asked if Gul Li had come from the Tower of Wise Men. Osban asked Gul Li the same thing. Gul Li asked the mercenaries what the Tower of the Sages was. The mercenaries were surprised the mage didn't know about the Tower of the Sages, but he told them. It's a huge tower. It's in the center of the continent. There are many mages there. They do research, and there's the Academy of Magic. There, 7 magicians teach their students. These students are called the Inner Circle. The representatives of the Inner Circle of the Tower of Mages are mostly mages of Gul Li's age. Gul Li thought Makan knew a lot, so he asked him if he knew anything about the Darfins. They are in the kingdom of Elwyn. Then, Makan took out a map and showed Gul Li. He said that they were now in the kingdom of Arsenia, showed the state of Kudrin, and next to the kingdom of Elwyn. They're heading towards Kraungus. And Makan clarified that Darfin was in the kingdom of the Elwyn family. Lil Li confirmed that the teacher had told him so. He hoped the device would point to Darfin and everything would be okay, Gul Li thought as he looked at the ring. He in turn asked his traveling companions why they were going to Kraungus. Alicia had a divine assignment. She's been given a divine request to fulfill, and she's on her way to fulfill it. The conversation was interrupted by Lucy saying she was hungry. The time was late, so they stopped for a rest. At the camping site, we cooked food and everyone had a hearty meal. We discussed the way ahead. The next town was 4 days away. Their next stop would be at Hwajongmen village. Lucy clarified that they had left so quickly that they did not have time to stock up on provisions. Lucy suddenly stopped eating and became alert. She warned that someone was coming toward them. A man came out of the woods. He said he was traveling. He was walking by and noticed a campfire and asked permission to join them, and added that he was a mercenary and would like to travel with mercenaries like himself. But Lucy replied that there were 5 others with him. The traveler replied that they must have been too noisy and suddenly threw a knife at Gul Li. He didn't even have time to react, but Lucy wrestled the knife away. She called Gul Li a sheep and drew her sword. Gul Li put up his shield. The rest of the bandits came running out of the forest. They shouted that they should be the first to take the wizard's life and not leave the women alive. The angry Gul Li fired first defense missiles and then death cloud at the bandits. The bandits were surprised by Gul Li's skill and fled into the forest. The travelers remained standing in a protective formation. Gul Li asked who could see well in the dark. Lucy could see well, and Makan could see well too. Gul Li used the water balloon spell to put out the fire. They stayed in the dark and went to catch up with the bandits. Some of the brigands were hit by the poison cloud spell and felt bad. One of the bandits was struck by Gul Li with a magic arrow. At this time, he was attacked from behind by another bandit. This bandit was blown away by Gul Li's wind gust spell. One bandit tried to run away but was caught by Lucy. They gathered the defeated bandits in a clearing and began to wonder who they were. They decided that the king of Comdent could not have sent such weak opponents. Decided to ask the bandits themselves. The bandit leader immediately started threatening, saying that they dared to touch the Black Brotherhood and would regret it. Lily intervened and explained to the brigand that she needed to elaborate. It turns out the brigands were working for the black magicians. They kidnapped people and forced them to work in the mines. They came across Gul Li's company and decided to rob them. And McCann remembered they'd missed one bandit. Perhaps the black magicians might come. This was the first time Gul Li had heard of black mages. It turns out that Lucy hated black magicians. She thought they did unforgivable things. And for Gul Li, they explained the situation. Normal magicians had to use mana to cast spells. And black magicians only need to make a deal with the devil. They sell the souls of others. They get power for it. They are despised and feared by all. The black magi especially valued the souls of elves. They had more life force in them. Lucy hated black mages for this reason too. That's when Gul Li finally realized that Lucy was an elf. He thought she was a dragon who pretended to be more than an elf. He thought so hard about who she was that Lucy herself came up to him and told him to think less, because she already had to be rescued by Gul Li today. Gul Li thanked the puzzled Lucy gratefully. They were deciding what to do next. Elisha had to report the black magicians to the temple. Makan suggested that they go to the village first. He had an acquaintance there. But Lucy wanted to sleep. She suggested to sleep first and then think about what to do next. They went to bed, and Makan stayed behind to watch. As Gul Li fell asleep, he thought about how he would have handled the situation if he hadn't studied magic, about wanting to go home and whether he can adapt to his school again, and if there's a school for mages. In the morning, Gul Li had a hard time getting up. He was not used to sleeping on the ground and his back hurt. They set off. The carriage was followed by the bound robbers. They reached the village. The village was protected. The wagon was stopped by the guards and asked who they were. Makan answered to whom. The head of the village came down to them. His name was Craig. He pleased Makan and Alicia. It was their former mercenary comrade. He was especially excited about Alicia. He needed her help. They had a badly wounded comrade they could not help themselves. And Alicia, as a clergyman, had a chance to heal the sick man. Craig led the way to the sick man. Alicia busied herself with examining the wounded man. The wounded man was in serious condition. There were 2 people at the patient's bedside, a girl and a boy. In order not to disturb Alicia, They left the room and continued their acquaintance. The girl's name was Jenny. She was also a mercenary. Gul Li thought the girl was very pretty, especially when she smiled. The young magician's name was Luki. He was able to use healing magic. Gul Li had identified him as a 4th grade mage. Gul Li himself couldn't use healing magic. Luki said that healing magic could only be used by experienced mages. But Gul Li remembered what Sir Pyrrhus said. The type of magic is chosen according to the mage's preferences and ability. If a mage chooses healing magic, other types of magic will be weak and ineffective. This is why it is mostly chosen by priests. And Gul Li told Luki so, that if you chose healing magic, the power of the other types would be insignificant. Luki replied that he knew a lot for a beginner, and Gul Li asked Luke why he thought he was a beginner. Luki replied that at Gul Li's age, he could hardly be a mid-level mage. Gyal Li was indignant because Luki didn't look any older than him. The young mages stood across from each other and actively thought how much they disliked each other. Elijah, meanwhile, was using divine magic to heal the wounded man. His wounds were gradually healing. And Jenny told me that black magicians had been discovered near the village. Luki has been assigned to investigate the area. Jenny and Leo, who was wounded, accompany Luki. They told McCann what they learned yesterday. It had to do with a stone mine in Bane Mountain, and they had 3 other mercenaries. They were captured. This information surprised Macon. He knew the stone mines were government property. He thought the black magicians were up to something. Very importantly, the stone mine was very close to the village, and it was expected that the black magicians would come here again. Craig came over to Macon and they discussed where they could get fighters to defend the village. Gul Li had a headache and decided to rest. He had a hard time adjusting to the new world with its black magicians and other problems. He wanted to give up and go home. He was thinking about how much he missed ramen and black sauce noodles, when he heard a noise in the bushes, and he yelled for the one hiding there to come out. A girl timidly came out of the bushes. Gul Li was surprised that it was a lonely child. The girl's name was Marie. She asked to touch Gul Li's magic rod. To cheer up the girl, Gul Li called out flickering lights. The twinkling lights amused Marie. She smiled and jumped after them. Gul Li asked Marie why she was alone and where her parents were. The girl started crying. She said that her parents were attacked by bandits and left the world. Gul Li was confused. To distract Marie, he created an illusion of an earthly merry-go-round. Marie liked the merry-go-round. She stopped crying and asked Gul Li what it was. Gul Li explained to Marie that it was called a merry-go-round in another world. Marie looked at the carousel and said she wanted to study magic to avenge her parents. Lucy came to find out who had hurt the girl. And the girl saw Lucy's elf ears and asked to touch them. Lucy flatly refused the child. Gul Li stepped in and urged her to let him touch her ears, but Lucy was adamant and wouldn't let her touch her ears. And Gul Li thought Lucy was very uncooperative, although he wanted to touch her ears too. Jenny called them. Elisha had finished treating Leo. They had to go over to the others. Suddenly, Marie got upset and ran away from the boys. They didn't realize what was wrong. Gul Li really hoped that the girl had a home and ran home. The healed Leo was already sitting on his bed talking to Jenny about his friends who had been captured. He thought about what had happened to them in captivity, but Jenny wasn't happy about it. She suggested that they must have left the world by now, and Leo himself would have gone after his friends if Elisha hadn't helped him. Then he asked Luca if the mage who had hurt Leo had been caught or not, but Luki shook his head in the negative. Leo whined. By catching the black mage, they would be able to avenge their comrades. He started to get up. Elisha warned the mercenary not to exert himself. He thanked her for saving him, but now he had to act. Suddenly there was a great noise outside. Everyone listened and jumped outside. The village was on fire. Someone had set it on fire. Gul Li remembered Marie. How she's a little girl alone in a burning village, and I ran to find Marie. The mercenaries were deciding what to do next. Makan said they would take care of the villagers. Luki was eager to fight, and Jenny was to guard Luki. In a situation like this, Leo couldn't lie down to recover. He went to help as well. Elisha was on Alicia to help the wounded. At this time, Gul Li was walking through the blazing, ruined village and called out to Marie. He heard shouting and saw 2 bandits holding Marie and arguing about whether she should be killed or not. One bandit said that they had orders to take everyone's life. The second bandit said it might still be useful for experiments or sacrifices. But Gul Li scattered the bandits with the air bomb spell and shouted to Marie to run to him. And Marie ran up to him and called him brother. They were surrounded by a ring of armed bandits. One of the bandits said that it was the magician they were told about and that he should be killed. But Gul Li wasn't going to wait for the bandits to act. He sent a mystic energy blast at the bandits. Marie was hiding behind his back. The bandit leader commanded them not to retreat and to stop his magic. Lucy stood next to the bandit and advised him to finish quickly. Then she drew her sword, and it was as if she turned into a tornado of many Lucys. She moved so fast that she struck at the bandits. Before they were hit by the lightning strike spell, some of the bandits noticed that these children were quite strong. Lucy and Jenny came to the rescue. Luki asked Lucy if she was all right, and Ghoul Lee was glad that Jenny had come to help. Marie was hiding behind Ghoul Lee, holding on tightly to his clothes. About Luke Gyo Lee thinking he's surrounded by a bunch of villains, and Lukey's only worried about Lucy. And Lukey thought of Ghoul Lee that he actually came to help too. Why did he only mention Jenny? The bandits saw that the defenders now had 2 mages. They panicked and started to run away. The name Makos was heard several times among the cries. Craig came over. He said he was worried about Ghoul Lee when he ran away, and he was glad that everything was okay. In return, Ghoul Lee asked Craig to take care of Marie, and Lucy was surprised by Ghoul Lee's behavior, that he ran to save the girl. Marie clung to Ghoul Lee's sleeve and roared and didn't want to go to Uncle Craig because he was scary. Ghoul Lee calmed her down and promised to come back. But Marie roared that Mom and Dad said the same thing as Ghoul Lee's brother, but didn't come back. But Ghoul Lee gently stroked her head and said he was giving her his word. Brother is a magician, and magicians don't lie, and he will avenge Marie. He left Marie with Craig and went to help the others. Craig told him to take the right side. Lucy came up to Ghoul Lee and asked if he was going to be the first to fight again. Ghoul Lee excitedly asked her to go together. While McCann and Leo were ferociously smashing the enemies, the bandits were nervous, but they didn't retreat yet because they were outnumbered. When the fireball burst into the bandit ranks, it knocked out many people and caused panic among the bandits. It helped Ghoul Lee and Lucy to join McCang. Ghoul Lee thought from the number of enemies that all the followers of Black Mages had gathered here, but Meekin contradicted him. Because there were fighters here. It was the mages that mattered most. There were no Black Mages here yet. And then someone cast a diamond dust spell on the bandits. The Black Magician emerged from the darkness. He said that stupid bandits are useless. He asked Makan and Ghoul Lee if they were looking for him. And Ghoul Lee compared the Black Magician to a substance that pops up by itself. And he asked if he was the Black Magician. He said he was going to send him to the next world and introduced himself. His name was Rufus, and he was the second apprentice of the Black Magician Makos. His speech failed to impress, and Rufus sent an ice spear spell at his opponent. But it was met with a magic cannon spell. There was a massive explosion. Then, Ghoul Lee assigned roles. He would take the magician and the others would deal with the bandits. He suggested that Rufus call the teacher at once, as Rufus himself was not a worthy opponent. After that greeting, Rufus looked so furious that Ghoul Lee thought it would be strange to get a smack after saying that. A magical battle began. Gyo Lee responded to Rufus's ice storm with a firewall spell. The 2 elements met violently. Each of the mages held up a powerful wall of his spell, behind a wall of his spell. And Rufus didn't expect to meet a worthy resistance from such a young mage and started to get nervous. He wondered if his opponent was also a Black Mage. But Ghoul Lee's opponent told him that he was just really tough, and thought he was expecting a stronger opponent, and Rufus yelled that he couldn't lose. Ghoul Lee replied that he had worked hard to collect mana and learn magic, but Rufus had taken the easy path of black magic, and he enjoys watching Rufus get angry. And what's the point of practicing black magic when he can't beat a mere wizard? A furious Rufus sent an ice bomb spell at him. But Ghoul Lee easily fought off his spell. He added that Rufus must have made a contract with some nice demon if that was all he could do. And Rufus was getting angrier and angrier. He was cursing and threatening to take Ghoul Lee's life right now, so he ordered the bandits to attack him. And he told Rufus that it's low to try to win a number when you can't do it with your powers, and reminded him that Rufus had forgotten something. Lucy appeared behind Rufus in a leap, and the bandits were hit with magic arrows. The Black Magician's apprentice was left alone with an enraged Lucy. Rufus put up a barrier. But Lucy screamed her father's name and her blade burst into flames. Rufus realized that Lucy's sword was magical and put up a powerful ice shield. The fire blade shattered the ice shield with ease, and Lucy struck Rufus with the blade. The bandits who were with him saw him leave the light and ran away. And Lucy saw that Ghoul Lee wasn't feeling well, and she realized that he had used up too much magic energy today. The mage's path is like a labyrinth. As the level increases, the amount of mana decreases, and its replenishment becomes more difficult. How much effort it will take in the future to overcome difficulties. There are those who take the hard way, and those who take the easy way. But the most important thing is to know how to use that power. Ghoul Lee thought while Lucy helped him walk. He wasn't feeling very well. But there was no time to rest. After all, there was also the Black Magician who had sent his disciple to meet Ghoul Lee and took the easy way out. Meanwhile, the Black Magician was taunting the village defenders. Jenny shot at him with her bow. But the arrows didn't take the Black Mage because he had a defense against normal attacks. He stood unscathed under the mercenaries' attacks and taunted them. The mercenaries could only grit their teeth. After verbally abusing Jenny and Luca, the Black Magician sent fireballs at them. Luca was desperate, but covered himself with a magic shield, and the fireballs didn't hurt Jenny and Luca. The Black Mage sent fireballs almost continuously. Luca's strength melted, and he could barely hold the magic shield. Suddenly, before another fireball, the mercenaries were protected by an ice shield. It was Gyul Lee and Lucy who came up. When they connected with Luki and Jenny Gol, Lee asked who the mage was. It was Glowin, and he was a level 5 mage. But Gyul Lee said he was a level 5 mage too. Luki couldn't believe it. Black magician Glowin saw Lucy and recognized her sword as magic, told her to give him the sword. Then Lucy clarified what would happen if she did not want to give him the sword, and the magician replied that he would send her to the other world and take the sword himself. Glowin has been asked if he's a henchman of Mako's like Rufus. He replied that he was the first apprentice of the black magician Makos. He asked where Rufus was. He was informed that he had already left this world. That made Glowin happy. He thought he was the only one left and the strongest. But he felt it was necessary to avenge Rufus. So he cast a flamethrower spell on. He wanted to hit Lucy very hard. She stopped Gyul Lee and rushed into battle with her flaming sword. When he saw that the flamethrower spell had no effect on Lucy running at him, he cast Fire Barrier. But Lucy shattered the fire barrier with her flaming sword and ended up near Glowin. Gyul Lee was amazed by the power of the magic sword created by Lair, and Lucy, who inherited the dragon blood, was very strong. The magic Glowin used smelled of elf blood, and Lucy could smell it. She asked Glowin how many elves he had sacrificed. He said that he didn't understand why it bothered her so much. After all, she's only half-elf. He was answered by Gyul Lee that Glowin himself is a half-blood mage, as he can only use one type of magic. While Gyul Lee was arguing with Glowin, the black magician was watching them from his hiding place. He was thinking about how he had never seen this magician before. Over and over again, Lucy tried to attack Glowin, but he'd close in with a wall of fire, throw fireballs at her. He used hellfire. Lucy couldn't get through this barrier to the black magician. Gyul Lee advised her to take her time. Soon, the magic of Glowin would be over. He has powerful magic, but at a safe distance, it's harmless, and he only uses one kind of magic. His mana is running out, and when he's tired, then you can attack. That's what Lucy Gyul Lee explained, and he gave Glowin the advice to use his flicker magic when he's exhausted. Luki was indignant at this. He didn't understand why Gyul Lee had given the clue to the enemy. Then Gyul Lee shared his observation with Luki. He suspected that Glowin didn't know how to use shimmer magic, because once they gained power the easy way, they immediately mastered powerful spells, ignoring less powerful magic. Luki said that mages who came from nowhere and mastered magic the easy way instead of studying hard should be burned. Gyul Lee had the thought that Luki was alluding to him, to Serpice and her teaching methods. Glowin ran out of energy. He could no longer maintain the spell, and the flames around him went out. And Lucy, with the battle cry of "Let's go," rushed into action. Glowin screamed in fear. Suddenly Lucy was thrown backwards by a slashing gust of wind, and the old black magician came out of hiding. He was walking and he was telling Glowin that he was overconfident. He was immediately recognized by Luki. It was the same black mage named Makos he had seen. He kept saying he thought he and Rufus could handle it. He fell to his knees and apologized to his teacher and told him that Rufus seemed to have left the world, and pointed to Gyul Lee to tell him exactly who sent him to Rufus's grave. And Makos suggested that Gyul Lee might be a witch finder and asked why he was fighting on the other side. The definition of witch doctor was new to Gyul Lee. He asked what it meant. Luki explained that black magicians called each other that. In response, Gyul Lee had already asked Makos why they were attacking ordinary people, but he wouldn't answer the question and said he was asking unnecessary questions. He cast the arcane energy spell. A shaft of unknown energy rolled towards Gyul Lee and his friend. To protect himself, he put up a force wall shield. He could barely keep up the pressure. It was so strong that Gyul Lee's feet were gradually sinking into the ground. Gyul Lee screamed. Fiery magical energy raged in the streets of the ruined village. Gyul Lee's friends were worried about him. But suddenly it was over. Makos stopped maintaining the flow of arcane energy. The raging flames subsided, and Gyul Lee breathed out a sigh of relief. The confrontation had not been easy for him. His strength was exhausted, and his feet had plowed a furrow in the ground. The release of energy was very powerful and clearly contained the energy of another world. Makos was also surprised that such a young wizard could block his magic. At that moment, Makos was attacked by Leo. He shouted that he would avenge his comrades. Makos snapped his fingers and sent magical arrows at Leo without looking back. In order to distract Leo, Gyul Lee attacked with the Firehorn spell. He responded with Ice Cone. Their magic met and mutually destroyed each other by digging a deep ditch. There was a stalemate. Each side realized it had a strong opponent, and Makos couldn't figure out where his opponent was trained. He had a special technique, and it was unclear what to expect from him. Sitting in the ditch dug by the clash of their magics, Gyul Lee thought it didn't matter if someone was a tower mage or self-taught. It's all meaningless. They were exchanging remarks. Luki stepped into their conversation and asked Makos if he was surrendering. Gyul Lee asked Luki not to interfere with their conversation. And Makos said he thinks tower mages are idiots who don't improve their skills from generation to generation. Turns out Makos had once studied in the Tower of the Sages and had even entered the inner circle. But when asked why he became a black magician, he said he was tired of being degraded. He believed that his skill knew no bounds, but he had been training in the tower for over 10 years and couldn't make any progress. All mages, even those much weaker than him, have reached great heights, but not him. Gil Li told him that if you don't have talent, it's hard to succeed, even if you work hard. He went on to say that there were persistent students who in their endeavor even left this world, trying to finish their studies. And there were other students who graduated without lifting a finger. A magician named Makos became disillusioned and left the tower to become a black magician. And Gil Li gave him an example. He believed that in this world, effort is not equal to results. He himself studied hard to get into a good university, but the students who have talent in their studies were always ahead of him without putting in as much effort as Gil Li. And the black magician continued. He said that he could not overcome the 4th grade of the inner circle no matter how much effort he put into it. And he disagreed with the objections because now he had become a powerful magician, and now he wanted to send his rival to the other side. At that moment, Gil Li didn't know what to do. There was no way to change Makos's mind. He was too strong. After all, Gil Li is just an ordinary high school student. I had to come up with a solution that would change the situation. Makos was ready to send Gil Li to the grave. He was almost desperate. Makos is a level 6 mage. If they attacked at the same time, Gil Li's mana would run out faster. He didn't know how to turn the situation to his advantage. Makos attacked with a secret energy burst. It was a very powerful attack. Gil Li was literally swept away. He held on with all his might and realized that he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. But then small hands pressed into his back, helping and supporting him. It was Lucy. She was giving him encouragement and telling him not to give up. And Luki was helping too. And Macon offered to put his strength behind helping him. In addition to Luki's existing shield, he put up a force wall, and they were all together, holding back the pressure of Makos's arcane energy surge. Jenny and Leo were with them. They said that they should fight together because they couldn't do it alone. The help of his friends made Gil Li happy, and he had a decision to make. He realized that everything was right, and he had to put his strength together. And Gil Li told his friends to attack Makos when his magic runs out, and they should all do it at the same time. And Gil Li felt that Makos's magic was running out, so he gave the order to attack. The mercenaries and Lucy rushed to attack Makos. Lucy was struck by Makos's lightning strike spell. She dropped her sword in pain. The black mage sent a fire spear spell at Leo and Maken. Then an arrow sent by Jenny scratched him in the face. How dare she! Makos raged. Luki stood next to Jenny and cast a spell, sending ice arrows at Makos. Makos responded with powerful fire arrows. And here I am. Lucy got to Makos, but he turned the ground under Lucy's feet into slime and Lucy slipped and fell. And Makos wished Lucy away and sent a slashing gust of wind at her. But Makos's spell was interrupted by a huge verdigris Makan towering over him with a deafening growl. With an air hammer spell, Makos threw Maken off of him. He thought his team of friends were pathetic brats and thought they couldn't beat him. He said that Gil Li's skills were too weak, so he decided to use physical force. He replied that he had hired a bunch of fighters himself. The comrades helped Gil Li buy some time and his mana was gradually replenished. And Gil Li also joined the fight. He summoned the Wind Gust spell. The black mage tauntingly told Gil Li that he was exerting himself so hard but only using 3rd level magic and that it was already time to finish off Gil Li, and got the answer that the main thing is not the level of a magician, but his ability to use magic correctly in different situations. And with a cry of "Behold!" the true magician directed fire magic away from Makos. He didn't understand why the attack was going that way, but in the attacked area, a fire tornado swirled and rose up. This result of the interaction of the two spells surprised Luca as well. The fact that wind gusts and fire gusts combined to create a level 6 fire tornado was a revelation to Makos. The help of Gil Li's friends didn't go to waste. Makos became inattentive and missed the creation of the tornado. The fire tornado was closing in on Makos, and behind him his apprentice was calling out to him. Makos created a huge, powerful ice wall in front of him to protect him from the fire tornado. Meanwhile, a desperately cursing Lucy ran out to Gil Li. She dragged Leo Yimaken behind her. He hit them with his spells. Fire tornado and ice wall met. The ice wall collapsed as shards flew around it. In the midst of the collision stood the sorceress Makos. For a while, the elements raged. Sparks and ice shards flew. Then, the fire died down. Luki and Gil Li hoped that Makos was finished. But a furious Makos came out of the smoke. He was saying that his opponent was a punk, and now he's gonna get his ass kicked. It wasn't the first time he'd said he'd definitely punish his opponent, but now he was really angry. And Makos started casting Arcane Energy Release. The spell didn't work, and the black mage didn't understand what was wrong. In order to hit Makos, Gul Li created a very ordinary fireball. That surprised and amazed Luca. He didn't understand how he could use an ordinary fireball on such a strong opponent, but was assured that this not-so-powerful magic would end the fight, and the fireball rushed towards the enemy. Gul Li's assurances did not calm Luki down, and he continued to resent it, since the potential of a fireball and a level 6 mage were not comparable. Makos was also surprised, but suddenly realized that he had something wrong with his throat and couldn't cast a counterspell. He couldn't understand what was happening to him, and couldn't put up a defense. The fireball hit the target. Glowin ran to the teacher's aid. Gul Li's plan worked. He was happy, and Luki still didn't understand what happened to Makos. While Glowin was huddled around Makos, he got up with the help of his apprentice, and the black magicians walked away. Towards Gul Li, he said that he would never forget what happened today. Lucy rushed after the black magicians, but she was stopped by Gul Li. It was dangerous for even Lucy to attack the two black mages alone, and her strength and mana were already gone. Unfortunately, the black magicians had to be let go. Supporting the teacher, Glowin led him away. Why the Makos couldn't deflect the fireball, Luki couldn't figure it out. Then Gul Li explained that there's this carbon monoxide poisoning that comes from incomplete combustion. It's difficult to understand what it is. Mana-generated fire caused incomplete combustion. He made the fire tornado with that in mind. Even though the wind was artificial, fire was real. So the gas generated together would be absorbed by the tornado. Makos' decision to block the tornado with the ice wall was a mistake. If Makos had noticed the gas, he could have cleared the air with magic. He wasn't vigilant, so he decided to stop the tornado with an ice wall. In carbon monoxide poisoning, the body experiences oxygen deprivation. There are headaches, dizziness, concentration is impaired. After all the explanations, Lucy and Luki sadly said they didn't understand anything. Gul Li had the feeling that kids in this world were stupid. The sun rose over the forest. The group of friends stood silently looking at the rising sun. Then Lucy asked the question we won, and she answered herself with a deafening shout that we had indeed won. Clamping his ears from Lucy's scream, Gul Li thought that Makos would suffer from carbon monoxide poisoning for a long time, and now all the black magicians would turn against them. He remembered Makos' hateful look. Makos would surely try to send Gul Li to the next world. He was sure that he and Makos would definitely meet again. But in any case, Gul Li was alive today. Outside the village, Makos was angry. He promised to spare no one and send everyone to the other world. He promised to take revenge on Gul Li first. He told Glowin to inform all the black magicians that Gul Li and all his friends are declared sworn enemies of the black magician. This time they were on the verge of going to the afterlife, but in a way they were just lucky. Gul Li analyzed it. They thought Makos was definitely going to the afterlife, but he was stronger than they thought. He discussed with Makan about the power of the black magicians, but Gul Li believed that not all black magicians were so strong. His disciples had poor control over their ability. If Gul Li had fought Makos one-on-one, he might have died. Gul Li thanked Lucy. He looked at Lucy and thought that if you looked at her closely, Lucy was pretty cute and her ears wanted to be touched. But Lucy didn't like this kind of attention from Gul Li. While Jenny was talking to Lucky, she said that by accompanying him she was taking unnecessary risks not stipulated in the contract. And Jenny made it clear that she's a mercenary after all, so she'd have to pay extra for the risk. Then she approached Gul Li and praised him for defeating the black magician, said he was stronger than she expected. He replied that he'd just been lucky and wasn't sure he'd win the next time they met. Jenny stroked his head and said that luck is very important, especially for mercenaries, and he saved everyone, and she thanked him. He said they'd all fought together and the credit was shared, and he was embarrassed because he liked Jenny as a girl. He thought Jenny was more in line with his ideal than little Lucy. Craig came up to them and asked how they were feeling. He too was glad they had survived the night attack. And Gul Li said that Makan was injured with a broken rib and Leo had broken stitches. He asked where Alicia is. Jenny came up to him and asked him to help her with something. He was pleased and agreed, but Lucy stepped in between him and Jenny with an offer of help. She said she'd help Jenny herself. And leaving with Jenny, Lucy casually told him to grab the magic wand that's over there. And there on the ground was Mako's forgotten staff. Gul Li realized that Makos was in even more trouble than he had previously thought. Holding Makosa's staff in his hands, Gul Li thought that this staff was like his own, but in order to use it, it had to be shortened with mana. And Gul Li asked Luki if he wanted to take Makosa's staff as a trophy. Luki gratefully took it. Even though they won the battle, the damage to the village was great. Gul Li looked around. There were many burnt houses and people who had left this world. They came to the door of the infirmary. They called for Alicia, but no sound came from behind the door. No one answered them. It was very quiet. When they opened the door, they saw that Alicia and Marie had been captured by bandits. Alicia had a knife at her throat and stood still. Marie was crying. The bandit leader promised them that they would be sorry if they fought the black magicians. Everyone was tired after the battle and didn't want to fight. Gul Li didn't understand the bandit leader. He had already taken a beating from them. What's he doing again? The bandit leader explained that he didn't feel well last time. He admits that Gul Li is a strong opponent, but he's no match for the black magicians. I had to check with the bandits to find out which black wizards he's no match for, apparently the ones he'd already defeated. And the bandit continued. He threatened to send Gul Li's girlfriend to the grave if she ran away. Everyone looked at Gul Li in surprise. He asked if Alicia was really his girlfriend. Alicia was embarrassed and denied it. The bandits started talking and decided that his girlfriend was a red-headed little elf. These conversations were interrupted by the leader. He said the other wars should be coming soon. They should be outside by now. Everyone listened. There was silence all around. The leader began to get nervous as to why it was quiet and where the expected fighters were. Marie clamped her teeth into the hand of the bandit who was holding her. The thug let go of her in surprise and Marie ran away. At the same moment, Alicia blocked the hand holding the knife at her throat and simultaneously broke the ringleader's nose with a sharp backward motion of her head, then twisted the ringleader's arm with a practiced motion and held him securely in a painful grip. She put the ringleader on the floor with a practiced move and fixed him firmly in place. The stunned leader of the bandits had no time to realize that their roles had been reversed. While casting binding ropes on the bandits, Gul Li remembered that despite her harmless appearance, Alicia was a mercenary. The bandits were firmly secured by the binding ropes. They couldn't move. A crying Marie ran up to Gul Li and hugged him tightly. Gul Li stroked her head. He was a little late, but everything will be fine now. A furious Lucy stood over the bandit leader. She hated being called a little elf, and now she was going to bring that truth to the bandit leader. Along with Mari, Gul Li marveled at how deftly Alicia had dealt with the bandit. She explained that as long as the child was held hostage, she could not resist. She was told that they had defeated the black magicians. It made Alicia and Marie very happy. They excitedly started hugging Gul Li. Marie shouted that she had the best little brother. Such emotionality was uncharacteristic of Alicia, and she embarrassedly pulled away and apologized. But Gul Li reassured her that everything was fine. And Marie, on the contrary, tearfully thanked him for avenging Marie's parents. He had promised, and he had avenged them. He called Lucy, who was still tirelessly educating the bandit leader. He advised her to finish her upbringing. Looking at Lucy, Gul Li thought he had survived. But if he doesn't want to be on the verge of going to the afterlife, he should be careful with Lucy. Told Alicia that Makan and Leo were hurt, and she ordered them inside. While Alicia was treating Makan, Gul Li and Lucy were sitting next to each other. They were worried about Makan. He was hurt badly. He had a broken rib, but Alicia fixed him. When Alicia was treating Leo, she reprimanded him that she warned him to be careful. But when he saw the black wizard, he lost control. The injured residents were numerous. Alicia sorted the wounded by severity. She was going to treat the most seriously injured first. She had help from the locals. They helped those who could be helped without magic. They prepared hot water and towels. There was a long line of civilians who needed help. Looking at the victims, Leo said Mako's got off easy. Leo should have taken him down personal. Looking at all of this, Luki asked Gul Li what they were going to do now. He didn't know what to do and didn't understand why Luki was asking him. If the Black Magi didn't come here originally for the stone mines, there should still be mercenaries guarding the mines. Maybe Mako's will be there too. But Makos is probably not there. He's badly wounded and he's lost his staff. No matter how important the mines are to him, he probably won't go there. The question of whether there are any black magicians left. But Luki checked with the captured bandits about the mages, and they said there were only 3 black magicians. He looked at the long line of injured civilians. He decided there was no way out. A trip to the mines shouldn't be delayed, and we need to get on the road right now. The bandit leader was showing us the way to the mines. Lucy was following him. We went to the mines in a small group. Lucy and Luki were in the lead, followed by Leo and Makan, and at the end were Gul Li and Jenny. Gul Li's journey was hard. He was very tired. He hadn't slept the previous night and then had an exhausting night battle, and now he had to walk uphill. He walked and thought about the fact that to save Marie he had to send the bandits to the afterlife. He was desperate when he could go home. He thought about how he was just a normal high school kid, and now he's a magician who sends people to the other side of the world. If his mom found out, she'd harakiri him. He caught up with Makan and asked how he was feeling. Alicia had cured Makan, but he needed rest too. Makan, in turn, took care of Gul Li. Makan was an adult-trained mercenary, and Gul Li was already sweating profusely. It was obvious that he was exhausted. Jenny offered to help him. She offered to lean on her. He asked Jenny if it would be hard for her if he leaned on her. She said it would be a little hard, but she would get there. Luki heard the conversation. He asked Lucy if she was tired and marveled at her incredible fitness. But Lucy told him that she would go ahead and accelerated sharply. Luki and Gul Li were already walking with their last strength. Finally, the mercenary leader reported that they were close to the mines. They stopped. Nothing could be seen behind the trees. Gul Li decided to use magic. With a vision spell, he saw a group of armed men and the buildings behind them. Suddenly, the leader of the bandits ran away from them, shouting to warn his own. He shouted that he was here and had been captured by the villagers. It was a complete surprise to Gyul Li. He didn't suspect that the bandit leader had such artistic ability. And now the leader stands at the head of the bandits and proudly announces that they are in Black Brotherhood territory, and now they are definitely in. And Gyul Li and Lucy thought that this weirdo had learned nothing from life. Lucy said it looked like he needed another beating. The bandits were talking about how this boy was the mage who had defeated the black mages in one fell swoop. And then Gyul Li himself added to the bandits' fears by promising to defeat them too. The leader of the bandits was proudly saying that they were not afraid of threats when he noticed that his subordinates were dropping their weapons and were going to surrender. The leader tried to persuade the bandits to fight, but they refused. They said they were no match for a mage who had killed 3 black mages in one fell swoop. In the eyes of the bandits, a mage who single-handedly defeated 3 black magicians was so tough that they surrendered without a fight. The high praise shocked Gyul Li. "Help me!" The scream of a reared bandit leader flew through the forest. It was Lucy telling him what not to do. The bandits were overwhelmed and frightened. Makan approached them and made them an offer. He offered the bandits to work for him. The bandits thought about it. In order to free the captured villagers, it was decided to inspect the mines. They left McCann and Lucy outside to watch over the captured bandits. We went into the darkness of the mine in a small group. There were many glowing crystals in the mine. Leo said in shock that he had never seen a mine with mana crystals so large. They found wooden crates filled with bags of gold coins and jewelry. Apparently, the black magicians were planning to escape and had gathered their treasure in one place. Leo wondered how much gold the black magicians could earn. At one point, Luki went to the wall and easily enough unscrewed a piece of rock with large crystals embedded in it. "These are mana crystals," he said. This mine was comparable in size to the Collant mine, the largest on the continent. It was amazing to calculate how much money the black magicians made. At a guess, they mined about 500 kilograms of mana crystals here. That means they could have earned over 1 million gold. It was unclear if anyone had that much gold, why they needed so much mana. In the capital, a luxurious mansion cost 10,000 gold. If the compensation for the mercenary's death was 30 gold pieces, then how much can one earn in mana was impressed by Gyul Li. In such mines, the work is very hard and requires a huge amount of manpower. So the black magicians kidnapped people and forced them to work in the mine. They illegally extracted a huge amount of mana crystals. The black wizards clearly have bad intentions. All the kingdoms could be in danger, Leo concluded after thinking it over. This situation is going to be a new adventure, thought Gyul Li. When they came out of the mine, they discussed the new facts with Makan and Lucy. They came to the conclusion that it was much more complicated than they had previously thought. "We had to escort the freedmen back to the village. And there," Makan said to tell the Lord about the mine. Makan looked at Leo and said if he could do the job. He asked if he was the one McCann was talking about. He explained that he had met a lot of mercenaries and they were not all of good manners. But Leo was too well-mannered compared to the other mercenaries. So he assumed Leo was a knight. Makan continued to reason that the comrades Leo had lost in the battle with the black mages were probably guarding him, which is why Leo was eager to avenge his comrades. It was Makan who reasoned next. Listening to this reasoning, Gyul Li realized why Leo was acting like this. Gyul Li thought he was too aggressive, and he had a reason to be. It looks like Leo was trying to hide who he was, but he should have done a better job of keeping Makan from suspecting him. But Leo expected a seasoned mercenary like McCann to have a hard time hiding who he was. It turns out that a mine like this is an important government facility, and there is a reward for finding such a place. You must meet with the Lord in person to receive the award. The process will take about 2 months, and you must come to the capital to collect the award. Such a long procedure to get a reward for discovering a mine disappointed Gyul Li. Then Makan offered to take the reward and give it to the villagers. Since the village had been seriously damaged and winter was coming, it would be hard for the villagers. This idea was supported by Leo. He gave his word to the knight that he would donate the reward he received to the benefit of the residents. They decided to return to the village. Gyul Li felt completely tired. He had to go out again. On behalf of the villagers, Craig thanked them warmly for all they had done. Although Gyul Li was still worried that the black magicians might come back here again, but he was reassured by Leo saying that he would try to inform the Lord as soon as possible. The villagers had prepared food and a clean bed for the boys. They guessed that their defenders would be exhausted and hungry. A richly laid table awaited them in the house. Lucy was very hungry and ate with great appetite. While eating, Gyul Li asked Luca how he learned to calculate so quickly. In the mine, he did the math in a couple of minutes. He dismissed it. The calculations were easy for him to understand, and he was curious about how Gu Li had reached the 5th level. It took Luki himself several years to reach level 4, and there was no more progress. Luki was stumped and didn't know what to do. Before he thought he could easily learn magic, he asked if Gu Li had any secrets to get to the next level. Gu Li was annoyed by the ending of that sentence. It seemed like Luki started to say good things, but then the meaning of the sentence became offensive. He wanted to punch Luka good and scream, "What the hell are secrets? Just hard work. How dare he ask for easy ways? He's a magician." But he didn't, and he pretty much thought he'd make a great actor. Means you have to work hard, and that's why you were able to overcome several grades at a time, and so reach the 5th grade. I couldn't believe Luki. And then asked Gu Li if he could call Gu Li brother. He was surprised, but allowed it as an exception. And as a brother, Luka asked Gu Li what his relationship with Lucy was like. He didn't expect such an answer and was confused. But he made a joke and said he was thinking of getting married. This horrified Luka. With a laugh, Gu Li admitted that he was joking and calmed down the frightened Luka. Jenny came up to them and asked where they were going to go next, since the village was already in order. He told her that they were going towards Krongus, and Luka had to go to the Academy of Light and tell them what happened. Since Jenny had been assigned to protect the baby, she would go with him. This information made Gu Li a little upset, since it was more fun together. Luka's teacher had reached the 5th level at the age of 20. Impressed by the success of Gu Li and the teacher, Luka was also going to reach the 5th level. Gu Li himself, this story made him think that this world is big and many people are strong in it. In order for him to protect people, he needs to become stronger. He may meet other black magicians in the future. It is necessary to find the dragon heart and go to the 6th level as soon as possible. Craig thanked McCann profusely when he said goodbye. McCann replied that Craig had also helped him many times on the battlefield. And Alicia gave Leo final instructions on how to care for his wound. Leo was grateful to her and said he would never forget Alicia. Knelt down in front of her and kissed her hand. He uttered the ritual phrase, "May your path be full of blessed light." An embarrassed Alicia thanked Leo and blessed him in turn. After that, Leo jumped on his horse and rode off to inform the Lord about the discovered mine with mana stone. Everyone waved at Leo, and Lucky and Jenny were leaving too. In parting, Luki said that he was grateful to everyone, and Gu Li was jealous that Luki was riding with Jenny on the same horse and holding her by the waist. Meanwhile, Luki waved to Lucy and said that they would meet. And Lucy also waved her hand to Luca and wished him a happy journey. With that, she pleased him. Jenny winked at Gu Li and told him to see you later, kid. He was very happy about it. And little Marie was crying to say goodbye to her brother. She begged him not to leave. She begged him to come back. He promised Marie he'd be back. Lucy told him to keep his promises to himself. It was just a matter of time. He would tell Marie to obey the adults until he came and not to be sick. Marie sadly agreed. He was reassured by Craig, who promised that Marie would be in his care and would be fine. Already Mackin was hurrying to get into the carriage and get on the road. The last words of farewell were said. Everyone sat down in their seats and they set off. Little Marie stood next to Craig, waving goodbye and shouting, "Thank you, brother, and see you later." While sitting in the wagon, Gu Li thought that it was sad to part with someone. It was more fun together. He already missed Jenny. He noticed that Alicia was thinking about something, so he asked her what she was thinking about. She said she was worried about the black magicians. They had always been the enemy in any continent. After constant pressure, they hid deeper into the darkness. The black magicians became more organized to protect themselves. Alicia asked Gu Li if he had heard of the holy struggle that happened 100 years ago. Gu Li hadn't heard of the holy struggle. He was also a little annoyed by Lucy's snoring next to him. He scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Alicia was amazed. She hadn't expected he might be hearing about this for the first time. He excused himself that he and his teacher only practiced training in magic, but Alicia still couldn't understand such a lapse in training. And he knows the history of the human world perfectly, Gu Li thought. Alicia began to tell. 100 years ago, all the nations of the continent were in a state of chaos. Many innocent people left this world during the battles. Those were terrible times. To survive, many were looking for a way to increase their power. So some of the ordinary mages started practicing black magic. There were more and more black magicians. The king of a small country, Nicholas I, was hungry for power, so he supported the witchfinders. Thus the Empire of Plain was born. This information got me thinking. Such an alliance was surely not a lasting one. He shared his thought with Alithia. She confirmed it. After uniting the lands, Nicholas I wanted to get rid of the black magicians. He began to fear their growing power. Ragdam, the leader and mentor of the sorcerers, guessed Nicholas I's plans and decided to strike first. He set up 3 magic circles around the state. Tens of hundreds of thousands of souls of the kingdom's inhabitants were required to activate the magic. Many black magicians spent even the mana they needed to live. They turned to ash, so the black magicians could open the Devil's Dimension Gate. It's also called the Gates of Hell. Various demons and monsters began to emerge. This was how the holy struggle began. This story impressed Gul Li. He realized that these were serious events. He was thinking, to open the gate from the demon world to this place, one must have great power. Black Mage Ragdam's skills were no joke. Whether the holy struggle was a battle between demons and humans only, he decided to check with Alicia. She explained. It wasn't simple. All the races united to defeat the Dark Empire. It took 7 years to defeat their enemies. In any case, it was a terrible struggle. During it, the world gave 5 heroes, and the kingdom of Plain was completely destroyed. And Alicia listed the names of the heroes of the holy struggle for Gul Li. The brilliant magician Lionel, the quick and agile elf Trinity, the mercenary king Tony, the high cleric of the Holy Church Emily, and the knight of light Shusta. These 5 heroes were all completely different, but by fighting hand in hand they were able to defeat the enemy. The Knight of Light Shusta was the one who ended the 7-year struggle by sending Ragdam to the other world. To this day, songs and legends are written about this event. It was interesting and informative to hear this story. Gul Li was interested in what is happening to these characters now. Looking at the sleeping Lucy, Alicia yawned. The 5 heroes are powerful people to this day. Shusta got a lot of support and became the ruler of Aluin. Lionel became the head of Crisis Tower and created the Tower of Sages and the Academy of Magic. Gul Li clarified Crisis Tower. Yes, this is Lionel's teacher's tower. And Gul Li remembered the golden dragon he saw when he first came to this world, so he's Lionel's teacher. If you think about it, there's a fragment of the dragon's heart in Aluin, and Lair said he was a knight of that state 150 years ago. By doing a lot of work, he was able to get a high rank. He also said that the fragment of the dragon heart was in the Black Stream sword. 50 years after the end of the holy struggle, Shusta became the ruler of Aluin. Gul Li pondered. He checked with Elise to see if she knew what sword Shusta used. She was thinking. Shusta used a sword inherited from her mother. It was called the Black Stream. That's exactly what Gul Li guessed. He asked Alicia what kind of family Shusta's mother was from. But there was no reliable information about Shusta's origins. There were a lot of rumors about him, including some bad ones. If it turns out that Shusta's mother is from the Darfin family, then Shusta and Lair are related. Gul Li continued to ponder. Lucy woke up. She yawned sleepily and asked if it was just her imagination or if they were talking about her mom. They didn't quite understand her. As Lucy continued to yawn, she clarified that they were talking and mentioned Trinity. And she's Lucy's mom. It was a surprise to Gul Li. He asked Lucy if one of the holy wrestling heroes was really Lucy's mom. She reiterated that Trinity was indeed her mom. Even though Trinity was an archer, Lucy's talent for bows was lacking. It was obvious to Gul Li. He noticed that Lucy immediately swung her fists. After the end of the sacred struggle, Trinity retreated to the elven forest and cut all ties. Alicia was thrilled to learn that she was traveling with Trinity's daughter. And Gul Li thought that if Alicia found out that Lucy was the dragon's daughter, she'd be devastated by Condratius. Alicia was very worried about what had happened. She hoped that the story of the black magicians would not happen again. And Gul Li didn't even want to cross paths with them. Alicia continued her story. She added that black mages are always secretive and always stand aside. During the holy struggle, the demons they summoned wreaked havoc on the continent, and the black magi stood by all this time. They don't summon demons now because they can't for whatever reason, Alicia explained to the boys. And Gul Li remembered Lair's explanation. The dimension gate had a capacity limit and would not accept mana if it exceeded the limit. Like Lair's dragon can't go through the gate, as it has a lot of mana, and if it exceeds the limit, the gate can explode. According to Alicia, it's likely that the black magicians can't summon demons because of a past defeat. They even had a song about it. When a black gate opens in the earth, when darkness descends from the heavens, in it will come a true ruler. He will save us all, and he will rule. It's always best to fix small problems before they become one big one, Alicia thought. Gul Li got the impression that Alicia was worried that the black magicians wanted to summon demons again. She wondered if the mana stones were not for sale but to be used to open the gate. Gul Li's mind was filled with various thoughts. He thought that everything would be fine, and that opening the Hell Gate was a Herculean task, and it was difficult to summon demons. He thought what the hell demons are. His job is to get back to Earth. Just send me home already. Makan taught Gul Li how to ride on the road. It was tiring. It was too high, and my back hurt afterward. Lucy, for her part, was doing acrobatics on her horse, and at the same time she was teasing Gul Li. But if he kept practicing, he'd learn fast. He was getting pretty good at it. Makan praised him. While saddling the horse, Gul Li clarified where they had come to. It was the trading city of La Rochelle, the largest city in the Kudran kingdom. Looking at the panorama of the city from afar, Gul Li was marveled at the size and beauty of the city. The city of La Rochelle has a lot of mercenaries in addition to a lot of merchants. Merchants are constantly moving goods in and out, so they hire mercenaries to guard them. This kingdom has the largest mercenary guild in the world. Macon had an old friend in this town who ran an inn. That's where they were going to stay. Friend's name was Sherman. He greeted Macon cheerfully. They shook hands. They gave Alicia and the boys a friendly greeting. There were few visitors in the inn. The travelers were given rooms and a bath and invited them to rest. Lucy was the first to rush into the room with a shout of joy. How nice it was to be bathed in hot water. Gul Li also enjoyed the comfort. By the time he got down to the mess hall, the whole team was sitting around the table eating. Makan said they were discussing tomorrow's business. If we leave early tomorrow, they could have arrived by tonight. Makan asked how far away the thing Gul Li is looking for is. In order to check, Gul Li took out the device that Layer had given him. The device showed that the Dragon Heart Shard was close to him. He asked Makan what was above this town. There was the fairy forest and the Mirror Lake, and there was also the fairy palace. He was very surprised. Gul Li didn't expect there to be fairies here. But Alicia cooled his emotions. She explained that no one could enter the fairy forest. The fairy forest is in contact with the spirits. That's why it's impossible to find it due to space distortion. It was called the spirit barrier. Even if you can get in, it's not easy to get out. It's possible to get in and come back out, but the odds are 1 in a million. After listening to Makan's explanation, Gul Li immediately realized that the Dragon Heart Shard was there, and that he was Gul Li, the loser. Lucy calmed him down. She told him not to worry because she would be there for him. Alicia reiterated that it was almost impossible to get in and out. Makan tried to talk him out of it too. He thought the teacher would understand if Gul Li couldn't get the important thing he was looking for. But Gul Li replied that he has a reason why he must find the object. He can't give up. There was silence at the table. Gul Li reassured the people present that he and Lucy would go into the forest together, let them not worry about them, and go to Crowngus. He was surprised by Alicia's reaction. She jumped up from the table and began to resent his words. But Gul Li couldn't jeopardize them for what only he needed. The indignant Alicia couldn't find the words. She snatched the beer from Macon's hands and drank it down. This time the friends couldn't find words. They only looked at her in surprise. She finished her beer, burped loudly, and wiped her mouth with her sleeve. She put her hands to her sides and began to speak. It was the first time they'd ever seen Alicia so flustered. She was angered by Gul Li's words. Since he didn't understand what exactly caused such a reaction, she was disappointed with him. She firmly said she would go with them. She objected to Gul Li's protests that it was dangerous, that the two of them were just about to go there together. She spoke very firmly and decisively. She said she thought of him as her comrade, even though they haven't known each other that long. And if her friend is going to a dangerous place, does he really think she can just stay away? She was backed up by McCann. He too thought they couldn't leave the boys alone in such a dangerous endeavor. Then Lucy summarized, they all go to the fairy forest together. For Gul Li, it was unexpected. He was touched and grateful. He felt more at ease to continue traveling together with Makan and Alicia. As an experienced traveler, Makan advised not to rush, but to rest for a day before setting off, and look for a guide. Maybe there's one here. Sherman the innkeeper knew just who to recommend. His wife was a member of the Thieves' Guild. She was talented, and her name was Little Cat. She said that one of her comrades was able to return from the fairy forest. Looking at her, Gul Li wondered how he didn't hear her stand behind him. Gul Li associated it with a giant bear. It's just as big and moves silently. He asked Little Cat where they could find her mate. She wondered. She assumed the comrade was in town. More precisely, she'd suggested finding out at the Thieves' Guild and offered to escort them there. It was already late in the evening, and it was surprising to Gul Li that they were going right now, but she smiled. The work of the Thieves' Guild was just beginning. The city of La Rochelle did not sleep even at night. Little Cat led the whole company to the Thieves' Guild. It was called the Treasure Hunters' Guild. They were met by a man named Voodooal. He and Little Cat greeted each other. Little Cat said they were going to see the master. They went to the library. There, Little Cat counted out a certain book and took it out. The bookcases slid open and a passage opened. She invited me in, but only 2 people were allowed in, and they were unarmed. Gul Li decided to take Lucy with him. They disarmed and went with Little Cat. Beyond the passage, there was a staircase leading down. As they walked, Gul Li asked Little Pussycat a few questions. She was eager to tell me. In the Thieves' Guild, nicknames were given based on appearance. Looking at Little Cat, Gul Li didn't understand how it happened. The clan of thieves was underground. It wasn't secret information, and they could see its location. It had many exits, but only one entrance. They are connected to the underground waterways. Gul Li figured it out to make it easier to escape. They reached a closed door. Little Cat said that the information they were looking for could be in here. They went into the room. There were several people in the room. The main one of them greeted Little Cat. He knew her well. She said hello too, and called him Master, but he was ready for her to call him Camel like in the good old days. She told him right away what she was here for. She said they were looking for Palm Chivetta, and asked if he knew where she was. The master usually filed information, but the whereabouts of Palm Civetta was no secret. Out of old friendship, he was willing to tell for nothing. Palm Civetta was now in the custody of the royal guard. 3 days ago, she had broken into Gabriel's tower and been caught. She said she was lost, but it didn't work with the guards. Little Cat exclaimed that she hadn't changed, and the master asked to remind Palm Civetta that she had not paid her guild membership dues in 6 months, and turned to Guli and told him that he had important information for him worth 30 gold pieces. This surprised Guli. If the information was useless, Master was prepared to give him his money back. Little Cat recommended to listen. Since Guli trusted Little Cat, he bought the information from Master 30 gold pieces. He said they were wanted, and they're connected to the Black Wizard organization, and they promised an unimaginable reward for their capture, and they were surrounded by armed thieves. They thought that Guli couldn't use magic without the staff, so he prepared to attack with fire magic. He told the thieves he'd easily blow the place to hell if they attacked. Little Pussycat began to quiet the rivals, and Master confirmed that he saw that Guli is strong and doesn't want to be buried here and now, and told his men not to get involved in such a dangerous business. He doesn't want anyone to leave this world because he's blinded by money. So Master apologized to Guli and said he was just checking on him and hoped that his information would be useful to him. The information for Guli was useful. They said goodbye, and Master invited them to come back any time if they needed any information. He found out where Palm Civetta was and even almost blew up their guild. It was something to be proud of. They summarized their visit to the guild. To get into the Royal Security Agency, Palm Civetta had a talent for making people's lives difficult, Little Cat lamented. She really didn't want to go there, but she led her friends to the right place. At the Royal Security Agency, Little Puss successfully negotiated with Inspector Ruddock. He warned them to behave themselves. She easily negotiated with the inspector, and Guli was surprised. Little Cat said that she used to work for the inspector as an informant. Thanks to her information, the inspector was able to catch a serial killer and was promoted for it. They went to the prison. Little Cat said that she promised herself after leaving the guild that she would never come back here again. But she's here again because of Palm Civetta, and Guli thanked her, because without her, they couldn't have gotten here. One of the prisoners called out to Guli, but Little Cat warned Guli not to talk to the local prisoners. Palm Civetta, sitting in her cell, met them incredulously. Little Cat came forward. She said there was a case from Guli and his team. They were interested in Palm Civetta. They even had a half-elf, although Palm Civetta herself was not a pureblood. To cooperate, Palm Civetta agreed only if she was released. Guli cried out in greed as he paid the bail of 100 gold coins. Even though he had the money he had received from Baron Condent, he was sorry to spend the money. When Palm Civetta was released, she scolded the security agency for imprisoning her and promised to return. Palm Civetta refused to meet Guli. She was hungry and didn't want to socialize on an empty stomach. They went to the inn to have dinner and talk. Everyone was tired, and Guli was angry at Palm Civetta's behavior. Palm Civetta had a great appetite. She ate meat greedily, drinking beer. Lucy was sitting across from her, eating an equally greedy dinner. Guli sat between the two girls, eating vigorously, and thought that they were very much alike. Finally, Palm Civetta ate and asked what Guli wanted to talk to her about. He said it was about the magic forest. She was silent for a moment, thanked him, and went on her way. Guli reminded her that if she left, she should pay him the 100 gold pieces he had paid as collateral. Palm Civetta didn't like it, but Guli offered to tell her the information she needed. Then he would forget about the money. On those terms, she was willing to give them the information they needed. They were interested in whether she actually went into the woods and was able to get out and where she was going. And when it was, she went to the forest about 10 years ago. She had been there 3 times and reached the Fey Palace. That made Guli happy, so she went to the center of the forest. They asked for more details. Palm Civetta refused, but was reminded of the 100 gold pieces. A lot of people from this town went to that forest. No one ever came back. Palm Civetta's father was a mercenary. One day he was hired to find people who couldn't get out of the forest. No one had ever been able to find their way back out of the forest until now. Palm Civetta's father was the first to do it. He said the fairies helped him. After that, he left Palm Civetta's mother and started going to the forest. He regularly went to the forest. Each time he brought back rare herbs and sold them, Palm Civetta told them. And he never gave her and Mama any money. But one day he took Palm Civetta with him into the forest. She went with her father to that place about 3 times. Palm Civetta hated remembering her father. Her mother had waited for him until she left this world. She wondered why they were asking her about Les. It's not like they're going to go there. They were just about to go there. They even thought they were sane. Then Palm Civetta bombarded Guli with a hail of questions. She didn't understand how a person could voluntarily go to such a place. But Guli explained to her that he needed to find something there. Palm Civetta wondered if they were looking for a unicorn horn. But they were not in favor of poaching and explained to Palm Civetta that it was a magic item. Palm Civetta guessed he was a magician. Looking around at their company, Palm Chivetta listed the boy mage and half-elf, as well as the big guy and the holy maiden. In Palm Chivetta's opinion, it was a strange lineup for a trek into the magic forest. That was why they needed the help of an experienced person. She reiterated that it was almost impossible to get out. She was told by Gyul Li that she could come back, but Palm Civet refused to go into the damn forest. Their argument was interrupted by Lucy. She said one word, money, and explained that Palm Chivetta seemed to need money, since she was trying to break into the tower. This decision pleased Gyul Li. He took out a bag of money and asked Palm Chivetta if she was interested. She said that if you can't get out of the forest, there's no point in money. But Gyul Li told her that's why they hired her to get out of the forest. Began to haggle. She asked how much she would be paid and gave the sum of 1,000 gold coins. He thought about it. He had received 2,500 gold pieces the last time. Well, there was no choice, and he was ready to pay. While he was thinking, the Palm Civet got excited and thought she'd quoted too much and lowered the price, first to 700 coins, then to 500. While he was thinking, the price dropped by half. Gyul Li was surprised in his mind and told Palm Chivetta that he would pay her 500 gold pieces. She got excited and tried to grab the bag of money right away, but Gyul Li didn't give her the money, only after the work was done. She warned me that if she saw anything dangerous on the horizon, she'd run away. What happens to them is not her concern. Alicia didn't like the new member of the team. She considered her ungrateful and realized that this cat-like thief could not be trusted. If she doesn't fulfill her promise, they'll have to go into the woods themselves. That was their original plan anyway, so there was nothing to lose. The next morning they packed for the road and bade farewell to the innkeeper Sherman and his wife, Little Pussycat. If he could get one piece of the dragon heart, his magic circle would be stronger. But he hadn't studied the skills for the 6th level. Gyul Li pondered. When he had time to study, he continued to ponder. In his world, he was too damn busy studying. Same here. He wanted to enjoy life in this world, but because of the black mages, he couldn't even see the city of La Rochelle properly. His thoughts were interrupted by Lucy. She noticed that he was in the clouds again. He asked Lucy if she was worried about Les. She didn't share his concern. It's the forest, so why worry? She's half-elf, Gyul Li guessed. They were waiting for Palm Chivetta, who was late. They were beginning to think she wouldn't come, and were about to leave. But she came. She came because she needed the money badly, so much so that she was willing to move past unpleasant childhood memories. The girls all rode together in the carriage. Palm Chivetta sat in the carriage opposite Lucy and Alicia. They rode in silence. And Gyul Li sat next to Makung, and they drove off. It took half a day to get to the forest. After a while, they reached a fork in the road. Palm Chivetta said it was for the forest. They should have just gone straight ahead. There have been attempts to destroy the magic forest. They tried burning and cutting down trees, but all were unsuccessful. They were already driving through the forest. It was surprising that the forest looked completely normal. Palm Chivetta explained that when they went deeper into the forest, it would change. Realizing that he was getting nervous, Gyul Li decided to check the location of the Dragon Heart Shard on the device. The device indicated that the Dragon Heart Shard was very close. It was definitely in the forest. Gradually something changed around them. Makan noticed that the atmosphere around them had changed. They stopped. Noticed the rays of light coming through the trees, and Lucy noticed that the mana flow had changed. Palm Chivetta approached Gyul Li and carelessly tossed him a small box. He opened it. Inside was a compass, and Palm Chivetta stood up and looked around and said, "I'm here again after all." It was time to use the diary. Palm Chivetta took out an old book. It was a travel book, left by her father. She thought for a long time that her father had thrown them away, but later she found the book under her bed. Out of curiosity, Gyul Li looked at the records but couldn't read anything. Palm Chivetta explained to him that it was okay if he couldn't read. A lot of kids can't read. He justified that he could read, but he couldn't read handwriting, and he added to himself that he was a big boy. He tried to rush Palm Civet, but she slowed him down, told him to wait. She took out a pouch containing a white, glowing powder. She dipped her finger in the powder and licked it off. At that moment, Gyul Li suspected that she was using drugs, but Palm Chivetta resented it. It turned out to be Faye's powder. At some point, Gyul Li imagined that the powder he was made from ground-up Faye. He was outraged at the cruelty, but Alicia calmed him down. Turns out this powder comes from the wings of fairies. In other words, it's pollen. Gyul Li calmed down and asked how this pollen is used. Just this information was looking at the Palm Civet diary. Just tried it just now, though. She asked Gyul Li to shut up and filled the lamp with pollen. The pollen in the lamp was supposed to point them in the right direction. And how it worked, Makan couldn't understand. Gyul Li assumed that since fairies were magical creatures, their pollen also had magical powers. And Palm Chivetta appreciated Gyul Li. She couldn't understand whether he was smart or stupid. She realized how wayfinding worked and ordered us to move out. Everyone loaded back into the carriage. They rode through the forest for a long time, and when it began to get dark, Makan ordered them to take a break. After the long journey, Gul Li was worried about the horses. Makan reassured him. This breed of these horses is from the Flav mountain area. They are very hardy. Flav is a very beautiful place with endless meadows. It's Makan's homeland, where he hasn't been since he was 20, since he became a mercenary. He dreamed of going back to his homeland and building a ranch when he retired, so he invited Gul Li to visit. He promised to leave him the best horse, and Lucy too. Nothing had happened to them in the forest so far. Palm Chiveta thought something had changed since she'd first been here, but they're still outside the forest. Maybe things have changed inside the forest too. Suddenly Lucy felt something. She characterized it with the word triggered. The others didn't understand it first, but little glowing lights flew toward them. They circled around and came very close. Are baby spirits who have not yet grown to be full-fledged spirits of light. They seem to have come from the forest, Lucy explained to everyone. Macon had been to many places in his life, but this was the first time he'd ever seen anything like it. It was beautiful. One of the spirits sat in Lucy's palm. Lucy was touched and delighted. And Alicia and Gul Li couldn't even touch those little glowing spirits. That's probably because they're ordinary people, they decided. It looks like Lucy was talking to her little light spirit. She asked it something. Gul Li was surprised that this beam of light could talk. A startled Lucy turned to them and said that there were no more fairies living in the fairy forest. This news surprised and angered Gul Li. He thought that there must be fairies in the fairy forest, but it turned out that the fairies had disappeared. All the travelers were startled by the news, and the little spirits began to fly away. It was noticeable that they were all flying in the same direction. The little spirit that communicated with Lucy remained. Lucy was thinking of a name for it. Since he was a spirit of light, Lucy named him Els. Els started flying around Lucy at high speed. Lucy couldn't tell if he liked the name or not. The elves had the spiritual arts. Gul Li asked Lucy if she had studied it. He didn't understand why Lucy didn't understand spirit. Mom tried to teach Lucy, but she said Lucy didn't have the ability. Gul Li thought about what Lucy has an aptitude for. He decided that hitting people. He remembered what Sir Pyrrhus had told him. Spirits need energy to be able to materialize. And the basis of that energy is, of course, mana. Magicians store their energy in the magic circle and can extract it from there. Spirits can only take mana into themselves and cannot extract it. Then she taught that if elves or fairies can't contact spirits in the first place, there's no way to learn. He asked Lucy if she could feel the dragon heart. She said she couldn't feel it yet. And Gul Li ordered everyone to go to bed. We would have to go further inside the forest. Looking up at the night sky, Gul Li thought that if there were no fairies in the forest, then where was the dragon heart? In the morning, when Gul Li was stretching his body from sleeping on the ground, Palm Chiveta asked him if he was sure he would pay her the full amount. Then Gul Li gave her half of the money. He promised to give her the other half when they left the forest. Palm Chiveta thanked him. When Gul Li asked what she was doing with the money, she briefly said, "She's paying off the debts accumulated during her mother's treatment. It was all her father's fault," and added that she didn't even want to think about him, but she had to come here again for the money. Money is the root of all evil. When Palm Chiveta got in the carriage, she said it was 3 days to Mirror Lake, but that's on foot. He watched Palm Chiveta get into the wagon and thought he seemed to be asking about something too personal. As they moved further into the forest, they noticed that their surroundings were changing. Even the color of the trees had changed. Now Gul Li understood why people couldn't get out of the forest. From afar, it seemed to him that this place was an optical illusion, which meant they were getting deeper into the forest. Alicia watched the surrounding scenery carefully through the window. They were blinded by a bright glow. When they blinked, they saw that they were on the shore of a lake with clear, clear water. It wasn't Mirror Lake yet. That was a long way off. And this was an ordinary lake. On the shore of the lake, we decided to make a break. They were admiring the beautiful lake. Alicia was looking around when she suddenly shrieked, pointing her finger. Everyone looked in that direction. There stood a beautiful, muscular unicorn. They stood quietly admiring the beautiful unicorn. The unicorn calmed down and began to graze peacefully in front of them. Only Palm Chiveta expressed her bewilderment as to why everyone was marveling at a common unicorn, as if she hadn't just marveled along with everyone else. According to legend, unicorns are intelligent and noble creatures. Usually they are difficult to approach, as they only let innocent girls near them. And Gul Li was curious to know how unicorns treat innocent boys. He and Makan laughed at the joke. Makan suggested they try it. Gul Li was afraid to touch the unicorn, but he wanted to. He hoped it wouldn't kick him. And Lucy was already stroking the unicorn and assuring the others that he was kind. Palm Chiveta came up to them saying she wanted to pet the unicorn too. The girls stroked the unicorn and enjoyed being with him. He stood still and relaxed. He seemed to be enjoying it too. Meanwhile, Gul Li was desperately jealous and wanted to pet the unicorn too, but was afraid to approach. Alicia came up to them. She wanted to pet the unicorn too. She wanted to pet the unicorn too, but for some reason it reared up and wouldn't let Alicia come near it. And Alicia couldn't understand why the unicorn reacted to her like that. Palm Chivetta playfully nudged her elbow with the words that she wasn't such a saint. This incident had upset Alicia greatly. She couldn't calm down. She said it was all a misunderstanding and that the unicorn was strange. Gyul Lee responded by telling her that she was calling an animal that couldn't even answer back. But Alicia didn't calm down. She felt like everyone should know that she wasn't like that. In response to Alicia's lament, Palm Chivetta wondered if all priests were so uptight. She didn't understand why the beautiful unicorn let the thief touch her and rejected her. Alicia wondered what could be wrong with her and cried. Lucy came up to her with the unicorn and said that she had accidentally pulled the unicorn's mane when Alicia came up. That's why he was acting up. Alicia was now hugging the unicorn and crying with happiness. The unicorn calmly let herself be hugged and stroked. The horn of the unicorn had magical powers and was renowned for its powerful healing properties. And that's why the horn of the unicorn was worth a lot of money. That's what Palm Chivetta told everyone. And Gyul Lee immediately suspected her of criminal intentions against the unicorn. He and Alicia thought that Palm Chivetta wanted to cut off the unicorn's horn for money, so they persuaded her not to do it. They argued furiously until Lucy, riding the unicorn, interrupted them. She said that the unicorn wanted to show them a shortcut and they should follow her. Everyone piled into the carriage and followed the unicorn who was showing them the way. Looking at the fabulous beauty around him, Gyul Lee wished he had a phone and could take a picture of it. He looked at the scenery they were passing by and thought that when he returned to his world, he would remember such moments. And thought to get home he'd have to find the dragon heart sooner rather than later. Lucy finally looked back and told them they had arrived. Mirror Lake lay before them. They were amazed at the size and beauty of Mirror Lake. Gyul Lee said it was so huge and looked more like the sea. He leaned into the water and saw his clear reflection. Gyul Lee was thirsty and reached out to scoop up the water. But he was interrupted by Palm Chivetta roughly slipping her belt around Gyul Lee's arm and pulling him away from the water. He only had time to shriek in surprise, and they mutually shouted at each other. Gyul Lee didn't understand Palmaya Chivetta's action. She explained to him that he must have decided to leave this world. If you touch the water of Mirror Lake, it will just swallow it up, Palm Chivetta explained. She used the twig as an example to show how the Mirror Lake absorbs an object, and Gyul Lee shouted at her that she should have said so beforehand. She just remembered it. Palm Chivetta explained for Gyul Lee. She called the others to look at the reflection in the lake. In the reflection, she was still holding the branch that the lake had already swallowed. It was a creepy lake. Then Gyul Lee created a fireball and sent it into the Mirror Lake. The fireball did not disperse, but was completely absorbed by the Mirror Lake. And Alicia reminded him that Mirror Lake was believed to be connected to another dimension. Gyul Lee remembered that he had heard about it too. It was called Mirror World. It looked peaceful on the outside, but inside it could be chaotic. If something went into the lake, it never came back out. They couldn't even use the raft to get to the other side. The lake would swallow it up. Gyul Lee thought for a moment. He specified the approximate location of the fairy palace. Palm Chivetta thought it was somewhere across the lake, but she and her father had never crossed the lake. Then Gyul Lee asked her to look at her father's diary entries. Suddenly, the elves that had been circling around them flew across the lake. They continued to discuss options for crossing the lake. It was also dangerous to use a spell and fly across the lake. There was a chance of not calculating the amount of mana and falling into the lake. Gyul Lee thought that there was already a problem with obtaining the first part of the dragon heart. Lucy, who was looking in the direction of elves who had flown away, saw him coming back. She even saw someone following him, and they saw the Pegasi flying in their direction after the elves. This pleased Makan as well. It was the first time they had seen not only a unicorn, but also Pegasi. They thanked elves for bringing Pegasi to help them. The Pegasi were showing that they were ready to move them. He knew there was a safe way out, which pleased Gyul Lee. But Palm Chivetta was skeptical because Mirror Lake would be below them. He thanked Palm Chivetta for the information she had given them and said that she didn't have to continue on with them. But Palm Chivetta refused to leave them. She hoped they would meet the Fairy Queen and she would give them her treasures. And now they're flying across the Mirror Lake on the backs of Pegasi. Gyul Lee shrieked with fear. Next to him on another Pegasus, Palm Chivetta was afraid. In flight, Gyul Lee asked Palm Chivetta if her father could have gotten to the fairy palace. Palm Chivetta doubted it. He hoped that the dragon heart part was in the Fairy Queen's possession. However, Gyul Lee was worried when he was told that Faye wasn't here. They noticed that the wind had become strong and a hurricane was brewing ahead. Palm Chivetta lamented why she had only flown with them. They flew into a raging hurricane and argued with her. Palm Chivetta blamed them for putting her in such a dangerous situation. And Gyul Lee reminded her that he offered her to stay. She objected that he hadn't given her the other part of the money. Without it, she had to wait for them on the beach. Lucy interrupted their argument by telling them to hold on tight. The The wind was very strong. Gul Li thought that he couldn't leave this world so easily. Suddenly, they flew into a windless area. Gul Li wanted to relax, but Lucy warned that the storm was heading their way again. Together with the Pegasi, they were whirled and blown away by the hurricane wind. And suddenly it was over. They were on the opposite shore of Mirror Lake, and they were alive. This time, Gul Li was sure they would die. Alicia thanked God that they had gotten there safely. She was angrily hissed at by Palm Chivetta, who thought they were on the verge of leaving this world. The instrument indicated their target was close by. They were on the right track. Gul Li checked the gauge. Lucy called out to them. She saw a beautiful castle and pointed to it. She could feel a shard of dragon heart from there and suspected it was the fairy palace. They set off in the direction of the fairy palace. Soon they reached beautiful flowers. They were medicinal herbs used in elixirs. As a mage, Gul Li should have known them, but since his training was too fast, he didn't study herbs and elixirs. And Palm Chivetta began to collect these valuable plants. Gul Li was outraged and thought that these herbs were the property of the Fae and should not be touched. Alicia joined him in his opinion. She felt that the Palm Civet was desecrating the garden of flowers and herbs planted by the fairies, and she was against it. They entered the palace. Everything was overgrown with various plants, but there were no inhabitants to be seen. They walked inside the palace. Lucy reached a door braided with plants and said she could feel the dragon heart behind the door. Then the door opened by itself, and they stepped inside. "Welcome," they heard. Inside, they were greeted by a fairy. She introduced herself as the Fairy Queen Lillian, the mistress of the fairy forest, the last of her kind. They were surprised. They thought fairies were a different size. She was no different. The Fairy Queen explained that it was because of the magic of the palace. The palace was created for the interaction of different races. Therefore, in order to talk to a representative of another race, it is desirable to be the same size. "You have to be respectful of guests who come from far away," she added, and offered to escort them to the reception area. She hadn't had visitors for a long time, so she apologized in advance for any awkwardness. Gul Li replied that they had visited her suddenly without warning. And Gul Li asked how the Fairy Queen knew they were coming today. She said that elves had told her, and the wind spirits were also worried about the visit. Queen Fei apologized for their inconvenience. Gul Li clarified how to address her. It was okay to just call her Lillian. He asked Lillian if she knew why he had come here. She replied that she was not powerful enough to be privy to such knowledge. He began to speak and wondered if he should tell the others what he was looking for, since they had come all this way for him. He told Lillian he was here to find one of the dragon hearts, and asked Lillian if she knew where to find a piece of the dragon heart. Alicia and Mackin gasped. It turned out that he had been looking for the dragon heart all this time. Only Palm Chivetta asked why he wouldn't go up to the dragon to ask for it. Gul Li was surprised that the dragon could just give him the dragon heart. Then Lillian summarized that they had come to find one of the dragon heart pieces. Gul Li confirmed and added that Lillian had the part. After that, Lillian asked Mac and Alicia and Palm Chivetta to go out for a while. She wanted to talk to Gul Li and Lucy alone. Then, Macan and Alicia led the loudly indignant Palm Chivetta out of the room and out themselves. What they would do if Lillian refused to give up a piece of the dragon heart, she asked them. Gul Li found it difficult to answer this question since he had never thought about it before, but Lillian withdrew the question, saying that she was joking. She said that from the beginning she thought she saw Lucy somewhere, and realized she was Lair's daughter. Lucy said that was right. Lair used to come here with the other dragons to be treated by the fairies. It wasn't an easy thing to accomplish. Lillian remembered him. She asked why Gul Li wanted the dragon heart. It was the only reminder of the archlion who was willing to bear the pain of a broken heart for the sake of peace. After her words, Gul Li was ashamed to say that he needed the dragon heart to solve his problems. He decided to tell the truth and ask Lillian for help. And Gul Li told the story of his arrival in this world to Liliana. She asked if Lair was still working on the dimension gate. He said he probably was. He thought maybe Lair was just having fun with Lucy's mom. Then Lillian thoughtfully took off the pendant from her neck and gave it to Gul Li. This pendant contained a part of the dragon heart. She said that if Lair asked him to find the pieces of the dragon heart, there was a good reason, and added that she didn't need it anymore. Gul Li asked Lillian what she was talking about. At that moment, Palm Chivetta entered the room. He asked if Palm Chivetta had heard their conversation, but nothing could be heard outside and she was tired of waiting, so she went in. What they were talking about, whether he was able to get the dragon heart. Palm Chivetta started questioning Gul Li. He said she didn't need to know. He asked Lillian to explain why she said she no longer needed the dragon heart and why she was the last fairy. What happened to the other fairies and if they even existed? She warned me it would be a long story, and she began to tell it. There were different races in the world. Humans, half-humans, elves, fairies, and dragons. When the dimension gates were first created, there was a malfunction. The malfunction created a passage between the material world of humans and half-humans and the astral world and the dragon world. Then the fairies were able to sneak from the fairy world into the material world. Fortunately, most of them were able to successfully relocate. But it was very difficult for the fairies to adapt to the material world. They tried very hard, but everything did not go according to plan. Most likely due to the influence of the material world, some individuals began to increase in size and became like human. Wings disappeared and physical strength developed more compared to other fairies. They left the forest where they lived and began to mingle with other races, so they changed faster. So the fairies split into two races. The changed fairies became known as elves. This information delighted Alicia. She knew that elves were fairy creatures, but she hadn't even considered that they might be mutated fairies. Unlike the elves who quickly adapted to the material world, the fairies tried to change their environment, to customize it for them. But it took a while for them to realize that this idea was impossible from the beginning. The half-humans cleared the ruins especially for Fae. Humans made bricks, elves created gardens, and the dragons built this palace using magic. This palace is a gift from the other races as a symbol of alliance. They gave the fairies hope and strength when they were ready to give up. Yet the fairies didn't change. They could only watch as other races evolved, created civilization, sang and danced at festivals. After some time, the witch doctor Ragdam began the sacred battle. He became an enemy to all races. Humans, elves, and half-humans united, and fought against black mages and monsters. The dragons were too strong to interfere in the war, although they supported the forces of light in every possible way. And the fairies decided to avoid the war and hide in the fairy forest. They thought the war had nothing to do with them. They were afraid that the forest might be invaded, so they expanded the forest and used magic to prevent invasion. They didn't know the demonic energy was still on the continent. It spread epidemically through the fairy forest. Most of the fairies left the world. The surviving fairies were terrified that they too might die, and they couldn't produce new fairies. The world rejected them because they turned their backs on it. They got what they deserved. The fairies who survived left this world through the dimension gate that Lillian opened. They returned to their world and became spirits again. Apparently, Fae had no desire to change. They didn't make the effort because they didn't see the need. They were excluded from the race for survival, and they escaped again. That's the story Lillian told the travelers. The fairy forest will no longer be home to fairy creatures, Makan said sadly. At this story, Lillian wanted to end the conversation and was grateful that they were able to listen to what she had to say. Then Palmchiveta also dared to ask about her missing father. Lillian remembered her when she came with her father, even though she was just a child. Queen Fae was already a queen then. When the energy runs out, the fairy simply falls asleep forever, and the queen appoints her successor in advance. Liliana asked Palmchiveta if she wanted to know her father's whereabouts. She said she came for the money, but Liliana didn't believe her and said that Palmchiveta still missed her father, even though she denied it. The fairy forest has a barrier. Anyone who tries to enter without permission must be punished. But didn't Palmchiveta's father get out of here with the help of the fairy? Gul Li asked her. That's the problem, Lillian replied. The barrier was originally created to protect the Fae from invasion by other races, but then the barrier was strengthened to protect other races from the Fae. With the exception of Lillian, who was protected by the powers of the Fairy Queen, all the other fairies were infected with a disease of demonic energy. So it's because of the pollen falling from the Fae's wings. Palmcivet jumped up and there was a commotion. Everyone remembered that she had tasted the pollen. But Lillian reassured everyone. Unless there's a direct hit from the fairy's wings, it's fine. You can be infected within 3 minutes of pollen exposure. And the one at the Palmcivet is already safe. She's over 10 years old. The Palmcivet glanced at the huddled company and clearly asked Lillian what she wanted to know, why her father had come to the fairy forest. And Lillian answered that he had been infected. He didn't look sick, but he was a carrier. Palmciveta's father, Camille, infected another man with her mom, and Camille himself was accidentally infected by the fairy Lolalia. The queen found out too late. But Palmchiveta herself didn't know what her mom was sick with. She was told her mother had pneumonia. Elisha entered the conversation and explained that disease caused by demonic energy is very difficult to cure, even with divine power. Many do not survive the treatment. And Lillian continued that if she had known immediately that Palmciveta's father had been infected, he would have been quarantined. And then he came to the fairy forest to find a cure for his wife. He asked for Lolalia's help because the usual herbs had stopped working. He believed that the magical power in the unicorn's horn would cure his wife. But the horn was almost impossible to obtain. When the unicorn leaves this world, the magic power of the horn immediately disappears. The only way is to cut off the horn while the unicorns sleep, but they can only sleep when they're near an innocent girl. Then why didn't the fairy they were supposed to meet come? Asked Palmchiveta. She thought her father had deceived her. And he just stood silent with a sad expression on his face. Lillian replied quietly that Fairy Lolilia had already left the world because of illness, and continued to tell her story. Other people, having learned that Camille was bringing various rare plants from the fairy forest, wanted to get rich from it. He refused, but later he was forced to agree when they threatened him. Left his journal and fairy dust at home, promised it would be his last trip. Camille watched the men plunder the forest they had reached and told them not to be so greedy. They gathered what they could. While we have the chance, we have to take out anything of value, they said. When the fairy called out to him, she apologized for what his family had suffered. She held out to him the rare healing flower of Eunesia. They were spotted by one of the pickers. He shouted loudly to attract attention. The chief shouted that the fairy was very rare, and if they sold it, they would be rich. All the pickers ran to catch Fairy. Camel blocked their way and shouted that Fairy should fly away faster. He stood in the way of the greedy mob and tried to convince them that Faye shouldn't be hurt. They didn't want to hear or listen to him and only thought about money. Camille prevented them from earning money, and they went wild. They were outnumbered and stronger. They pushed him away and ran to catch Fairy, and one of them sent Camille to the other world in front of Fairy. The chief of the collectors was cursing a lot. Why did they send a man who could be useful for the exploration and robbery of the fairy forest to the grave? The senior ordered a search of Camille, see if there were any notes, but he left his notes at home. They also found Faye's powder. At this, Palm Chivetta cried out that if she had a Eunesia flower, her mother might be well. Quite possibly. Eunesia is one of the best medicinal plants in the fairy forest. It is not effective for spirits and fairies, but it is excellent for humans. So Palm Chivetta's mom could be cured. But Palm Chivetta couldn't believe it. She'd spent all the past years believing that her father had abandoned them. She'd spent her whole life blaming him. But now she didn't know what to do after Lillian told her. She cried and decided that Stefan and his men who ruined her father and used Palm Chivetta's talents for years were more important. Palm Chivetta's father went into the forest to get medicine for his wife and was treated like that, Gul Li concluded. So you can never treat people well, Lucy concluded, and Gul Li thought she was overdoing it. And Palm Chivetta didn't know the truth and went to Stefan for help. She did everything she was asked to do to pay off her debts. That she borrowed from Stefan at a high interest rate to cure her mom. She decided she was going to get revenge on him for everything. She thanked Lillian for telling the truth about her father, and now Palm Chivetta knew how things really were. Lillian said that in the future they would face difficulties at every turn, but they would be able to overcome them all, because their strength lies in the uniqueness of each of them. She asked Gul Li if she would return to the spirit world. She shook her head negatively. She is the queen of the fairies. Queens never leave the palace. Then she added that if they had a chance they could stop by any time, because they're all friends of Faye's. They were heading back. Gul Li turned around and looked at the fairy palace one last time. There was no telling if he would be able to return here. Palm Chivetta came up to him and started asking him if he had been given any treasure besides the dragon heart. She kept on demanding to see the dragon heart. Gul Li didn't understand her. She was just crying, and now she's excited about the treasure. Finally, Palm Chivetta said he was petty and she didn't want anything from him, and left Gul Li alone. The Pegasi were waiting for them at the same place. Palm Chivetta was anxious to get out of the forest, as she was fed up with it, and Lucy, on the other hand, loved the forest. Maybe it was because she was half-elf, and Gul Li thought he had the first part of the Dragonheart shard in his hand. He thought that he didn't know how to absorb the Dragonheart. A dragon named Archlion broke his Dragonheart into 4 shards. Each race called them by a different name. People dubbed them Philosopher's Stones, elves, the Tree of Life. Fairies called the shards Wings of the Soul, and the halflings called them Tears of the Earth. One of the Dragonheart pieces was taken by Lair and placed in the hilt of the black sword. One of the Dragonheart pieces was lying in Gul Li's hand, and he didn't know what to do with it next. The Pegasi transported them back to the opposite shore of Mirror Lake and flew away. Alicia and Lucy waved goodbye and thanked them. If it's definitely the Dragonheart, Gul Li showed Lucy's precious pendant. She replied that she was sure. Palm Chivetta snuck up on them and got curious. She thought the bling was worth a lot of money, and whined if she could just hold the bling. But Gul Li wouldn't give up the Dragonheart to Palm Chivetta's greedy hands, even though she thought it would look better on her. Alicia was even interested. She specified that it was a jewelry of the Fey Queen. Gul Li confirmed it. Alicia liked it too, but she didn't wear jewelry because clerics weren't allowed to. He felt sorry for it because he thought it would suit Alicia. She was surprised. She'd never thought about jewelry before. Wondered if I should try it once. She thought about it. Gul Li was surprised since she had just said it was forbidden. But Alicia calmed him down because there was no one here to complain about her, and she ignored Palm Chivetta, who was jealous. Alicia had never worn jewelry before. She really enjoyed trying on the Dragonheart necklace. She really liked the jewelry. Gul Li complimented Alicia, and Palm Chivetta said that the jewelry wouldn't suit her. When Alicia returned the Dragonheart to Gul Li, Lucy asked him why he didn't try to feel the Dragonheart. It didn't occur to Gul Li. and Gu Li tried to feel the dragon heart. He was enveloped by the radiance and felt the energy emanating from this piece of jewelry. He remembered Layer's instruction. He would need mana to absorb the power of the dragon heart. Layer embedded the crystal inside his magic circle. He felt the crystal that Layer had placed in him start to react. Lucy told him that she was pretty sure it was the dragon heart. But Lucy didn't know how to absorb the power of the dragon heart, since she wasn't a wizard. Even Palm Chivetta wondered what to absorb the power say. Gu Li confirmed. After that, his magic circle would increase. It turns out that he has completed the teacher's task of finding the artifact and now he can go back. Makan and Alicia asked him. He told them that there were only 4 pieces of the dragon heart, so there were 3 more to find. Palm Chivetta liked it, since there were 3 more shards of the same value. Gu Li realized that she was up to something. She said she was just curious, and a suspiciously pleased Palm Chivetta stepped away from him. In the morning, Gu Li sat down to check the location of the nearest dragon heart shard on the device. Alicia asked him what the device was. He replied that it was a device that could locate parts of the dragon heart. Palm Chivetta intervened in their conversation. She too was interested in the device and asked how it worked. He explained to her that she had to put mana into the device and then it would show her the nearest place that had a piece of the dragon heart. It takes a lot of mana. You have to be a level 4 wizard. She was disappointed. It turned out even if Palm Civet stole the device from Gu Li, she wouldn't be able to use it. And Gu Li fed mana into the device, and the device showed that there was another part of the dragon heart nearby. Gu Li was overjoyed. His joy chilled Lucy. She questioned his mental capacity as the device pointed to the shard he had in his possession. So if it can't absorb this dragon heart shard, the device won't be able to detect the other pieces. They packed their things and set out on the road out of the fairy forest, and Gu Li shared his fear with Makan. In the wagon, Alicia was reading a book. Palm Chivetta was lying on the seat, and Lucy was chatting with Els. Palm Chivetta asked what Lucy was talking about. It turned out that Camille's grave was nearby. Els told Lucy about it. Lucy asked him to stop. The fairies buried Palm Chivetta's father in accordance with all human customs. She and her mother had suffered so much for that man. Palm Chivetta couldn't decide whether she wanted to visit his grave or not. Alicia tried to calm her down, but Palm Chivetta didn't think Alicia couldn't give her advice. She believed that the clergy lived a life without care. They are alienated from worldly affairs and do not care about anything and make no effort to survive. If Palm Civet doesn't want to go, no one's forcing her, Lucy told her. But Palm Chivetta replied that she didn't say she didn't want to go. Lucy replied that she could just go silently. She wanted to go to her father's grave, even though she didn't like it. Lucy told her that was a good place to start. And Gu Li thought that Palm Chivetta showed weakness in front of Lucy, and she didn't like it either. They came to a clearing in the woods where the bodies of people who had left this world lay. On one of them, Palm Chivetta recognized a medallion with the coat of arms of the Stefan clan. They couldn't get out of the forest and probably fought each other over hunger, Makan suggested. Elijah said they should be put to death. Jolly agreed and suggested that they be put in a mass grave. They worked together to create a common burial ground. They made a cross. And Palm Chivetta didn't like that they'd put her father in the ground. She just wanted to visit his grave. Flowers grew thickly on Camille's grave. Palm Chivetta stood over his grave. She asked Alicia to say a prayer so that Papa could rest in peace. Father's diary and a bag of fey powder Palm Chivetta left among the flowers covering his grave. And Gu Li offered to rebury him in his homeland, but Palm Chivetta refused. She decided that her father should stay here. Plus, she got Lillian's permission to come here whenever she wanted. When Gu Li asked her if she would continue to work for Stefan, Palm Chivetta was outraged. She said she would take revenge as soon as she returned. And Gu Li asked her if she had forgiven her father. She said she hadn't quite forgiven him yet. On their return, Palm Chivetta suggested a feast of all sorts of goodies. Lucy asked hopefully if it would be meat. Makan was also in agreement. On the way out of the forest, Els was heading back to Lillian. Lucy waved at him and told him to tell Lillian hello. Palm Chivetta also demanded that Gu Li give her the rest of the money. Gu Li realized that they were almost out since she was asking for money. They planned to reach La Rochelle before sunset. I was hungry and sleepy. The carriage drove quietly. Lucy slept very soundly on the road. Suddenly she woke up and shouted for the carriage to stop because she sensed danger. She had the same premonition as the last time she'd met the witch-finders. Palm Chivetta demanded clarification. They said that they had fought black magicians before, so Lucy was able to sense their presence. When Palm Chivetta learned this information, she was outraged. If she had known about it earlier, she would not have worked with them. They suspected it, so they kept silent. Gu Li thought to himself. To detect the ambush, Gu Li cast the evil detection seal. The seal showed that the enemies were close and very dangerous. Gu Li ordered everyone to be on guard. Many fireballs flew at them. Gu Li summoned his magic staff. He managed to put a protective dome around the people, and they were unharmed. But one of the fireballs hit the wagon, damaged it, and spooked the horses. They decided the rest of us should hide behind the damaged wagon. Instead of hiding, Palm Chivetta continued to swear, accusing Gu Li of cheating and withholding information. Here several arrows almost hit Palm Chivetta and more arrows kept flying. But Gu Li used magic to shoot down all the arrows and shouted to the lurking enemies to show themselves. And Gu Li sent a slashing wind in the direction where the attacks were coming from. Lucy ran to the same place with a naked sword. Gu Li asked her to be careful. She told him not to worry. And Gu Li once again urged the attackers to show themselves. One of the attackers said that he had been told the truth. Gyo Li felt a familiar sensation like the mysterious energy that Makos liked to summon. He quickly set up a force field. He could barely hold back the torrent of mysterious power that was attacking him. This flow did not weaken, but only intensified. At last the attack was broken off. Puffs of smoke rose up and trees felled by the force lay fallen. The exhausted Gyu Li realized that he was facing a level 6 mage. They came out of hiding. Before him stood some unfamiliar black magicians. The chief of them said that he was wondering who had done this to Makos. And Gu Li was younger than Black Magician thought. He calculated the ambush, but Gu Li's team spotted it in time. Otherwise, they would have gone to the end of the world. But Gu Li told them that they had demonic energy and weren't hard to spot. He was surprised that they'd already heard about him. Of course, he was known as the little wizard who dared to stand up to the higher powers. The Black Magician answered him. And the Black Magician prepared to cast another spell. The exhausted Gu Li only had to curse. But Black Magician went on to say that he didn't believe that a magician of Gu Li's age could achieve the 5th level of magic, but now he had seen it with his own eyes. He said that his disciples were black magicians, but they were barely at the level of Gu Li. The disciples all said they were ashamed of Master. While Black Mage was talking, Gu Li was wondering if Lucy would be able to deal with those hiding in the forest. He looked at the carriage and thought that they couldn't drive it anymore. What were they going to do next? His thoughts were interrupted by the Black Mage and told him not to think about escaping as it was useless. He continued that no one would get out of here alive, and the Black Magician began to weave a new spell. He sent a stream of prismatic dispersion energy towards Gu Li. After the arcane skill, one should use the ray. Gu Li thought and started to create a dark matter barricade. The two spells met and dark matter began to rapidly absorb the energy of prismatic atomization. That surprised the Black Wizard. He hadn't expected his spell to be effectively countered, and Gu Li thought that light and dark are two opposites. If he hadn't practiced it, he'd be in the other world by now. He used prismatic spray, Gu Li thought, so he launched a huge boulder at the Black Magician. He destroyed him. "What is a 7th grade mage doing here?" Gu Li asked Black Wizard. He replied since the 6th grade mage Makos was defeated, he had to come. Then Gu Li clarified that it turns out that the big shot decided to deal with him personally. The Black Mage was flattered but declined the honor of being the big shot. Said that even though he's a level 7 mage, he's not even close to him. The Black Mage listened and commanded one of his apprentices named Colin to get help and catch those hiding in the forest. And Colin ran off to do his errand while Gu Li worried about Lucy, who was just in the woods. At this moment, Gu Li directed a lightning charge spell towards the Black Mages. The Black Mage only laughed at this insignificant spell for him. And to the chain lightning that Gu Li created, the Black Magician only laughed in response. Then Gu Li shouted to his friends hiding behind the carriage to run into the forest. They ran away. With the Thunderbolt spell, the Black Mage held back the lightning raging around him and shouted, "Catch your lightning bolts," and sent them back at Gu Li. The latter had a hard time parrying them. The friends ran as fast as they could from the place where the magicians were fighting. Lightning raged behind them. What kind of power it was? Gu Li thought. It knocked the staff out of his hands. He sat on the ground almost exhausted. And the Black Magician was just testing him. He originally thought that Gu Li had something to do with the Tower of Sages, but it wasn't. He had a question. He wanted to know why Gu Li was meddling in the affairs of the Black Magicians. At this, Gu Li tried to justify that he didn't do it on purpose and didn't care about the Black Mages, and it just happened. But the Black Magician didn't believe him. He accused that Gu Li had robbed them of the Monostone mine. And he made an offer to Gu Li. He offered to surrender because he was interested in him, and also promised to take Gu Li's friends to him. But Gu Li replied that even if he got it, Gu Li's friends would never obey. At this phrase came a cry from Palm Civet from the woods that he should give up and she would agree. He left no choice for the Black Magician, and he understood Gu Li's position, and told him not to blame him for being sent to the next world, and uttered the power word stun. At this moment, Gu Li thought that he was finished. He didn't know how to resist it, while the Black Magician was urging him to side with the Dark One. If he resisted, he would leave this world. Just side with black magic. Gu Li felt like his head was splitting. He couldn't move. He felt like his brain was being squeezed. He remembered his training with Serpurays and the days of mana injections. He realized that compared to his training with Serpurays, What he was feeling now was nothing, and Gyu Li threw off the shackles of the Black Mage's spell with a powerful effort of will. The Black Magician was amazed. He thought it was unbelievable that Gyu Li had a great command of his mind, and added that that's probably why Gyu Li can read spells so fast. And Gyu Li replied that after his teacher's rigorous training, Black Magician's torture was just a tickle. Black Magician wondered who Gyu Li's teacher was. But to himself, Gyu Li thought it was so painful that he was ready to leave this world. And Gyu Li sent a fireball at the Black Magician, but Black Mage easily blocked Gyu Li's spell. Although Gyu Li wasn't sure about the rest, he realized that he could use skills faster than the enemy, so he decided to attack without stopping. Magic projectiles were replaced by ice arrows. He attacked even though he knew he couldn't defeat a 7th grade master. He wanted to buy some time to escape with the boys. He sent a spear of fire at the enemy. The Black Magician's figure appeared out of the smoke. He said that Gyu Li had raised a lot of dust and he didn't understand what Gyu Li was trying to do. He said it's impossible to defeat him and that Gyu Li doesn't think he can escape. But Gyu Li couldn't give up. He thought he wouldn't know until he tried and continued to attack. While putting up a shield against another attack, Gyu Li felt that this attack was different from the previous ones. This time, the Black Magician was assisted by his apprentice. Gyu Li had to confront both of them. He thought he could barely handle one, and two would kill him, so he had to focus on the other mage. A cry for help came from the forest. Gyu Li looked back there. Could it be his friends in trouble? His opponent marveled that he still had the nerve to worry about his comrades in such a situation, that he was unbelievable. And the Black Magician asked whose orders Gyu Li obeyed. He wondered why Black Mage was interested in him, and told the Black Wizard that he didn't have to answer his question. He decided to see how long Gyu Li would last if he still expected to defeat his opponents. He once again attacked Gyu Li with the Stun Force word. His attack was interrupted by an exclamation. Enough. It came from Les. Everyone turned around. Lucy was standing at the edge of the forest. She held the blade of her sword at the throat of Black Mage Colin's apprentice. She ordered the mages to ask for staffs under threat of sending Colin to the other world. To which the Black Magician told Colin that he knew he was useless, but he didn't expect him to be this useless, and ordered his second apprentice Camp to deal with them. By capturing the magician's apprentice, Lucy didn't expect his comrades to give a damn about his life. Without answering them, Kemp began to cast a fire spell. Gyu Li shouted for her to run. But at that moment, a Makan in the form of a half-tiger jumped at Camp. Camp sent a fireball at Makan, but the Makan continued to attack. Then Camp used the wind-slashing gust. Makan was about to reach him, but a powerful spell slammed into him. This spell struck Makan and he could not attack anymore. The spell was cast by the Black Mage himself. How dare he attack him? Camp was angry. He was going to take Makan down. Gyu Li shouted to Makan to be careful, but he wasn't allowed to be distracted for long. The Black Mage intercepted his attention by sending an ice-striking spell at Gyu Li, and that's why Gyu Li didn't have time to help Makan. Camp had almost formed a spell that would send Makan to the other side. But Camp didn't see that behind him in the tree was a dark figure with eyes that glowed in the darkness, and was surprised when his mage's staff was slapped with a leather strap and ripped from his hand. After holding Camp's magical wand in her hands, Palmchiveta decided to take it for herself. Behind Camp at this moment, the huge figure of half-tiger Makan towered behind him, and it was all over for Camp. Colin the apprentice saw what had happened to Camp, but could do nothing. Lucy's sword glittered at his throat. Then Palmchiveta called Alicia and said she could come out. She was ready to take care of Makan. Alicia came out of the forest holding a stick, and Alicia, with the help of divine power, began to restore Makanu's health. After curing Makan, Alicia asked Gyu Li if she should treat him, since she saw that he was obviously not feeling well, but Gyu Li wasn't ready to be treated yet. He hadn't dealt with the enemy yet. The enemy couldn't have guessed that things would turn out this way. Gyu Li offered to surrender, but he couldn't do that, because if he walks away with nothing, what's he going to say? Okay. He had many things he wanted to ask Gyu Li, but in order not to jeopardize the mission, the Black Magician decided that it was time to send Gyu Li to the next world, and the Black Magician began to work some kind of outlandish sorcery. His body soared and sank into the process. The stone Lucy threw at him shattered against the Black Mage's surrounding defenses. The jokes were over and he sent diamond dust at his friends. He created a powerful spell, and a wave of diamond crystals from the tiniest to the largest went from the Black Mage towards his friend. Gyu Li had a wall of fire to protect him from it, but diamond dust could easily penetrate through the fire. I had to think of something else, but Gyu Li's mana was already running low. Alicia called out to him. She and Palmchiveta had their backs to the diamond dust Makan. Gyu Li thought they must have escaped the spell. Next to Gyu Li with her flaming magic sword, Lucy stood up. It was useless. There was a huge difference between the magician's powers, but Gyu Li and Lucy stood shoulder to shoulder against his spell. While Gul Li was urging Lucy to sacrifice herself and take the boys and run away, Lucy refused. Gul Li suddenly started coughing, staggered, and fell down without strength. He used up all of his mana and begged his friends for forgiveness, begging them to flee. But then the dragon heart shard on his chest shone with an awakening glow. The light coming from the dragon heart was so bright that Black Mage had to squeeze his eyes shut. He didn't understand what was happening, or where the light was coming from. He thought it was some kind of trick, and he got angry. He said that nothing would help them, and they would all leave this world anyway. At this time, Lucy alone couldn't handle the Black Magician's spell flow, and Gul Li's crystal implanted in his body by Layer began to react. The crystal glowed, and Gul Li felt as if his body was being broken from the inside. He screamed. He remembered Serpira's lessons. She said he's in pain because the magic circles are penetrating his body. If he can overcome the pain, he can level up. She told him to be strong and not to forget his purpose. Through the pain, he realized that. He's looking for the dragon heart to level up and return home. He heard Lucy screaming at him that he could do it, and she believed in him. He told himself and his friends that he would live. He didn't realize how, but he found himself in some unfamiliar forest with palm trees. He looked around and saw a man sitting on a rock. The man asked him if he knew where he was. Gul Li assumed he was in some tropical forest. The stranger said he was right, and this is the Loire rainforest, home to many animals and plants. And you could also say it's the lungs of the continent of Arsenius. "But what are you doing here?" asked Gul Li. The stranger said that this was his home and asked if Gul Li knew who he was. But this was the first time Gul Li had seen him, and thought that for some reason the people of this continent acted similarly when they met him. Then the stranger decided he should introduce himself. His name was Archlion. Gul Li exclaimed, remembering where he had heard that name. Archlion was the name of the madman, that is, the great dragon. The dragon noticed the caveat and agreed that there was some truth to it. Gul Li decided to ask if he had left that world and entered the new one, but it turned out to be Archlion's dreams stored in the dragon's heart. Mana is the source of all life and matter. Everything that was born with mana must return to its original form. This is also where everything that couldn't convert to mana is. What must happen is bound to happen sooner or later. It's just not the right time, and Gul Li has to go back. He asked where he should go back to. And the Archlion sent Gul Li back to where he was needed, back into his body. An exhausted Lucy collapsed next to her blade. She could no longer stand up to the Black Mage alone. The magician was triumphant. He thought they had a trump card stashed against him, but since his opponents didn't have a trump card, he was going to send them all to the grave. And in the meantime, Gul Li came to his senses and stirred, rising from the ground. Seeing that Gul Li was beginning to show signs of life, Lucy called out to him. She told him to get up quickly, and didn't act like a fool. He was the only one who could stand up to the Black Mage, and he had to get up faster and do something. And Gul Li got up. It wasn't easy for him, but he got up from the ground. Seeing that Gul Li was getting up, the Black Magician couldn't contain his surprise. How could he stand up? "Hey kid, how could you survive?" Black Magician couldn't understand and turned to Gul Li. Getting to his feet, Gul Li laughed. Black Mage didn't understand why he was laughing. He assumed that Gul Li's mind was disturbed after being resurrected. And Gul Li was just happy. He turned to Lucy and told her that she had done a good job and now she could leave it to him. "What can a mage with a low mana level do?" said Black Mage, turning to Gul Li and making an inviting gesture with his hand. Gul Li replied that he doesn't even know, but he thinks he can do a lot of things. And to give you an example, he easily directed a powerful fire tornado at the Black Mage. What kind of power that is. How this boy, on the verge of death and having used up all his mana, could do such a thing, the Black Magician thought. Gul Li's friends were also shocked by what was happening. Even Lucy, who had forgotten her tiredness, looked on with her mouth open in surprise. But the Black Magician came to his senses. He began to threaten Gul Li again that he would leave this world prematurely. And with the new magic circle, Gul Li's mana had fully recovered and had more mana. Gul Li was serious about winning. He easily sent the next even more powerful spell at the Black Mage, and the Black Magician couldn't overcome it and went to the next world. Gul Li waited for a while for the cinders to clear to be sure. His friends were also happy about his victory. They immediately ran up to Gul Li and Lucy. They were very worried about Gul Li and Lucy. Alicia was especially worried. Gul Li confirmed that it was indeed quite dangerous. Palm Civetta approached Gul Li. She asked why he didn't immediately warn them that they were being pursued by the Black Magicians. "I could have left this world." After he apologized, she reminded him of the risk reward and offered to crack him to jog his memory. Alicia stood up for him and said they might have left this world if it weren't for him, and that Palm Civetta should be grateful to him. But Palm Civetta compared her concern to her wife's and asked her not to interfere in their conversation. Alicia didn't know how to answer her. They were all partners and friends, and Gyul Lee tried to reconcile the girls. Gyul Lee, who was interested in Lucy's outburst, replied that he was the one who absorbed the dragon heart after his mana was completely depleted. Friends congratulated Gyul Lee on reaching 6th grade, and Palmchiveta was surprised that he was a 5th grade mage. When she heard the confirmation, she muttered quietly to herself that you can't tell by the intelligence, and it's interesting. The Black Wizard's disciples were tightly bound. Now the question was whether the carriage could be repaired, and we had to find the horses hidden in the forest. Then Alicia suggested that the 3 of them go for the horses with Makan and Palmchiveta, and Gyul Lee and Lucy were left to rest and recuperate. Although Gyul Lee's mana had increased, he still felt tired. If he hadn't been promoted to the 6th grade, he would have left this world. Lucy suddenly said that this was not the end, and pointed to the staff of the black mage he had defeated. There was still demonic energy in the staff. Gyul Lee took it in his hands to examine it. Lucy's warning shout rang out. A fireball flew at him. The explosion blew Gyul Lee to the side, but he managed to put up a shield. The old magician approached them on horseback. He called him a restless boy and accused him of sending a man to the other side. If there were any other black magicians, Gyul Lee was thinking. He asked Lucy to stay behind him as he suspected that this black mage might be even stronger. Lucy stared at the old wizard in astonishment and tried to explain something to Gyul Lee, but she was interrupted. The old mage gazed at Lucy, surprised by the elf's presence, and demanded that Gyul Lee hand Lucy over to him. But Gyul Lee could only betray Lucy through his lifeless body and told Magoo. He expressed his doubts that he could win the battle, and said that he would put an end to all his evil deeds. The old magician rode his horse and launched an energy arrow at Gyul Lee. Reflecting the charges of the energy arrow, Gyul Lee realized that this old mage was above 7th grade. In turn, the old magician thought that his opponent had the level of a court magician, and he didn't understand where these wizards came from and where they were produced. Magic arrows, ice spears, Gyul Lee attacked his opponent with more and more spells. Dissipation, crystal shield, blocked the attacks of Gyul Lee, old mage. He repelled my attack like a trifle with astonishment, thought Gyul Lee. The old mage also noted that his opponent had better magic than he thought, but he didn't give his opponent a chance, and started to cast Atomic Blast, but he was already being jumped on by Makan in half-tiger form, and Palmchiveta was attacking from the other side. There was a massive explosion. Makan and Palmchiveta were struck by this explosion. The old mage said they and their methods were pathetic, and asked how many he had sacrificed to get that kind of power. This accusation angered Gyul Lee, and he replied to the mage that it was that witchfinder, but he was stopped by Lucy, who said that the energy of this mana was different. Then Gyul Lee asked why she didn't say it right away. She said that she tried to do it, but they wouldn't let her. If you think about it, there really wasn't any demonic energy in his opponent's mana, and he turned to his opponent that perhaps there was a misunderstanding. And he is not a black magician. But the old mage didn't believe him because the staff that Gyul Lee kept holding in his hand was oozing demonic energy. At that moment, he realized what was going on and thought why he kept holding that staff. He's not stupid. He hastily said it wasn't his staff, it was planted on him. But the magician says he's not making a convincing excuse, and he sounds like a boy. Gyul Lee had a thought that he'd been getting told he was an idiot too often lately. He made the argument that he uses a different staff in battle and it can be seen, and displayed his staff with the words that this alone is his primary weapon. The magician agreed with that argument as reasonable, and Gyul Lee thought it was time to decide whether he was stupid or smart. The magician got off his horse and offered to provide solid proof that Gyul Lee is not a black magician. Then he would stop fighting him. Gyul Lee wondered what proof he could give. The mage had already asked him how he had managed to get such a powerful strength at such an age, and Gyul Lee guessed that because of his strength, the magician suspected he was a black magician. He wondered how to explain it. He came up with a plausible explanation that he was actually 70 years old. But the magician didn't believe him. The mage was 67 years old, and he understood perfectly well what a boy or a young man looked like. Lucy interrupted their argument. She said that she was sick of watching and had to stop and slapped Gyul Lee. Then Gyul Lee decided to swear to his teacher that he was not a witch doctor. But the magician replied that it was unconscionable to betray his teacher. Alicia stood up for Gyul Lee. She said he wasn't a black magician. But the magician didn't believe her either and scolded Gyul Lee for recruiting a priest. For such a convinced magician, Gyul Lee had run out of arguments. A new person appeared in the clearing. Leo came over and said that Gyul Lee was not a black magician. Everyone cheered and greeted Leo. The magician was indignant that they were insolent and dared to address the prince without respect. They were surprised. It turned out that Leo was a prince. Gyul Lee asked Leo and Wizard what brought them here. One of the knights who had ridden into the clearing with Leo resented his interaction with the prince. He was indignant and demanded that Gyul Lee kneel down. But Leo calmed the knight down and said it was all right. His name was Sir Tomford. Sir Tomford understood and was silent. And Leo asked Gyul Lee to explain to him what's going on here. When Gu Li started to explain, Leo interrogated him to see if he understood correctly that they were returning from the fairy forest. And Leo explained his question, that there were many brave men who entered the fairy forest, but they all went missing, and Gu Li's team got out. They said they just went there with a man who knew Les in some way. The surprised magician was only now convinced that Gu Li was not a black magician. And Leo once again confirmed for Marquis Christopher that Gu Li is not the black magician. The magician turned out to be the court wizard of the kingdom of Kudrain, Marquis Carlio von Christopher. This magician was so strong because he was a 7th grade court magician, understood Gu Li. And Leo went on to introduce the people present. He reminded them that he had defeated the witch Dr. Makus in Huazhongmin village. Marquis Christopher asked if he was a 5th grader. Gu Li modestly clarified that he had recently risen to 6th grade. They started to find out where the demonic energy came from. Gu Li pointed his finger at the place where the defeated 7th grade black mage was lying. Marquis Christopher found it hard to believe that a young mage could reach a high level to destroy a 7th grade mage. It was the first time he had encountered such a thing. He thought it was impossible to do it alone and using some gypsy tricks and no luck. He asked Gu Li again what he was if he was not a black mage. Gu Li frankly asked what Marquis Christopher was listening to him. Meanwhile, Leo told Sir Tomford that they had to finish off the surviving black magicians and their minions. Then Gu Li pointed at the black magician's disciples and said that those tied-up guys over there are black wizards. They can be interrogated. He asked Leo again how they had gotten here. To answer briefly, Leo and the knights and the mage had followed Gu Li and company. They couldn't find the information on Manamines themselves, and so they bought it from the Thieves' Guild. They heard that Gu Li's company was being pursued by the black magicians, and they went after Gu Li. And Gu Li didn't understand why the damned witchfinders were after him. Marquis Christopher thought he was hiding who he really was. This angered Gu Li. Since he had Leo in front of him, he didn't mention his royal ancestry either. He replied that the situation demanded it, and introduced himself. The knights who stood behind him are the knights of the kingdom of Kudrin, the Lion Guard, and he is the 2nd prince of the state of Kudrin, Leonard von Kudrin. It's a good thing he told me about it now, Gu Li remarked. Macon and Palm Chivetta were badly hurt by the magical blow. Alicia tried to heal them with divine power. Looking at the senseless bodies of his friends, Gu Li asked Marquis Christopher, did he know that he could send innocent people to the grave? Marquis Christopher replied that he had only used a fraction of his power to only cripple and then interrogate. This angered Gu Li because that old man almost sent him to the grave himself. Marquis Christopher shrugged his shoulders. He wanted to send Gu Li to the other world while he was still weak. Gu Li seemed too aggressive to him. Makan finally woke up. He asked what the black magician was doing here. Leo came up to him. He apologized and said there had been a misunderstanding. That Leo was the heir to the Lionheart surprised Macon too. And Leo suggested they socialize without ceremony and not to make a big deal out of it. Meanwhile, Gu Li woke up Palm Chivetta. Kitty, 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 get up. When Palm Chivetta woke up, Gu Li was sitting next to her and warned her not to be surprised because there was a slight misunderstanding. But still seeing Marquis Christopher, Palm Chivetta jumped up and ran away screaming that she didn't want compensation for the risk. Lucy found her, and Palm Chivetta later explained that she wasn't running away, it was just a tactical retreat. I think they had everything sorted out and were ready to go. They were on their way back to La Rochelle. When everyone gathered, there wasn't enough horse for Gu Li. He was confused. He was invited to sit on the back of the horse by the Marquis Christopher. He was curious to ask Gu Li a lot of things. The squad moved on, and Gu Li had to listen to many questions. Upon arrival in La Rochelle, the Black Magician's students were handed over to the Royal Security Agency, and Gu Li asked if they had time to question them. Leo replied that they would be questioned tomorrow. He asked where Gu Li and the team would be staying. Makan answered him. He told him the location of the hotel where they were staying. Leo apologized he had to meet the mayor. Marquis Christopher bade Gu Li farewell and said he would question him again tomorrow. Sherman, the innkeeper, was overjoyed to see them back. Macon told him that they had been gone for days, but it felt like 6 months. Sherman and Little Cat had a lot of questions for the returnees, but in the beginning, they tried to make everyone comfortable. Lucy finally made it to the plentiful and delicious meat meal. Palm Chivetta kept up with her. She too was enjoying a delicious meal. And Gu Li looked at the chewing girls and realized that if it weren't for Lucy, he would have already left this world. He remembered how she rushed to his aid. She had rushed to his aid and then alone, holding off the black mage's spell until she was exhausted. If he'd been all alone, he'd be resting on his own. He looked at Lucy and realized that she had fallen asleep with a sandwich in her teeth. He decided to take her to her room. He took Lucy to her room and put her to bed. He's the reason she's been through all this. He said goodnight to Lucy. Lucy. He looked at the dragon heart shard in his palm. There was no more light coming from it. But Gu Li got a really bad headache. It was so bad that he dropped the dragon heart shard and fell to the floor. He was woken up by Lucy's voice. She told him he was a pervert and to go to his room. He didn't immediately realize how he'd gotten here. Then he realized that he had felt the absorption of the heart shard. He remembered a pain similar to the one he'd felt when he'd been trained by Sir Pires. Remembered the archlion. Apparently the heart shard had stored magic techniques, and it was good that everything had worked itself out. Because Gyul Li didn't know how to absorb the power from the heart shard, it would have to be sorted out later, even though Gyul Li didn't want to feel that pain again. A pillow flew into Gyul Li, and Lucy sternly ordered her to get out of her room immediately. As he was leaving, Gyul Li turned to Lucy and thanked her for today and said goodnight. Lucy looked at him in surprise. For a delicious breakfast, Gyul Li got up satisfied. He was finally able to get a good night's sleep in bed. At breakfast, Gyul Li was talking to Makan. They couldn't imagine that Leo would be the second prince. Makan told them that in the kingdom of Kudrin, the coronation process is a painstaking endeavor. Prince Lionheart is the son of a concubine. He has a reputation for being a sound mind and a good man. But there was a son by the queen. He was 7 years old at the time. His name was John. He was weak, timid, and very picky. When Leo was old enough to be crowned prince, the nobles were fighting over who to support. In such a situation, King Rakia could not decide who to crown. The reason was that John was growing up. To avoid being the cause of strife, Leo relinquished the crown and gave way to a direct heir. This made John the first prince, and the strife in the kingdom subsided. However, many of the nobles had their doubts. From that moment on, Leo stopped attending official events to study etiquette and politics. He started going outside the palace to drink and fight. It's since then that Leo has been known as a willful troublemaker. Leo came to their table and apologized for being late. He sat down at the table and began to talk. He's back from the Royal Security Agency. They started the interrogation yesterday and planned to finish it in the morning. The attackers were mercenaries. They knew nothing. Even the fact that the order was given by the witch-finders had only recently been realized. Is the usual attitude of working for money and remaining reliant on black magician disciples added his thought to Gyul Li. Leo got a little confused. They had a problem because the black magician's disciples in the prison had died in the night. That surprised Gyul Li because there were guards in the prison, and Leo had put extra guards on them. However, they still went to the other side. After the holy battle, they realized that black magicians can do things from a distance, and Gyul Li was curious about what happened in the mountains. How the black magicians find mines with mana stones that have never been found before. The girls listened with interest. They also left their territory to find Gyul Li to avenge the lost mana mines, Marquis Christopher added. Rumored to be the Dark Gate, their vast sorcerers' association. If it's the Dark Gate, Alicia didn't finish her sentence but thought about it. On the one hand, the information about the Darkness Gate was considered a rumor, but on the other hand, the number of disappearances in remote areas increased tenfold. Maybe they were monsters, but there's a chance that people were kidnapped for sacrifice. For such an organization to exist, someone has to run the witch doctors. And Gyul Li remembered the black magician saying that he was following his orders. Marquis Christopher was outraged by witchblades, who are nothing without stolen demonic power. They follow his orders and do as they please. If one of the black mages is caught by the Marquis, he guarantees that the exit to the afterlife will be terrible. The girls, especially Palmchevetta, resented the noise that kept them from eating. Marquis Christopher slammed his palm on the table and offered Gyul Li to be his disciple. The latter was surprised. The magician continued. He has a couple of students that he gives limited knowledge to, but he didn't have a student to teach everything to. Gyul Li offered to be that student. Elysia was happy for Gyul Li. She had heard that mages were reluctant to pass on their knowledge, but here he was being offered an apprenticeship by the court mage himself. If Gyul Li is trained by this gentleman, he can become a court magician. Palmchevetta was happy, and added that she's friends with the guy, and even helped him in and out of the fairy tale forest. 3 men entered the inn. One of them turned to Palmchevetta. He thought she'd run away long ago, but she's hiding here like a stray cat, and advised her to follow him silently. He commanded Palmchevetta who he is. Gyul Li asked him. He was told by Palmcivet that they were Stefan's pawns. The Leo Knights present here drew their swords and pointed them at the newcomers. They were confused. They didn't understand who the armed men were. And Gyul Li asked Leo to wait a little while to go out to the courtyard, because they need to sort things out. He said they'll wait outside. If there's anything, call them. Palmchevetta asked what was going on. She was told that the boss had ordered her to be brought in, since he'd heard she'd recently returned from the fairy tale forest. What does he care where Palmchevetta came back from? At the moment, Palmchevetta was working for Gyul Li, and no one could take her away whenever they wanted. Gyul Li declared to everyone, and he went on. He said he had business with their boss, so they would see him soon. In the meantime, they were having breakfast, so the bandits should leave. The bandit Selton was enraged by this statement and swung his fist at Gyul Li. But Lucy beat him to it with a crunch, stamping her foot into Selton's face. This action angered the new visitor to the hotel. A huge, muscular figure towered behind him. With a bum's sound, a huge fist slammed into the new visitor's head. Makan turned to the defeated man and complained that he was rude to people who were trying to eat. Sherman added that they should not break anything. The new arrivals were asked what these wimps were hoping for when they came here. In response, the last of the arrivals shouted that they were Boss Stefan's cronies and not to be forgotten. Stefan's associates were invited to come in with a bunch of their kind, and Gul Li said they'd only get the palm civetta through our lifeless bodies. The bandit ran screaming and cursing to report to Stefan what had happened, and he left his comrades behind. Gul Li didn't understand and reminded him. They were warned by Sherman that it was dangerous to fight Stefan and his men, since they're connected to the bloody mercenaries of the Heinz family. They asked Palm Civetta what she thought. At first she thought she would leave La Rochelle and then it would be hard for them to find her. But it looks like an escape. She was duped and she has to pay them, plus the situation with her father. She wasn't going to leave the bandits alone until she kicked their asses. Gul Li and the rest of the group agreed. They decided to prepare for a battle with Stefan and his faction. The hotel door swung open with a bang. "Careful of the door," shouted Sherman. A crowd of stern and determined gunmen stood on the threshold. "They came a little sooner than we thought," Gul Li remarked. Sherman reminded him that fighting was great, but not to break anything. "Ask one of the action movies, Palm Civetta, if this is all about her," and said she was finished and had to go with them. She replied that she didn't understand why they kept saying the same thing. The militant was outraged. And then Gul Li threw a glass of water in the face of the hot-headed militant and told him to cool down and stop talking nonsense. The gunman decided that these youngsters had really decided to retire, so he ordered the others to take care of it. The militia all rushed into action to deal with the bratty kids, but a McCann they'd never seen before got in the way. The boys stood in a tight group shoulder to shoulder with Palm Civet, and Alicia said that she couldn't believe that everyone decided to attack the weaker-looking one. One of the thugs came at her and told her to behave, and took a swing at her. Alicia responded by blocking his arm at a painful point near the elbow crease. The gunman didn't expect to meet resistance from the innocent-looking Alicia. Alicia kicked the gunman in the groin next. He was in a lot of pain. The militant leaders are surprised, too. One was astonished that Alicia resisted. Another screamed, "Why can't they control the children?" Scattering the fighters, Lucy resented it. She didn't like being called a child. It's starting to dawn on some of the thugs that these kids are a lot stronger than they look. Standing over the defeated, crawling militants, Palm Civetta shouted. What was wrong with them, and where had their fighting spirit gone? The gunman Makan was holding in the air was calling for help. Makan didn't advise him to ignore it. Another gunman swooped down on McCann with a stool in his hands and a shout from behind. He was neutralized by Sherman with a blow to the head with a jug with a recommendation not to do any damage to the property. After watching Sherman's dashing assault on the militants, Gul Li thought to himself that it was okay for Sherman to break property. Or maybe it's his way of relieving the stress of running a business. Gul Li continued to think. Meanwhile, he was attacked from behind by a gunman. Without even looking back, Gul Li hit him with a lightning spell. He advised the downed gunman to run and call for help. Quickly run and call the other guys. And the militants ran away screaming that they'll show more. Let no one go anywhere and wait for them here. Gul Li promised them they wouldn't leave. The door of the hotel opened with a bang. Sherman shouted for the door to be handled carefully. Gul Li asked why it was taking so long, since they were already waiting for them. Mercenaries came into the inn and asked if they were waiting for Stefan's men. Don't let them think they're getting out of here alive. Enough, said the man who appeared behind the backs of the mercenaries. Finally showed up, said Palm Civetta. Gul Li asked her if it was Stefan. From the doorstep, Stefan chided Palm Civetta for the outrage and said he would turn a blind eye if she went with him now. And Gul Li suggested that he forget about Palm Civet altogether. It was impossible because she owed too much. When asked how much she owed, answered Palm Civetta herself, 3,000 gold pieces. It's all because of them, since it was not normal to charge 30% interest on a loan. But Gul Li suggested that the debt was an excuse. The main reason is the fairy forest. It doesn't make sense for them to take the Palm Civetta because of one debt, said Gul Li. The one who confirmed that Gul Li is right, and he needs to go to the fairy tale forest. And Gul Li told him that they knew about the whole situation, including Stefan threatening Camille. He denied everything and disagreed, but Gul Li said that the fairy queen had told them personally. But Stefan didn't agree and said the Fey Queen was bullshit, but he had an offer. He ordered Calvino leaves to be brought to him from the fairy forest. Makan explained it to them. He said it's an antiseptic plant. It's used as an anesthetic or as a drug. And Stefan kept raising the price. He said they needed to bring the fairy queen, undead or alive. She'd be valuable either way. If he did that, he'd cancel all his debts. Next to Gul Li, Lucy scolded. They asked if Stefan seriously thought they would accept his proposal. He said then there was no other choice, and gave the mercenaries a command to attack. Gul Li tied the mercenaries with restraining threads and told Lucy that Stefan was not to be missed. She knew it herself, and Stefan commanded that everyone but Palm Civetta be sent to the afterlife. An enraged Palm Civet dived at Stefan. She screamed at him that he was a fat pig, and with a jumping leg kick to the head, Palm Civetta knocked Stefan off his feet. He's not going to get away with it now. He's crazy about money, Palm Civetta said to Stefan. The door rattled open again. Stefan was about to become indignant, but men from the Royal Security Agency burst into the hotel. Lieutenant Guilford, everybody stay where you are, commanding officer. After that, Stefan suggested we discuss it peacefully. She didn't agree. To begin with, Gul Li suggested Palm Civetta follow the order of the security agency. What the hell is going on here? Lieutenant Guilford asked them. And then Stefan complained that he'd been captured and was about to be sent to the afterlife. That angered Gul Li. And Palm Civetta said that Stefan was paying a lot of money to the people in the security department, and they were all in on it. Lieutenant Guilford ordered the arrest of everyone but Stefan and his men. But Gul Li wouldn't calm down and contradicted him. He said it wasn't them who started the riot, but Stefan's men. They were just defending themselves. But Lieutenant Guilford wouldn't listen to him and resented the way he dared to cross the Royal Security Agency. Leo came into the room and said he thought it was unfair that only one side was being heard. Behind him stood Sir Tomford and the Marquis Christopher. Leo said he had seen with his own eyes that those they were protecting had attacked first, and those trying to be arrested were in self-defense. He said that mercenaries have no right to attack civilians on the premises. Standing in the courtyard of the inn, Leo and his cronies could hear everything that was being talked about in the inn, and the loan and Stefan's order. Lieutenant Guilford resented Leo's words. What does he know if he just walked in here? And one of the gunmen said Leo had been here before and they were in the same gang. And then Lieutenant Guilford accused Gul Li of conspiring and ordered everyone arrested. Sir Tomford ordered everyone to stand, and turning to the lieutenant, he asked Guilford if he knew to whom he was speaking and whom he wished to arrest. Instead of Guilford, Stefan said Leo was the son of a bankrupt aristocrat, and Lieutenant Guilford said he had the right to arrest anyone. Then Leo asked him if this rule applied to the royal family. Stefan answered him again. He said there was no point in a member of the royal family coming here. Lieutenant Guilford was approached by a subordinate and informed that the situation outside required his intervention. Outside the inn, and his soldiers were surrounded by a detachment of the Lion Guard. They were commanded by Marshal Brown. When he saw the lieutenant, he said that Lieutenant Guilford must be out of his mind to raise a sword against the prince and want his head taken off. Lieutenant Guilford hastened to repent to Prince Leo, saying he had sinned and deserved to go to the next world. Prince Leonard accused Lieutenant Guilford and his men of trying to arrest innocent people just because of Stefan's false accusation. And it looks like Lieutenant Guilford was repeatedly bribed, and he's investigating Stefan's involvement in narcotics distribution. Leo also instructed us to go to Stefan's immediately to search and seize suspicious items. And Palm Civetta was enjoying the situation. She was enjoying watching Stefan's collapse. She's been through a lot working for this man. She thanked Leo when they took Stefan to jail. Even though they said they could handle it on their own, they couldn't have done it without Leo's help. Gul Li thanked Leo too. But Leo was pleased too, because they had been able to prevent the distribution of illegal substances. Marquis Christopher came up behind the talking Gul Li and Leo, and sternly asked Gul Li when he would wait for Gul Li to answer. He refused, explaining that he was on a mission assigned by his teacher, and he must do what the teacher told him to do. However, he would have to practice hardening himself, thought Gul Li, remembering that he would have to master the knowledge for the 6th grade. Gul Li's refusal to become an apprentice upset Marcus Christopher. He thought he had finally met a worthy boy. They were planning to move on. Leo asked them where they were going next. Mackin told him they were going to Krongus. They were thinking of leaving tomorrow. And Gul Li told me that it was a city of the Holy Church and that Alicia had business there. Leo wished them to be careful and told them that the bad guys who had been arrested today were not to be feared. And then Gul Li remembered something. He explained his thought. If the Dark Gate organization really existed, then someone was mining mana stones. The black mages are after him because he robbed them of one of these mines. Then Leo summarized his thought. Gul Li wanted to tell them that in other kingdoms, black mages occupied similar mines. Maybe they really are going to summon demons with mana stones. Gul Li continued to speculate. His interlocutors were outraged. They said it was nonsense and that it was impossible to summon demons. Even Leo told him he went too far. Gul Li didn't insist on his theory. He just mentioned demons and got such a sharp reaction. Gul Li was thinking when Palm Civetta called out to him. She told him that her work was done. He asked what she was going to do next. She had no idea what she was going to do now. Then he asked if she had thought of leaving here. Palm Civetta thought for a moment. La Rochelle is her hometown. Even though everything was horrible, this is her home. The thought of leaving never crossed her mind. She said goodbye and wished them all good luck on their future travels. As she was leaving, Gyul Lee shouted after her that they were leaving tomorrow. They planned to leave the city through the east gate, Makan added for her, and Alicia added that they would see each other. Looking at the perfectly repaired carriage, Gyul Lee was pleased. Alicia told him that they would arrive at Krongus before evening. As the innkeepers bade farewell, Macon regretted that they had caused them so much inconvenience, but he was reassured by Sherman because they had received a reward from the prince. They already thought Palm Chivetta wouldn't come. Makan offered to wait a little longer, but Gyul Lee said to go. He mentally wished Palm Chivetta good luck and wished her to finish her thievery and start her life anew. His thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Palm Chivetta, who was hurrying the departure because she was bored. The voice came from the roof of the carriage. She explained her appearance. He had bailed her out of custody after paying her bail. She thought about it and remembered that she was due in court today. She was afraid of being captured and decided to leave. Lucy didn't fall for this story and said she just wanted to go with them. Well, now that they were all assembled, they got in the carriage and set off for Krongus. On the road, Lucy was glad to be able to visit Krongus, which she had read about in a book. It said it had one of the best buildings built by humans. How long it's been since he heard about this book, Gyul Lee thought. He noticed that Palm Siva was worried about something and told her not to worry because all the guards were probably busy with Stefan and his men. She said she didn't tell him anything. They found out that her father gave her the name Palm Chivetta because she's half Miao, and Miao is such an ethnic group. They asked if Palm Chivetta had ever been to Krongus. It was close to La Rochelle. She replied that she served Marinka, the goddess of dew and good luck, so she had no need to visit that place. The goddess Marinka was the goddess of thieves and treasure hunters. For Alicia, this goddess was not respected. The girls got into a heated argument, shouting over each other. Makan listened philosophically to the girls' clamor. Gyul Lee tried to calm them down by telling them that the gods they believed in were good. It didn't help. Then he decided to switch girls and asked what the meaning of the name of the town of Krongus was. That's the story Alicia started to tell. There was a village called Atland. A terrible disease struck the locals, and then a girl named Elena climbed a nearby hill and began to pray to the sky. One day, a goose with a crown on his head appeared in the sky and said that her prayers had been answered, and from now on she would be the messenger of his will on earth. Palm Chivetta objected, saying that a goose with a crown on its head doesn't make sense. But Alicia argued that afterward Helena taught the locals healing. It turns out Alicia was an orphan who was dropped off in a sack at the temple. She was raised and educated by nuns. That's why she knows so much. He didn't know that and apologized for his possibly tactless question. But Alicia reassured him that it was all right and assumed he was just like her. It was an awkward question for Gyul Lee, so he decided to keep it simple. He said that Lucy's father had taken care of him and that he had met a teacher because of that. He thought he'd be a little more likely to fail. If his parents heard that lie, their faces would turn pale. We need to return home soon. A question came from the carriage as to what was wrong with Gyul Lee's facial expression. Gyul Lee and Lucy looked at the temple with rapt attention. The great temple of God's Krongus. It was very large. Now Lucy understood why they called it one of the 7 great buildings. They were met at the entrance to the temple by 2 novices. They apologized and said that the temple was closing and could the travelers come back tomorrow. Alicia came forward and gave her name. She said they had come to meet High Priest Hamel. The novices looked at each other and said they would inform him of her arrival, and he offered to escort Alicia to her chambers. Gyul Lee, who was watching the meeting, noticed the change in the novices' attitudes when they heard Alicia's name. They were served vegetarian dishes for dinner. Palm Chivetta and Lucy were disappointed and hungry. There were no meat dishes on the table. A high-ranking priest entered the room and greeted Makan and Alicia cheerfully. His name was Hamel. Makan greeted him in a friendly manner, and Alicia called him Mr. Hamel. He said he remembered Alicia as a child and now she's grown up. And Gyul Lee looked at them and wondered why Makan is only friends with big guys who look like mob bosses. And Hamel continued to talk to Alicia and Macon. He asked Alicia if she had found a lover. He asked Makan if Hamel had read his letter. Hamel read the letter and regretted that their mutual friend had left this world. He asked about the donation. It turned out that Prince Kudrina had donated a large sum of money in Alicia's name. There were rumors that she was the illegitimate daughter of the royal family. Apparently it was Leo's reward for saving Alicia's life. Apparently that's why the 2 who met them changed their attitude when they recognized Alicia. And Hamel wanted to hear all about what the Makwan and Alicia had been up to all this time. After listening to their story, Hamel summarized that they had escaped from the Black Mages, and that was why they had come here. But Alicia objected that they had come for another reason. She thought she was having a vision. Hamel said that the Holy Father had warned that one day there would be one who would be visited by Providence. He immediately went to call the Holy Father. When Alicia objected to the lateness of the hour, he added that she should just wait. He went straight after the Holy Father, and Alicia was nervous that she might give a false prediction. The door opened, and an elderly man dressed in pajamas ran into the room with an exclamation that, "This is the place." The kindly Gul Li told Grandpa that the toilet was at the end of the corridor, but it was the Holy Father who wasn't looking for the toilet, but for Alicia. Bowing to her grandfather, Alicia said a ceremonial greeting for him. Gul Li was surprised that this man was the Holy Father. Hamel came over and said that it was still worth it to get dressed. The Holy Father asked Alicia to give details about her visions. The visions were while she was on the Comdens property. He was sure that Ilithia had real prophetic visions. Asked her to recall the details of the prophecy she'd seen. Alicia plunged into the memory. Living creatures but no longer alive. They follow those who are no longer alive but are still alive. Those who are no longer alive do not exist in this world, but they want to. Those who don't exist in this world but want to exist are too many. Only one door can let them in. If it opens, the whole world will disappear. Gul Li didn't understand anything that was said. To him, it was a set of meaningless phrases. But the priests sat there looking like they understood what was being said. The Holy Father was sure it was a divination. He asked Alicia if she remembered when it came to her. She was praying at night, and suddenly a light came upon her. Then she went towards it and saw a silhouette not far away. Her intuition told her it was the light. Then she suddenly regained consciousness and was in her bed. But it was too real to be a dream. Then she thought it might be a vision. Since then, her skills and divine power have improved greatly, and Makan added that, up to that point, they had saved many people from death. Hamel admitted that Alicia had reached the level of a high priest. They were interrupted by Gul Li saying they needed someone who could understand the prediction. And then the Holy Father remembered that they hadn't met, and he didn't know who the young man in front of him was. The Holy Father asked everyone if they had remembered the prediction correctly. The girls answered in different ways. Palm Chivetta answered incomprehensibly, and Lucy said it was easy. And Gul Li said he can't remember the predictions accurately. Then the Holy Father told them that he thought the prediction was closely related to what was happening now. He thought it had to do with magicians, who wanted disturbance and confusion. Now the danger to them is almost gone. But they say that Saint Amelia's credibility plummeted right after the holy battle. Kuni said darkness is born of light. The end of life is the beginning, not the end. But all who were happy to win the long war did not report the prophecy. The seer became a secret that was only told to the great emperor. Hence, the church has not yet ended the threat of the magicians. According to the Holy Father, they must prepare to fight the new darkness. A few years ago, a systematic movement of mages was discovered everywhere. Gul Li asked him about the dark gate he was referring to. Then the Holy Father asked him how Gul Li knew about it. He replied that he had a bad relationship with the dark gate. The priests told Elise that she'd gotten carried away with her work in the Bane Mountains. She was glad she hadn't had time to finish her mission there. The priests went on to discuss that even if one signed a contract with a high-ranking Aburi demon tribe, it was still difficult to become a mage. Have suggested that perhaps the black magicians have already taken over the royalty and nobility of every country, but Macon suggested that this conspiracy theory was overdue. If someone is known to be involved with black magic, their honor and life will be forfeit. Why would they be drawn there? Palm Chivetta didn't understand. People who have nothing to regret should stick together. Does the Holy Father know what he wants? Said Gul Li, and the Holy Father thought for a moment. They didn't know what the black magicians had done to Kudrin's kingdom. The first time they've seen anything like this in the kingdom of Aluin. Then the kingdom of Kudrin is also in danger. Sir Leo could help them, so they decided to tell him secretly that he was in danger. Those who are alive but not alive at the same time are probably witchcraft mages who have sold their souls to demons. The Holy Father pondered over the prophecy. Who's not alive and who's not? It's probably the undead. They went to the other world and then they came back. The riddle of the prophecy, they solved everything. There's no point in going to the other world and then being resurrected. Regarding the head of the Great Dark Gate, he doesn't exist in this world. Who he wants to be in that world? He probably wants to be king. And the Holy Father assumed he was a high-ranking demon. And since the contract with Demon King Ragdam failed, no one can lead the Dark Gate. Another phrase, they exist in this world, but they don't exist. They started discussing the next phrase, and Gul Li thought that this phrase seemed to be about him. Asmodeans or demons, they pondered. It was unlikely, since the demons and monsters that had appeared during the battle were no longer in the castle, that someone is not from our world, and Gul Li took it personally. They kept wondering what that phrase could mean, and Gul Li took every word he said personally. Nothing completed, nothing begun. Alicia continued to ponder. She wondered what it meant. And I've come to the conclusion that they want to completely destroy the world. She decided that maybe the existence of another world wouldn't matter if it was like this one, and concluded it was more dangerous than demons. And Palm Savetta said that she should capture and send the villain to the other side of the world. At that moment, Gul Li's throat was tight with fear. Makan asked him what he was mumbling to himself, but Gul Li said he was hiccuping, and Gul Li thought that for his safety, he should return home soon. He suggested that maybe there's a nihilist who doesn't want to leave this world. But Alicia said it was even worse. If the summoned person had such intentions, it would be very bad. Then Gyuli thought he was dead for sure, and for some reason he imagined Lair. He told the Holy Father he was a good man and didn't let Lucy have his say, said she was hungry. The holy battle is over, but the magicians will not give up. The Holy Father told them, no matter what it means to have trust, nothing is more important than the human will. They were going to continue to play the role of the church. The Holy Father said they would continue to show the world the will of the Holy Virgin's radiance, because he knew that even the unpredictable future could be changed. After thinking for a while, Gyuli thought that he would have to travel separately from Alicia now. The Holy Fathers wanted to hear Alicia's opinion on the matter, whether she wanted to continue her journey or return. She said she wanted to go with them to the kingdom of Eluin. As she left Daishinjon and traveled, she saw and understood many things. She needs to gain more experience and help people more. And if there are black mages in the kingdom of Eluin, they need to go there to stop them. Of course, they will still face the dark forces. Alicia finished her speech. The Holy Fathers interjected incomprehensible phrases that Hamel Heist's decision to remove Elysia from the world seemed to be the right one. Then the Holy Father turned to Alicia and said that she would be stronger than she is now. Maybe she would become another saint. Said that Saint Amelia wasn't a saint from birth, and asked Hamel to fetch something. He brought objects that looked like bracelets. The father said that Saint Emily used it. Let Alicia keep them. Of course it wasn't just a gift, it was a treasure of the church. The greatest blessing of the church. The bracelets were given to Alicia for the duration of her mission, so it was imperative that the bracelets be returned afterwards. You have to take it while you still have it, Gul Li said. She listened to his opinion. She wore the bracelet. They were Saint Amelia's shining bracelet. It was already dawning, and the Holy Father said it was time for them to go to prayer. They asked if Alicia was tired and would go with them to pray. She happily agreed. The 3 priests retired to prayer. After that, Gul Li and Makan noticed that Alicia's face had gotten lighter. McCann also shared with Gul Li that black mages were becoming harder to avoid, and Gul Li agreed with him. Gul Li himself had a suspicion that this prophecy was aimed at him. He didn't quite know if it was possible or not. He felt he had to gather the pieces of the dragon heart and leave this world. He didn't want to know about the black mages and the dark gate. He even prayed to God if there is one, not to make fun of him but to help him. Before leaving, they were blessed that their future journey would be filled with the blessing of light. And Gul Li asked Alicia if she wanted to stay longer at the temple. After all, she had recently arrived here. She easily replied that it was okay and that she would come back here anyway. Palm Civet asked him if he was sure the item was where they were going, but Gul Li had double-checked the place before leaving and was sure. She also asked what he would do if the item wasn't there and someone stole it, but Gul Li didn't think that far ahead. But the Palm Civetta didn't stop and frightened him that he would have to steal the thing, and it wasn't easy. She didn't fall behind. She didn't like the look on Gul Li's face at her assumptions. Lucy came up to them and interrupted their argument. She asked for someone to stroke her head. Gul Li stroked Lucy's head. In getting into the carriage, I thought of Lucy's very soft hair. They passed through a border checkpoint in the kingdom of Eluin. In this kingdom, the royal family has remained in power for 150 years. It was a long way to the capital, so Makan hurried them up so they wouldn't be late. On the road, Gul Li took out the Marquis ring and scrutinized it carefully. On the trip, Gul Li tried to practice magic. He asked Lucy to help him. He was trying to activate the mana of the Spirit Wings technique. He felt he couldn't handle the technique. He asked Lucy to back him up. She specified that she could beat him up or knock him out. Palm Civetta intervened in their conversation. She was bored. She suggested that Lucy tie up Gul Li. She became interested and the girls began to coordinate their actions. Gul Li became nervous, thinking there would be trouble. Steering the carriage from the outside, Makan listened to what was going on inside and decided it was a bit noisy today. Meanwhile, the girls tied Gul Li so tightly that it hurt him. He shouted at them to stop. Alicia also interfered in their fun. Since the girls wouldn't stop having fun, Gul Li decided to make the pain worthwhile. He activated mana, experienced endless pain, and fell to the Archlion. The Grand Dragon greeted him and clarified that he had come to upgrade his technique to the 6th level. Gul Li confirmed and asked how he knew. It turned out that this entire space was created by Gul Li's mind, and so the part of the Archlion that was there knew everything about Gul Li. And he offered to learn the technique right away. Of course, Gul Li agreed, the Archlion explaining that he can clearly see what represents. If he's a man using a 5th grade penetration spell, but that would be the limit. However, it is also possible to follow the thoughts of the departed. And then Archlion cast a penetration spell on Gul Li. Gul Li screamed in unbearable pain and woke up in the wagon. Alicia was leaning over him, and Palm Civetta was guiltily saying that it looked like she had overdone it. Gul Li calmed them down. The journey of discovery is a long one, and he'll continue it next time, Lucy told him. Alicia and Palm Civetta supported him. En route, He and Archlion continued their training meetings and now finally finished the last procedure for level 6. After the last treatment, Gul Li asked Archlin if they would meet again. He replied that his heart was divided into 4 pieces, but it was essentially one. When Gul Li finds the other parts, he will meet him again. And Gul Li woke up in a traveling carriage. Lucy was sitting next to him. They were already approaching the Durfin estate. Instead of going straight to the castle, Durfin Makan advised to find a night's lodging and see how the village was doing. That was fine with Gul Li. After training with Archlion, he had a headache and wanted to sleep. He woke up to the fact that they were not allowed to enter the village. Gul Li was surprised that they were not allowed to enter the village. He asked Lucy if she knew what was going on. She said she didn't know, but that the roads were blocked for some reason. While Makan was trying to figure out the reason why they weren't being let through, Alicia warned that the atmosphere was very strange. A Kapanan came up to the soldiers blocking the road and asked what was wrong. A soldier reported that suspicious people are trying to infiltrate the village. To calm him down, Captain Gul Li decided that if he laughed, the officer would think that Gul Li was a good person. But it didn't help, and the captain didn't get any friendlier. He ordered us to take our places as the enemy was coming. A soldier came up to the captain and reported that they were finished. The captain praised them. The sentries on the wall shouted that the Duke's army was coming and to be on the alert. The captain emotionally exclaimed that there were too many enemies. A well-armed army was approaching them. The leader's name was Duke Albert von Spielis. As he approached, he greeted the captain and called him Sir Jeffs. He asked the Duke why he had come here. He replied that he was offering Sir Jeffs to surrender and join the duchy. If he accepts the offer, Sir Jeffs has been promised the title of Spellis. Sir Jeffs replied that too much time had passed. He had devoted his life to the Marquis of Durfin, and a knight never has 2 masters. The Marquis of Durfin who tried to arrest us, and Duke Spellis who brought troops. Gul Li is beginning to understand. At which point Sir Jeffs demanded a duel of honor from Albert Spellis. He refused. He said he's here to warn you that he's going to destroy this town, and asked them all to surrender or he would send them to the next world or take them as slaves. He added that they would regret rejecting his grace. Albert Spellis got called out. He saw a guy trying to tell him something, and he saw Lucy. For some reason, the sight of Lucy made a deep impression on him. Albert Spellis asked why she was here and ordered her to be seized. The entire Duke's army ran at the boys. Gul Li didn't understand the reason for this reaction and told Lucy to hide behind him. She calmly refused to hide and told him to conjure. Gul Li placed a fire barrier in front of the fleeing soldiers, and the soldiers stopped. His army commander asked Albert Spellis what the soldiers should do next when confronted by a mage. But Albert Spellis couldn't believe the boy could conjure at that level and thought it was an illusion, and ordered the soldiers to attack through this barrier. The soldiers lit up and shouted for help. Then he ordered the archers to shoot at Gul Li, but Gul Li put up a shield and all the arrows got stuck in it, and ordered his knight Sir Olmar to fetch the brazen man's head. And Sir Olmar rode on his warhorse to retrieve Gul Li's head. He shouted that fire was no problem for him. Then Gul Li asked him how he felt about lightning and threw lightning at him. The knight didn't like lightning very much. After which, Gul Li told Albert Spellis that his knights were not so good. It would be safer for him to cut off his head himself. But Albert Spellis did not give up and ordered his troops to come in from behind the mage and not be afraid of him. The commander of his squad offered to retreat. In order to finish quickly, Gul Li decided to defeat the army in one blow. He sent a mass attack spell at the army. The spell struck most of the soldiers of the army and knocked Albert Spellis out of his saddle. He shouted loudly in incomprehension of the situation. After defeating the enemy army, Gul Li turned to Sir Jeffs, who was standing there with his mouth open. He asked why he was standing there instead of leading. He came to his senses and shouted to the soldiers that the enemy's morale was broken and it was time to defeat the enemy. Albert von Spellis, for his part, hastily shouted to the remnants of his army to retreat, those who could rush to escape. And Lucy picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at the back of von Spellis's head. Most of the duchy's troops had escaped, but the defenders of the Marquisate were still overjoyed. The girls were arguing over the unconscious Albert Spellis. Palm Civetta feared that Lucy had thrown the stone too hard. But Lucy, as an experienced stone thrower, was confident in her skill. While they argued, Alicia healed Albert Spellis. Captain Sir Jeffs thanked Gul Li for his help. Gul Li asked him why the Dukes of von Spelissa were attacking the Marquisate, who explained that Duke Spellis has a long-standing grudge against the Durfins and that Albert Spellis is his son, so they attacked. It is a conflict to conquer the land and get possession of it, explained Makan. It surprised Gul Li, so this conflict is recognized by the state. Captain Sir Jeffs asked Gul Li and Lucy what they had to do with the Marquis of Durfin. They were escorted to the reception room of the Chateau Durfin. They were asked to wait while they reported to the Marquis. Marquis Durfin's castle was magnificent. Gul Li was glad that they were able to enter the castle. At the entrance, he saw a flag with a red dragon on it. The ruler of the Durfin territories came out to them. The friends were surprised at how much she resembled Lucy. Her name was Reina von Durfin. Now they understood why Albert Spellis was after Lucy. The resemblance between the girls was very strong. Lucy's full name was Lucid Inia. It was Reina von Durfin who was the Marquess Durfin. She was the only one left in the family. She asked them to introduce themselves as well. They introduced themselves one by one. When everyone met, Reina thanked Gul Li for helping out today. She wanted to know what Lucy had to do with the Durfin clan. Red eyes and hair are unique to the Durfin clan, and she'd seen them on Lucy. When Lucy started to answer, she wanted to talk about her father. But Gul Li didn't let her say it. He wanted to introduce her differently. He said that Lucy had something to do with the First Lord, and he specified that Reina knew about the First Lord. She told me about Rein von der Fen. One day he passed the title to his son and left. Perhaps he went to the Dragon Mountains in search of winged ones, Reina replied. He admired the strength and courage of the Red Dragon so much that he decided to use it as his family crest. Then Goel Li explained their origins in this way. He said that Lucy was a distant descendant of the First Lord Rein von Durfin, and that he himself was her father's apprentice. He showed Reina the ring Layer gave him as proof. She examined the ring and asked where Gul Li got it. He said that Lucy had inherited it from her father, to which Lucy whispered to him that the ring was all he had, implying that Layer gave the ring to him. Reina took the ring, examined it, and threw it into the fireplace. Not expecting this, Gul Li pulled the ring out of the fire with fireplace tongs. And then Reina scrutinized the ring again. It was unharmed because the Durfin ring was made of red dragon bone. No matter what you do to it, it won't break or change shape, and the heat of the fire certainly won't harm it. They say the founder of the family made 2 rings. One he gave to his son, and the other he kept for himself, and it's really a proof of lineage ring. At this moment, Gul Li exhaled a sigh of relief. Reina was just checking whether the ring was authentic or not. She told Lucy that she knew at first sight that they were close relatives, but it seemed that the kinship was even closer than Reina had first thought. And that's when Gul Li figured it out. He shouted that Reina and Lucy were sisters. And Reina, that half-elves grow slower than humans. Lucy looks like Reina, but she's 10 years older. Lucy was proud to say she was a big sister now. Lucy was older than Gul Li, and he couldn't treat her like a child now. It would be weird if she was growing up as a human. After they met, Gul Li said that he and Lucy were looking for the Black Stream sword on Master's orders. Master said they would find out why when they found it. But Reina disappointed him. She said the Black Stream had been given to Duke's police. Why the sword was given to Reina is long enough to explain, but she'll tell you. His Majesty Floyd is very young and therefore has a regent. That regent is Duke Spellis. He has begun to send those he doesn't want to die. Reina's father, worried about Spellis's autocracy, told the young king the truth. The king's palace was gathering forces to fight the duke. But unfortunately, Reina's father and brother were dastardly sent to the grave. On their way to His Majesty's house, they were attacked. The accompanying knights were also killed. It was a terrible massacre, but there were no witnesses. The investigation revealed that the accompanying knights were unable to resist. That was suspicious in McCann's opinion. It was hard to imagine who could send the knights to the other world so that they couldn't resist. Something strange happened there. Reina's wizard found traces of magic at the scene. It turns out that the incident was connected to the capital's Elua Tower, and all traces lead there. The palm tree Chiveta couldn't stand the long narrative and asked for a shorter story, but Elisha elbowed her in the side to keep her quiet. But the investigation couldn't proceed because it was cancelled by order of Adrian von Spielis. He's the current head of the tower, by the way. Then Reina received an offer from Duke Spellis. The boys couldn't stand it and interrupted Reina out of surprise. They interrupted her. But in McCann's opinion, it was very deliberate. After all, she's the only one left of the Durfin family. If she'd agreed, they'd be without an adversary. Then Gul Li decided to clarify that the idiot who attacked them asked Reina to marry him. Reina didn't elaborate. It was Duke Truden von Spellis himself who proposed to her. According to him, he was lonely after the death of his wife. He was very old. This sentence angered Gul Li and Palm Civet. They thought the Duke was crazy. Since Reina was born into an aristocratic family, it didn't matter, but she thought the Duke was involved in her brother and father's abandonment. She refused his offer, thus starting a war. And the Black Stream, a family heirloom of the Marquisate of Durfin, would have fallen into his hands anyway. But Gul Li wanted the black sword. He asked if the Duke had any demands. Reina said that when she accepted the offer, it would be over. It sounded like a threat, but Reina thought the Durfin family didn't stand a chance. If they lost, they would be defeated forever, and the clan would disappear. And she felt she had to accept the offer to protect the land and the clan. But Lucy was outraged. She said she wouldn't let it happen. She told Reina that she would help her, and Lucy hugged her little sister warmly. Reina was touched. She hugged Lucy back. After that, Lucy told Gul Li that he was in on it too. He decided to eat first and think later. During the discussion, there was a suggestion from Alicia to hire mercenaries and send them to the Duke's estate. This proposal was rejected by Makan. He said the idea is good, but they won't do it. He doesn't think the Marquise can afford it now. But in Alicia's opinion, they had no choice but to hire a lot of mercenaries and wizards. In turn, Gul Li argued with Lucy about whether or not to help if Reina didn't directly voice her request for help. Lucy didn't listen to his objections. She was always an only child and wanted a little sister. Besides, her father told her she should help her family, so she will. As soon as they met, Lucy felt in her heart that Reina was her own person. Gul Li had some doubts, but Lucy was able to convince him that her sister needed help. During the discussion, Gul Li had a plan to capture the Duke while avoiding direct confrontations. He didn't think it would be easy, but he didn't see any other options. No matter how good the Duke's security, there would always be a loophole. In the middle of the night, Gul Li woke up to something happening. He couldn't understand what it was. He went out into the hallway. The girls ran up to him with the same question about what was going on. Reina came up to them and explained that Duke Spellis had attacked them. This made Gul Li angry because it was the middle of the night and he hadn't slept well. And Lucy told Reina that they would help. The sisters smiled warmly at each other. The Duke's army is standing in front of the city gates. Told me how Reina was doing. As usual, Alicia stayed behind to treat the wounded. The others went with Gul Li. Even though Palm Chiveta asked to be left with Alethea to treat the wounded, but Gul Li took her with him. The Duke's army stood at the city gates again, and the leader shouted that his name was Alan von Spellis, Duke of Spellis. He had come to restore his brother's honor. They told him to come in the afternoon and then talk to the lady, and asked Alan Spellis why he was making so much noise so late and why he couldn't sleep, and suggested that he go home. He told Gul Li to just daydream and ask where that girl was. But Gul Li said Alan Spellis is too stubborn and he won't report to him, and warned him that if he dared to enter the castle, he'd be a dead man. But he resented being threatened and ordered an attack on the castle. Enemy archers began firing en masse at the castle walls. The defenders were ordered to take a defensive position. But Gul Li cast a shield and covered the castle wall with it. All the arrows were reflected by the shield. The attackers put long ladders against the walls and climbed the walls. A command was heard to stop them from climbing the wall. They were attacked from both sides. The soldiers next to Gul Li fell down as arrows struck them. Gul Li thought about what to do. He couldn't go to the other side. He sent fireballs at the attackers. But there was also a mage on the attacker's side, and he repelled his fireballs with ice spears. Gul Li told the mage not to think he was the strongest and went to cry to the Duke. Lucy stepped onto the wall with a flaming sword. People and ladders flew from the wall with the swing of her flaming sword. In turn, Makan and Palm Civeta also contributed to the castle's defense. The Duke's magician was not alone but with assistance. He recognized Gul Li as a serious opponent and was going to test his abilities. And Gul Li saw the magician and his assistants. He saw two men in front of the mage holding shields and protecting him. Gul Li decided that he would not let them rest. The Duke's magician created a giant water balloon and sent it toward the castle. It was powerful water magic. It was clear to him, but he was surprised by the power of the execution. So the Duke's magician created a mud hammer and sent it to smash the gates. In response, Gul Li directed the wind-slashing waves at the mud hammer, but immediately, several of the ducal magician's assistants put up shields against Gul Li's magic. And now the mud hammer has begun to smash the gates. The gate was starting to give way. He had to stop it, but Gul Li didn't know how to do it yet. Palm Civet saw it too. She didn't know where to run to if the enemies broke through here and decided to look for escape routes. Gul Li heard her panicked expression and thought that if there were escape routes, they could be used to get behind enemy lines. In McCann's opinion, there were too many enemies, but there was a chance to catch Alan Spellis, their commander, and they were ready to take that chance. While escorting Makan and Lucy out, Gul Li told them to wait and attack when there was confusion among the troops. And Palm Civet said she'd stay where they are now. Sir Jeffs has given Lucy and Makan a squad of soldiers to escort them down a secret passage and behind enemy lines. The enemy had a lot of low-ranked mages who held the defense. Therefore, the enemy mages began to attack more vigorously. Gul Li decided to pierce them with the fire spear. In response to the fire spear attack from Gul Li, they raised a unified magic shield. A satisfied Alan Spellis shouted to Gul Li that his attacks were useless. He suggested them to close their eyes and activated the flash in the middle of the enemy mages. After the flash, the enemies were temporarily blinded. They covered and rubbed their eyes with their hands. Alan Spellis demanded that they be helped immediately. But a bolt of lightning flew into the ranks of the enemy mages. It struck them. At a fast pace, Gul Li sent more and more spells into the enemy army. They saw that most of the enemy mages had fallen. Sir Jeffs ordered everyone to gather for a counterattack. An enraged Alan Spellis cast the fire arrow. It was a surprise to Gyul Lee that he was also a mage. Chief among the enemy mages, Byron controlled the mud hammer that kept crashing the gates. Alan Spellis turned to him to solve the situation, and Gyul Lee sent an ice arrow at the magician, but the head mage was protected by 2 assistants who were unharmed by the previous attack and were holding the shield. Then Gyul Lee froze the mud hammer with Snowstorm, and cracked the frozen mud hammer with a fireball. For Alan Spellis, destroying Alan's mud hammer was something incredible. The Duke's mage was Gyul Lee, who was harming his students. He was worried about this young mage for a reason, and wanted to know his class and which tower he was from. But Gyul Lee wasn't in the mood to chat with the Duke's wizard, so he said this to him. The Duke's magician decided this boy was too bold, so he told Alan Spellis that he would take over the young man and let him concentrate on the gate. The mage ordered the 2 assistants to stay, and ominously muttered that he would show this child the difference in their level. And Gyul Lee analyzed the situation. He realized that using weak techniques was not an option. Indeed, the enemy mage was preparing a powerful technique to finish in one blow, and Gyul Lee was about to hit the mage with a powerful punch. He too cast a powerful technique, and they simultaneously sent a magical energy emission at each other. The 2 streams of magical energy collided with each other with a powerful explosion. The Duke's mage did not expect to be confronted by an opponent of such terrifying power in the guise of a boy. Alan Spellis looked at it and thought it was crazy. He didn't understand what kind of magic he was using. And a satisfied Gyul Lee praised himself and said he was the great magician Gyul Lee, and sent the first combo of 6 attacks at the enemy. Gyul Lee thought an eye for an eye. He would hit him with the same magic. The enemy panicked. Alan Spellis told his magician Byron to distract Gyul Lee. He replied that he was preparing to attack. To distract Gyul Lee, Alan fired a magic charge at him, and the magician's apprentices shot the wind blade and fire sphere at Gyul Lee. The enemy mages wanted to capture him with magic claws, realized Gyul Lee. Sir Jeffs also realized that one friendly mage could not stand against the coordinated work of several enemy ones, and ordered to cover the mage with shields. The attack spells flew at Gyul Lee from all directions, but the soldiers raised their shields and protected him. A soldier asked Gyul Lee if he was okay. Gyul Lee replied that if they were helping him, they wouldn't lose. The crystal embedded by Layer was glowing brightly in Gyul Lee's body, and Gyul Lee was sending powerful spells at the enemies. Duke Byron's mage didn't understand where this child was getting so much mana for an intense magical duel. And Gyul Lee turned to Byron and said that he couldn't win, and it would be over now, and said goodbye to his opponent. Byron exclaimed as much as he could when he saw the magical charges flying at him. There was a deep furrow in the ground where he had been standing. Looking at what was left of his magician, Alan Spellis thought it was impossible. Gyul Lee's nose bled from the last magical effort, but he said it wasn't over and created a powerful fire strike. He sent it to his enemies. That's when Gyul Lee ran out of mana. He could barely stand on his feet. Gyul Lee could only rely on others. Alan Spellis noticed this and ordered to immediately reinforce the attacks again as the enemy mage was exhausted. Alan Spellis looked up and saw a squad of city defenders led by Lucy running towards him, as well as Palm Chivetta and Makan. He wondered when they'd made it to the camp. But Makan was already scattering his guards, and Lucy was unstoppable. Alan Spellis's soldiers wondered why the Marquis of the Rhine was on the battlefield. They mistook her for Lucy. She said she was her big sister. Lucy asserted herself as she relentlessly crushed her enemies, and Palm Chivetta in her transition uniform also surprised the soldiers. She intimidated her opponents and told them not to mess with her. The Duke's squad leader advised them to retreat and regroup, since they can't win in this state. Alan Spellis made the decision to retreat. He ordered the troops to return to the manor and regroup. Seeing from the castle wall that the enemy army was about to retreat, Gyul Lee said that he would not allow it, and he shouted loudly from the city wall for Lucy to catch Spellis. Then Lucy thought for a moment. She braced herself and jumped, shouting to Makan to give her a lift. He instantly understood her plan and powerfully threw Lucy straight at Alan Spellis. A surprised Alan Spellis had only just had time to say what the hell this was when he saw Lucy flying towards him. Duke Alan Spellis spurred his horse into a gallop, but he couldn't get out of Lucy's path in time. The absolute super heavenly lightning shouted Lucy's foot strike, knocking Alan Spellis off his horse. Duke Alan Spellis was stunned and fell off his horse. Lucy stood over him and held her sword to his throat, telling him to surrender, if he didn't want to lose his head. She was angry and frightening at that moment. And then Alan Spellis said he surrendered. The castle defenders cheered. The enemy had surrendered and Durfin had won. Everyone shouted. Raina looked at them from the castle window. She looked out and cried with joy and gratitude. "Thank you," she said. Sitting on the castle wall, the exhausted Gyul Lee was also satisfied and said, "Thank you all." It was still night. The people of Durpin were jubilant. They had won. They had won. Long live Durpin. Even though the surgery was a success, they still had a lot of trouble. Palm Chivetta took credit for the success of the operation, although Lucy told her she was just running around screaming. Reina ran out of the castle to Lucy with a shout of joy. She hugged her sister tightly. She carefully asked Lucy how she was feeling, if she had any injuries. Lucy told her that she was fine. And Gyul Lee's nose was bleeding, and he too wanted support and approval. Makan came over and gave him a friendly hug. He said that Gyul Lee was doing a good job. Gyul Lee was pleased with Makan's praise. He complimented Lucy. She did a great job, and she told him he did a great job too. Gyul Lee and Lucy's conversation was interrupted by Alan Spellis shouting. He shouted at them that they were scum, and they must have forgotten who he was. He was yelling that if his father found out what they'd done, he'd send them all to the afterlife, and said it was Alan who kept everyone awake. But Alan Spellis thought it was all their fault. After hearing his threats, Lucy offered to go catch the Duke right away. Gyul Lee was dizzy from overexertion, but Lucy reasoned that it was better to do the job and rest than to let things go. That was right, and he thought he should really go fishing right now. Palm Civetta contradicted him. She was tired too. But Gyul Lee explained to her that he was in the same situation, but it was better not to delay. If the Duke's army attacked at night, they wanted it over quickly. If the Duke's castle learns of the defeat, the Duke will lead the troops, and they will come here. But if that happens, Gyul Lee's side won't be able to fight back. They can win unless the Duke is waiting for us to attack. Alan Spellis was offered help, but he actively resisted and refused to cooperate. But that's not what Gyul Lee had in mind. Alan Spellis's clothes were needed. The soldiers took him away to undress him. Gyul Lee ordered those who would go with them to put on the armor of the ducal soldiers. He hurried everyone as they had to get there before the escaped soldiers. He asked Lucy to change too. She was confused, but he advised her to ask her sister for help. They were looking at the Duke's castle. Luckily, it looked like they had gotten there before the escaped soldiers, and that's how they started. Gyul Lee cast a makeover on himself and turned into a copy of Alan Spellis. He asked Macken how it turned out. He approved the changes, but he still had to watch his voice. It must be said that his voice had become hoarse while he was shouting. Since the effect of the spell was not long, it was time to start. Under the guise of Alan Spellis, Gyul Lee ordered the guards to open the gate. He was asked where the rest of the soldiers and mages were. He replied that the others stayed in Durfin Castle, but they had captured Reina Durfin, and showed where Lucy was tied up on a horse, disguised as Reina Durfin. The commander of the guard shone his light on her and made sure it was true and ordered her through. A man met them at the castle and greeted them and expressed his joy that Alan had returned. He demanded to see his father immediately and said he had an urgent matter. The man said his father was busy. Since Gyul Lee had limited time to hurry up, he said it was urgent that there was a witch doctor in Durfin Castle. The man marveled and ordered the guard to call the lord. The guard left. The Duke came into the room and said he'd been told he had something important and that he was talking nonsense. Continuing to impersonate Alan Spellis, Gyul Lee said he wanted to tell him an important message in person. But the Duke immediately realized that this was not his son. He asked Gyul Lee who he was. Gyul Lee was sorry it didn't work. The Duke ordered the guards to catch them, and the guards immediately jumped on the friends. With flashing eyes, Lucy threw off the ropes and jumped to the Duke. He guessed that the prisoner was also a fake, but Lucy crossed the distance between them and put a dagger to the Duke's throat. He grunted that she'd done a good job. It looks like they won, Gyul Lee Lucy thought to himself as he sat above the captured Duke. He was swearing that they'd resorted to a sneaky trick and they'd forgotten where they were. Since he fell for the ruse, he was asked to follow them without tricks, to order the soldiers to lay down their weapons. Otherwise, Lucy could count to 5 and do whatever she wanted to his neck. He had just counted to 3 when the Duke shouted that enough was enough and ordered his soldiers to lay down their weapons and leave the room. The man who met them warned Gyul Lee that if anything happened to their master, he wouldn't leave alive. Lucy knocked the Duke out with a blow to the neck, and Macken threw him over his shoulder and promised the servants that when the negotiations were over, the Duke would return safely, only if they behaved themselves. Gyul Lee clarified for those who remained. The Duke's entourage didn't like it. They mounted their horses, loaded the Duke, and rode to Durfin Castle. While riding back, Macken told Palm Chivetta that everything had gone well, and they had made it through. She agreed, but said she was very scared. It was dawn when they arrived at Durfin Castle. They entered the castle gates to the cheers of the greeters. They were met by Reina and Alicia. They were thrilled that their friends had done it and snatched the Duke, and now they could finish the battle. And Alicia asked how they were feeling and if they were okay. Gyul Lee was pleased that Alicia was worried about him. His nose was bleeding again. Lucy noticed it and asked why he didn't do anything. Gyul Lee replied that he needed to sleep. As they walked through the castle, Lucy noticed that Gyul Lee was having a hard time walking, but Gyul Lee felt better than last time. While walking, Gyul Lee thought that the black stream sword would be difficult for him to obtain and what could be done to do so. And so they can finish it all now. Gyul Lee thought to himself as he entered the room where they planned to negotiate with the Duke. The Duke was angry. He resented what they were doing and why they were ruining his peaceful life, and he wondered who Gul Li was. But Gul Li only asked the Duke one thing: where the black stream was. He was surprised that it was the only thing he was asked. They were out of luck. The Duke didn't have the black stream. He was in Elul's tower. Adrian took it for more detailed research. The Duke told them, and he wanted to know why the boys were looking for the black stream. Reina added that the investigation into her father and brother had been cancelled because of a man named Adrian Ponce Palace, the current leader of the tower. It would be hard for him to find the sword, but at least Gul Li knew where it was. The Duke was angered by Gul Li's behavior. He didn't answer any of the Duke's questions. He only asked about the black stream and left. Reina approached Gul Li and Lucy and said that the king had sent an envoy to negotiate an end to the war. This kind of power behavior was disgusting to Gul Li. When Derfeng's side was losing, he didn't lift a finger, and Reina added that the messenger was a court wizard named Adrian. When Gul Li entered the room, the court magician greeted him by name. He said that there were many rumors about him in the capital. Magician Adrian wanted to clarify. He heard that Gul Li, you defeated Byron, the wizard who sided with the Duke. He confirmed it. In response, Adrian told Gul Li that Byron was his favorite student. Gul Li understood why it wasn't easy for him to defeat Byron. The magician lamented that Byron had a good talent, but Adrian didn't think he'd lose it so easily. Lucy told him that the magician had come to send Gul Li to the grave, and if Byron wanted to live, he should have thought twice before going into battle. Then Adrian said he didn't want to discuss the past. He wanted to hear the answer to His Majesty's orders. He was told by Reina that negotiations with Duke Spellis were ongoing, and he would be released when they were completed. The magician will relay this information to His Majesty, and His Majesty hopes the negotiations will be concluded soon. Adrian had another reason for coming here. He wanted to see the magician who sent Byron to the afterlife. After that, Adrian said goodbye and went out. He was stopped by Gul Li. He asked where Black Stream was now. Adrian wondered why Gul Li was looking for that sword. This sword originally belonged to the Derfen family. It should be brought back home, replied Gul Li to the magician. It wasn't easy. The Black Stream was presented as a gift to His Majesty. To officially return it requires the king's own approval. But Hadrian was willing to meet his conditions. It was necessary to finish the negotiations and return the Duke and his sons in 3 days, as well as help with magic research, which will stall without Byron. The research is taking place in the Tower of Elua. Gul Li realized he was walking into a trap. But to get the Black Stream, it was the fastest way. Gul Li decided for himself and agreed. The magician thanked him and said that both sides would benefit, but Gul Li didn't care about that. What mattered was that at the end of the job, he would get the Black Stream. Well, here he is at the Tower of Elua, Gul Li thought to himself as he looked up at the tower. When Reina saw them off, she said she was worried for their safety. Gul Li replied that he was going with Lucy and they were prepared for a trap in the tower. The court magician hurried them off. He said he was tired of waiting and had to go to the tower. Then Gul Li said goodbye to Reina and promised he'd be back soon. He asked me to tell the others. The carriage drove off and took Gul Li and Lucy away. Reina watched them go and prayed that they would come back in one piece. The tower was founded in El Ruin and shared a history with the kingdom, told by a court magician. The most important thing here is the Black Stream. He must know if he's being cheated now, Gul Li thought. He took out a device and checked it. The gauge showed that Gul Li was almost at the location of the Dragonheart Shard. At the entrance, they were met by a guard who greeted Adrian and let them into the tower. They entered the tower. A magician greeted them in the tower. Adrian ordered him to call Linfield and Edgar to the laboratory. He took Gul Li and Lucy straight to the lab. It was on the top floor. It was unclear how to get up. Gul Li didn't see any stairs in the tower. Adrian told them that he had the equipment to climb up. There were triangles on the wall pointing in the right direction. He touched the one pointing up and activated the mana circle. Adrian proudly said that there must be no such mechanism in the Tower of the Wise. For Gul Li, it was just an ordinary elevator. They arrived at the top floor where Adrian's lab was located. And Lucy touched Gul Li's sleeve. She was uncomfortable with this place. She told him quietly. She didn't sense any specific danger. She sensed the Dragonheart Shard nearby, but something unclear troubled her. They planned to be ready for anything, and they were going to stay close together, and they were going to leave as soon as they got the Black Stream. Does the lab of the strongest wizard look like this? Gul Li thought as he looked around. To familiarize himself, Adrian gave Gul Li some footage of what they've been working on recently, asked his opinion on the recordings. Gul Li replied that it was okay to try. Adrian's students Edgar and Linfield entered the lab. They were to help with the research. Before starting, Gul Li wanted to see the Black Stream, but Adrian wanted to clarify one thing at the beginning. He asked how Gul Li defeated a 7th grade mage. What kind of trick did he do? The Byron that Gul Li had defeated recently was a 6th grade mage. But the magician wasn't referring to Byron. He told me to tell the story of the 7th grade wizard who'd been knocked down. Adrian was talking about the very mage that Gul Li had fought with, and there was no one else there but his team. And then he realized. He yelled for Lucy to get out of here. But it was a reaction Adrian had expected. He ordered them to stand and reached for the balloon on his lab table. Multiple bolts of lightning struck Gul Li and Lucy. They prevented them from moving and concentrating on saving themselves. But Lucy was still able to overcome the shock of the lightning strikes and kicked Gul Li out of the strike zone with her foot. And Lucy did a somersault and jumped out of the lightning zone. He was grateful to Lucy for saving him, but the kick was painful. He swore, falling off the wall where Lucy's kick had landed him. They can move even when struck by lightning. It's amazing, Adrian marveled, and commanded Edgar and Linfield to stop them from getting out. The wind blade was immediately cast on them, but Lucy was quick on her feet and turned over a massive table. It was behind the table where they'd taken cover from the spell. Something had clearly gone wrong in the boy's opinion. A satisfied Adrian told Gul Li and Lucy they have no way out and should not resist. Gul Li's whole body was tingling and he couldn't move properly. He whispered to Lucy that the old man's goal was to catch him. He wanted to distract his opponents, and Lucy needed to get to Durfin and call for help. She resented it. She wasn't willing to run away alone, but Gul Li wasn't going to give up easily, and he had a plan. Gul Li's voice came from behind the table, and he was about to give up. This surprised Adrian. Gul Li slowly rose from the table with his hands in the air. Lucy stood up beside him. It was too easy for Adrian to believe, and Gul Li knew he wouldn't be believed. So he immediately shouted to Lucy to start, and Lucy tossed the barrel that had been under a neighboring table high up in the air. A black powder spilled out of the barrel into the air. It was gunpowder. Adrian realized that Gul Li was crazy. But it didn't end there, and Gul Li lit a fire seal on his palm, and then threw a fire spell toward the powder keg. The air and gunpowder mixture detonated. There was a deafening explosion. The explosion was so strong that even the townspeople heard it. They asked each other what the sound was. They wondered if there was some kind of battle going on, and they saw that the explosion was in the Tower of El Lua. There was a breach in the wall from where there was thick smoke. Lucy jumped into the breach in the wall formed by the explosion. People screamed in fear as Lucy jumped from a great height. A crowd gathered and everyone watched, trying to guess what was happening. There was a loud cheer for Lucy in the crowd. Some turned away with their hands over their eyes so they wouldn't see her crash. But Lucy landed on the square unharmed. She was determined to do the right thing to rescue Gul Li from the trap. And in the tower, Adrian managed to disarm Gul Li with a spell. He said that his pathetic attempts to resist were unsuccessful, but Gul Li didn't hear him. Because he was unconscious, Adrian ordered his assistants to put him in jail and went to clean up the aftermath of the explosion. When he woke up in the prison, Gul Li felt that he couldn't use magic. It was probably due to the handcuffs he was wearing. He didn't think he'd be captured, and he was worried about Lucy. He thought those idiots who caught him would know the real horror. He was very angry. Adrian came to visit him. Gul Li asked him how he liked the show last night. He said that his girlfriend had already been picked up. They'll bring her back soon. And said that Gul Li was better at answering his questions. Then Adrian asked why Gul Li didn't like blacksmiths. He said they weren't playing by the rules, and in turn said that Adrian must know him personally. If this becomes known, he will no longer be able to be a member of the Tower of the Wise. After that, Gul Li was shown the black stream, and Adrian asked why he was looking for it. They thought it was just a decorative sword. He replied that it was an heirloom of the Durfin family and should be kept in their home. But Adrian didn't believe him. He thought the sword was for the half-elf to use for her own purposes, and said the black stream only responds to its true owner. It hasn't responded to anyone since the Great Holy Battle. Without the true owner, it is useless. This was valuable information since Gul Li didn't even know that Black Stream needed a true master. Adrian also told me that the Black Stream can cut through anything, but he didn't think Gul Li could activate it. It only obeyed two masters. Along with Lair, the founder of the Durfin family, it was used by Sue Star, the hero of the Holy Battle. It became clear to Gul Li why Adrian thought Lucy was using the sword. Then Gul Li said that he was only doing the assignment of his teacher who told him to find the Black Stream and give it to Lucy. Adrian asked who his teacher was, and warned that he would torture Gul Li if he didn't talk. "Ah," screamed Gul Li under torture. Then he confessed. He said that his master was a dragon. In 100 days he became a 5th grade mage and then a 6th grade mage. But they didn't believe him. Adrian said that dragon magic has a different mechanism, and humans can't master it. And to become a 5th-class wizard for what days is nonsense. He told his assistant Linfield that Gul Li was fooling him, and that Linfield would make Gul Li tell the truth. Before the torture began, Linfield detailed to Gul Li the brutal technique he would use. It didn't damage the body, but the brain was in pain. It worried Gul Li, and he asked if his mind would be destroyed. But Linfield said he was an expert in the matter. The torture began. Gul Li thought he must be in pain, but he wasn't in pain. That confused Linfield, because even if the tortured person wasn't susceptible to magic, he still had to feel pain. Gul Li realized he had to fake pain and started screaming. Adrian came over and repeated that Linfield had to get Gul Li to tell the truth. He replied that he could be relied upon. He said they're going to see how long Gul Li lasts. But after a while, he recognized that he was surprisingly strong. Even guys with strong wills couldn't withstand this magic, but Gul Li was still silent. This surprised Linfield. Serperes' instruction when she was teaching was more painful, Gul Li thought, and decided it was time for him to stop this circus. We should send him to the Dark Gate. It would be easier to get information from his brain, Linfield decided. Gul Li decided to clarify this information. He asked if Linfield was really referring to the Dark Gate. He confirmed it. Then Gul Li realized that he couldn't get out of the Dark Gate and started shouting that he would tell everything he needed to know. It reassured Linfield, who was beginning to think he wouldn't get a confession from Gul Li. And Gul Li started to speak, but he spoke very softly. Linfield couldn't hear him. He got angry and ordered him to speak louder, and he got close to Gul Li. Gul Li struck the bridge of Linfield's nose with a sharp jerk of his head. He wasn't going to tell him anything, and Linfield believed him. Oh, that hurt. Gul Li broke Linfield's nose. He grabbed his nose, but Gul Li grabbed his neck with his legs and pinned him down. Linfield screamed and kicked Gul Li's thighs as hard as he could. Gul Li was forced to let him go. Linfield was furious. He created a power sword and told Gul Li that he was ordered to let him live, but he would cut off Gul Li's legs. When the cell door opened and Palm Chivetta came in, she immediately knocked Linfield out. She asked Gul Li if she came in on time. I thought he was already dead, and she was happy to see him alive. He was happy to see her too. She asked how long he was going to hang like that, but he didn't like being chained at all. She taught him how to get rid of the shackles. Of course, not everyone could do that, but it wasn't hard. When Gul Li was free, he asked if Lucy was safe. Palm Chivetta replied that otherwise she wouldn't be here. She and Lucy sneaked inside, while Alicia decided to mobilize the Holy Knights of the capital. Palm Chivetta was sure that the tower was very noisy now. While Alicia was making her way to the bathhouse, she said the magicians were blocking the passage. It was defying the orders of the Holy Church. The magicians fought back. Gul Li was curious about how Alicia mobilized the Templars. It turned out she had a letter written by the Holy Father asking for help. "And where is Lucy?" Gul Li asked. But Lucy caught up with them. She asked how he was feeling. Lucy was worried about Gul Li. He was fine except for the scratches on his wrists. He was just chained up. He was incredibly strong, Palm Chivetta thought. He told her he had a strong spirit. They followed a secret passage from Adrian's lab. The place seemed to be used for experiments with monsters. This is where Adrian experimented on living beings. Gul Li hoped he wasn't experimenting on humans. He marveled at how well Palm Chivetta navigated this secret place. He would have found it himself only with a mana detector. Thieves had their own methods, and mages were overconfident because of their spells. She wanted to get out, but Gul Li told her that she had to find the Black Stream first. They needed proof that Adrian and the Witchfinders were involved. Lucy backed him up. She too thought they couldn't just run away. When he saw they were under attack, he put up his shield. A fireball crashed into the shield. They were attacked by 2 black magicians. They said he showed too much magic for a mentally tortured guy, but they didn't think he could resist for long in his condition. He sent Lucy to run to find the Black Stream. She agreed, but she hasn't run yet. And Palm Chivetta has quietly withdrawn for a period of hot action. With their first attack, the black magicians attempted to put putus on Gul Li. But Gul Li handled the puts with a dissipation spell. Then they sent arrows of light to Gul Li, but Gul Li blocked them as well. With the cloning spell, the black magicians doubled in size. But that's when Lucy entered the fray. She shattered the illusions with her flaming sword. Then the black magicians pointed the fire cannon at Gul Li and Lucy. Gul Li sent a water ball to meet the fire cannon, and while it was not visible due to the interaction of spells, he made a shadow call. Against the summoned shadow, the black magicians have placed an anti-magic shield, and Black Mage sent a willing hand spell against Gul Li, and Gul Li felt a hand squeezing his head. It was a spell that presses directly on the brain. The black magician told him it was a difficult spell to resist, but if he can withstand it, he's good. But Gul Li was not surprised by this kind of effect. He threw off the effect of the spell. He thought of something and asked Lucy to stand behind him and sent a powerful spell at the black mages. They didn't understand how it was possible. After the torture, the guy looked like nothing had happened, and he was thinking very fast and casting spells. Something is going wrong, suspected the black magicians, and decided to quickly use the defense spell. But Gul Li had already created a powerful mystic energy emission spell. They had time to close. The black mages were holding the barrier defense spell with all their might. When the effects of Gul Li's spell ended, the black magicians looked around and did not see Gul Li. And then they were hit with electrical shocks from Adrian's artifact. It was Gul Li who got to the artifact ball that Adrian used to try to neutralize him and Lucy. One of them mumbled dirty tricks at the last gasp. Gul Li said he would inform Adrian about it later. One of the black mages reached out with his hand, but a palm civet stepped on his palm. Gul Li didn't understand where it came from. He decided to split up with the girls. He would go down with the black magicians, and Lucy and Palm Chavetta were to find the black stream. After loading the bound black magicians into the elevator car, Gul Li realized that he couldn't control it, and a whole crowd of hostile mages came out to see Gul Li. To prevent him from escaping, they immediately started casting attack spells. Gul Li hurriedly created a barrier. There were too many of them against his one, and then a thought struck him. He created a mystic cannon and aimed it at the ceiling of the elevator car. The enemy mages shouted indignantly as he smashed the axis of the propulsion machine, and the elevator car with Gul Li and the captured black magicians flew down. To avoid being crushed, Gul Li cast the gravity control spell. On the first floor of the tower, negotiations were still going on between the holy knights and the tower magicians. They heard a great noise. Something fell down with a thunderous crash. A cloud of smoke and dust rose up, and Gul Li came out of the cloud. He said that he only had 8 lives left. He was joyfully greeted by Alicia and Makan. They asked him if he was whole. How he got free, Adrian exclaimed. He was the one Gul Li was looking for. After taking out the black magicians, Gul Li said that he couldn't believe that the black magicians felt at home in the El Lua magic tower. How is that possible? However, he didn't want to hear an apology from the tower representatives. Adrian couldn't take it anymore. He shouted to the holy knights what they were doing here, and that such an open invasion of his tower was insolent. One of the holy knights said that if he complied with the request and let them see the tower, they would leave him alone. Adrian replied that this was the church's plan against the tower, and Hadrian ordered the magicians to attack the holy knights. The knights responded by raising their shields and also attacking the traitors to the church. Spells flew. Alicia and Makan found themselves in the middle of a battle, and in the meantime, having left both parties in tears, Adrian slipped away. He had to wake him. But Gul Li saw him. He couldn't let Adrian escape. There was a wall of attacking mages between Gul Li and Adrian. Makan noticed his predicament and beckoned him over. He could help. In Gul Li's opinion, it was too much. Makan grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and threw him toward Adrian. But Makan told him it was for the best and threw it to Gul Li. Noticing Gul Li flying towards him, Adrian hurriedly set up a stone wall. It was this wall that Gul Li slammed into with force. The impact caused him to exhale with a sound. The stupid kid called him Adrian. The bloody old man, Gul Li decided. Adrian quickly ran through the secret corridors, and Gul Li wasn't feeling the best after the hard landing. Adrian was in great shape for his age. He ran up several flights of stairs without any signs of fatigue, which can't be said for Gul Li. Puffing and puffing, he finally followed Adrian to the top of the tower. The door was open. Gul Li went in. Adrian's voice came to him from the darkness. He promised to send him to the other side right now, the stupid boy. He said Gul Li wouldn't be able to stop him. He said the king was too young and the queen could be overthrown with a few words, and the kingdom wouldn't investigate. What he wants to do to the kingdom of Elua, Gul Li asked him. He asked if Gul Li knew about the 5 heroes of the holy battle. One of them, Shusta, who dared to plunge the black stream into the heart of Ragdam. Shusta's descendants had to pay dearly just to survive. So he poisoned the king. Then little Floyd was crowned. He took control of the state's affairs of magic. So it was you who sent the Marquis Durfin to the grave, Goel Li guessed. After taking out the men, Durfin planned to destroy all of Shusta's descendants. But when he wanted to give up the black stream, Gul Li showed up. And Gul Li thought he'd just sent Lucy and Palm Chavetta to get the sword. Adrian thought the history lesson had come to an end. He didn't know why Gul Li was chasing him, but he thought it was over for him. He presented Gul Li with his greatest achievement in magical research. A monster was rumbling towards Gul Li. He had never met such an abomination before. Is a chimera that Hadrian created using his instructions. He thought that those who believed in God and that God created humans were fools. He said that if God really created men in the image of his mind, why is there no law against the creation of beings by man? But isn't the creation of chimeras forbidden by law? Gul Li told him. Adrian replied that magic had not progressed since the Holy War 100 years ago. It was he who taught him his magic and his vision of the world, and with his knowledge, Adrian created this beautiful creature. To Gul Li, this creature was not beautiful. It was the most disgusting creature he had ever met. But Adrian thought that boy didn't understand anything. At that moment, the chimera attacked Gul Li. It was only with the help of the teleport that Gul Li was able to evade the blow. The chimera was too fast for its size. Gul Li was able to put his ice shield under the chimera's foot. One wrong move, and he would be finished. He thought to himself as he sent a shattering fist at the chimera. The chimera fell down and Gul Li sent a fire spear at it and thought about how she could do that. But magical seals twisted on all of the chimera's red protrusions. That caused Adrian to cheer. Inside each of them is an anti-magic stone, so the chimera is invulnerable to spells. In disbelief, Gul Li tried the magic cutter spell. It left numerous cuts on the chimera, but the cuts healed right before his eyes. The chimera had a strong regeneration. Gul Li thought if he continued to attack, it would just use up mana, but it might be possible to weaken the defense. But Adrian wasn't idle either. He told Gul Li not to think that the chimera was his only opponent, so he attacked Gul Li. The man grumbled at the thought of having to keep an eye on his grandfather, too. The chimera's fist whistled and smashed into the floor beside him. Gul Li felt sad. Gul Li placed a force wall in front of the chimera, but the chimera effectively dealt with his obstacle. Adrian mockingly shouted that Gul Li was an idiot, that he didn't think he could stop a chimera with a force wall. Her mana matches her size. Asking what he's gonna do next. Just sit behind the wall until he goes to the other side. Ah ha 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 ha. Only in his dreams. Gul Li answered him and cancelled the force wall spell. He cast a spell of imprisonment on the chimera. Each limb of the chimera was shrouded in shackles. But Adrian wasn't going to let him do that, and he attacked Gul Li with the air hammer. Suddenly, Gul Li ran under Chimera's leg and attacked Adrian with the mystic cannon. The chimera was damaged by the attack, but Gul Li's nose was also bleeding. By the feel of it, his head was bursting with pain. He must win. Putting a force wall in the path of Gul Li's spell, Adrian shouted that he wouldn't let his chimera be harmed. He asked Gul Li if he seriously thought he could win with the remnants of his magic power. But Gul Li told him that he had no idea how much magic power he had left. I thought he said it was cool, but there's almost no power left. And Gul Li decided to make a tactical retreat. He said, "Thank you for your attention. Bye-bye, everyone." And Adrian realized he didn't understand anything. What kind of nonsense he was talking about. And he released the chimera. The chimera quickly caught up with Gul Li. The shield didn't help him. The snake head of the chimera loomed right over Gul Li. He's finished, thought Gul Li. But then a detached snake head fell beside Gul Li, and a familiar voice said, "What was he doing here?" Lucy was standing next to him, and Palmchiveta, looking at the chimera, said with feeling what the hell it was. Black Stream fell into Gul Li's lap, and Lucy said to him, "It's his turn now." He took the Black Stream by the hilt. It was heavier than he'd thought, and without a scratch. Adrian, who was watching him, said the Black Stream wouldn't help him no matter what he was up. The chimera kept raging and trying to get to Gul Li. Lucy asked him why he was waiting, and hurried him up. "I don't want to go through the upgrade again," Gul Li thought, and channeled mana into the Black Stream. It flashed powerfully and brightly. He still couldn't get used to that awful pain that accompanies an upgrade. The crystal implanted in Gul Li by Layer worked, and Gul Li fell into the depths of his subconsciousness with a scream. He was met by the Archlion, who stated that Gul Li had found the second part of the heart shard. He confirmed it, but said he was still in a lot of pain. He told him it was better to endure while he was young. It's the easiest way, the Archlion told him. Gul Li didn't think so. There was no time to study now because Gul Li had to get back quickly. At the moment, it was more important to help the girls left alone with the chimera and Adrian, and Archlion would always be here waiting for him. He went back inside. Gul Li stood in the hall clutching the magic staff and Black Stream. He had reached the 7th step. Adrian asked him what he was up to, and he threw Gul Li's gravity distortion at them. The three of them and Lucy and Palmcivet flew up into the air and spun in weightlessness. But Gul Li activated the gravity control seal, and they landed on the floor. How he still had enough mana, Adrian wondered. Gul Li replied that it was too early for him to be surprised. As Gul Li had suspected, Adrian didn't know that there was a piece of dragon heart hidden in the Black Stream. And Lucy had already started attacking the chimera. Gul Li warned her to be careful, because the chimera attacks quickly and can regenerate. Dodging the chimera, Lucy activated the fire mode on her sword and continued to attack it. The wounds left by the burning blade did not regenerate. To protect the chimera from Lucy, Adrian aimed the stone spear at her, and Gul Li made a shadow summon and aimed it at Adrian. Adrian defended himself with the prism atomizer. Two powerful spells collided and began to consume each other. Adrian couldn't understand how this was happening. According to his calculations, Gul Li's mana should have run out by now. He was starting to figure something out. Maybe that's why the guy was looking for the Black Stream. And Lucy continued to confront the chimera. She didn't fight the chimera as effectively as she would have liked, but she was distracted from Gul Li. After another blow, Lucy was splattered with the chimera's black blood. Adrian rejoiced. The chimera's blood was a powerful poison. For a moment it seemed that Lucy was seriously hurt. She froze, and the chimera's snake-like head hovered over her. But then Lucy activated the fire on her sword, and the flames burned away all the poison that had gotten on it. She was no match for a little thing like that. At Lucy's exploits, Palmchiveta looked on with wide-open eyes. She was incredible. Why the chimera's poison didn't work on her, Adrian wondered. Even though she was an elf, the poison should have worked. And Gul Li realized why the chimera poison didn't work on Lucy, thanks to her father's layer dragon blood. The chimera switched to Palmchiveta as easier prey. To turn the chimera's aggression on herself, Lucy jumped on its head. As she jumped, she activated the fire on her sword and stabbed it right in the eye. But Lucy couldn't dodge the chimera's fist. It knocked Lucy to the floor. The sword remained in the chimera's eye socket. Lucy fell and was stunned. Gyul Li rushed to Lucy's aid, but he was blocked by Adrian's spell. He didn't want Gyul Li to be distracted. The stunned Lucy could not recover from the impact and the fall from the height. The chimera's carcass was already hovering above her. Palm Trivetta jumped on the chimera's head with a loud scream. The chimera tried to grab the skittish palm civet, but she jumped to another spot and screamed, "You can finish him off yourself." She fled to a safer place. At this moment, Gyul Li shouted for Lucy to catch the sword and threw Blackstream to her. She asked what it meant. He explained that the Blackstream had not yet awakened. Therefore, it was useless in the hands of ordinary people. But she has the blood of a layer in her. She could awaken that sword. Adrian was adamantly opposed. But Lucy had already taken a firm grip on her father's sword and stood up. She paid no attention to Adrian's screams. The crystal at the base of the sword glowed. Lucy swung and went to crush the chimera. After a few attacks, Lucy said approvingly that it was a very useful piece of hardware, just like he thought she would. He was happy for Lucy and Gyul Li's sword. That she could use the black stream really surprised Adrian. That's how he knew she had blood of the bloody Durfin in her. The first thing he did was to get rid of Lucy. He sent the mystic cannon spell at Lucy. But she didn't run or hide. She drew her sword arm forward and split the spell stream. The sword created a safe corridor for Lucy. She stood perfectly unharmed, and magical flames blazed on either side of her. She cut my spell. Adrian was stunned. He had been counting on that blow. And Lucy squinted at him with black stream and said he was next. Couldn't be, thought Adrian. He didn't realize it had happened. It was as if the sword had found its owner and awakened. He must get rid of her and Lord Durfin. Why he won't give up. It's time to admit defeat, said Gyul Li to Adrian. Surrender to you, ahahaha. Adrian laughed. He couldn't surrender to them, so he activated the magic circle. Even Palm Trivetta asked him if he wanted to keep fighting. Lucy wanted to attack him, but Gyul Li stopped her because he didn't understand what spell he wanted to use. Next time it would end differently, Adrian promised them. And in an instant he was gone from the room. Where his magic seal had been inscribed, there was an opening in the floor. Gyul Li didn't have time to do anything. When he and Lucy ran up to the hole, it had already closed, and a monolithic floor appeared in front of them. He tricked them into leaving, and they fell for his cheap trick like children. It's just like in comic books and movies. When the villain makes a pathetic speech and then abruptly ticks off, leaving the heroes puzzled, Gyul Li realized. Meanwhile, Lucy walked over to the carcass of the downed chimera and drew her sword. She was pale. Gyul Li asked how she was feeling. She thought she was just tired. The chimera's poison did a number on her. We should help her, Gyul Li thought. He told Lucy to get on his back. She refused because she thought she could walk on her own. But he saw that Lucy was having trouble standing, so he coaxed her onto his back. She finally agreed and climbed on Gyul Li's back. Now they were ready to go. But now there was a palm civet clinging to Gyul Li's leg. She too was tired, and also wanted a cuddle or a backrest. In the lobby of the tower, the battle between the holy knights and the mages was still going on. Elysia was leading the knights. The mages also urged their fighters not to retreat and kick the holy knights out of the tower. When Gyul Li arrived at the scene of the fight, he ordered everyone to stop fighting and dump the remains of a Homer in the middle of the hall. The holy knights were deeply impressed. They wondered how they could have slain such a monster, and the magicians marveled that their chimera had been defeated. The chimera is proof that Adrian is involved with the witchfinders. Anyone who isn't involved with them should put down their weapons and help with the investigation. He was able to defeat the chimera. Gyul Li saved everyone. Elysia rejoiced. But not all mages were thinking of giving up. They started shouting that they were being fooled and that it was a plot against the master. Adrian's assistants were especially trying. Then where is their master? Gyul Li asked the outraged mages. He said that their master didn't care about all of them and ran away. No, he couldn't have done it. The magicians couldn't believe it, but Gyul Li told them to wake up because they were just tools in Adrian's hands. He told them they were nothing to Adrian, so don't let them give up their lives because of their master's stupid schemes. Adrian's assistant Edgar couldn't take it anymore and wanted to attack Gyul Li. Gyul Li had Lucy sitting behind her. But without disturbing Lucy, he easily stopped Edgar. He was not someone Edgar could defeat. He cast dissipation at Edgar's great speed. He only exclaimed in amazement. After all, he's a level 7 mage, Gyul Li said modestly to himself, and sent an air compression at Edgar. He tried to defend himself with a shield but failed and was blown away by air compression on the other mages. They were ordered to surrender by Elysia. She said if they didn't surrender, they'd be considered black magicians. And on behalf of the magical tower of Elua, they will be destroyed, she added. And the mages surrendered. Gyul Li realized that Lucy was not responding to his actions and was sound asleep. He called out to Elysia, He put Lucy on the floor, but she didn't come to her senses, and she didn't react to anything. Then Alicia gave Lucy a physical, thoughtful. It looked like she was just sleeping. Gyul Lee couldn't believe it. She had fallen under the Chimera's poison after all. But Alicia found a couple of bruises on Lucy that will go away on their own after rest. Looks like there's nothing wrong with her bones or organs. While Lucy was saving Gyul Lee, she didn't get a chance to sleep. Now she finally relaxed and fell asleep. Many magicians were arrested. Since the Holy Church could no longer handle it, the royal knights were soon to arrive. And Alicia scolded Gyul Lee. He didn't have to sacrifice himself alone. He had friends to coordinate with. Mackin agreed with her. Luckily, Lucy had made it in time, but she might not have. Don't do that again. Gyul Lee said he wouldn't do it again. Pomchiveta came to him and said that without her they would have left this world. She was expecting thanks. They returned by carriage to Durpan Castle. They were gladly awaited there. Reina met them on the doorstep. She said they were all very good. Everything ended well, but it would be better if they knew where Adrian had gone. But catching a level 7 wizard isn't easy. It wasn't all bad. Gyul Lee was almost able to master the Black Stream. Gyul Lee asked Lucy how she felt about this new sword. It was longer and heavier than the one she had before, and it would take her a while to get used to the Black Stream. Sir Jeffs approached Reina and reported that they had all been summoned to the royal palace for a meeting. They assumed the summons was for an incident in the magic tower. Sir Jeffs added that the order was not only for Reina, but also for the other participants, which meant that Lucy and Gyul Lee had to be present at the event. As a representative of the Holy Church, Alicia also rode with them to the palace. But Pomchiveta didn't want to go there, and Gyul Lee approved her decision. The last meeting was organized by Sillin Vaughn, Adrian the Queen. Reina told them. Anyway, they had no choice. They decided to have a good rest before the reception. Just in case, Makan and Pomchiveta stayed in the marquisate. They arrived for the meeting at the royal palace. Gyul Lee had never been to a reception before and hoped that everything would go smoothly. Reina asked him if he was nervous. Gyul Lee confirmed that he was indeed nervous. She was supportive, said there was no need to worry. She's with him. Reina in turn was reassured by Lucy. She put her hand on Reina's shoulder and said words of encouragement. Adrian's plan was to destroy Durfin and Elwyn. Alicia checked with Gyul Lee. He confirmed that it was revenge for the Dark Gate. So the next target had to be St. Amelia's Church. His Majesty and the Queen have arrived. The meeting began. The Queen announced the reason for the meeting. She said she was sure everyone knew the reason for the meeting. A few days ago, something unexpected happened at the Tower of Elua. The court wizard and master of the tower, Adrian, was gone. The people present were talking. They thought that if the dark wizards were involved, they would be in trouble. One of the courtiers stood up. He introduced himself as Count Götz von Perenel. He said he was sure the whole thing was staged. He said that Adrian was His Majesty's grandfather. On my mother's side, he was loyal to the king, and if he became a black wizard, the other tower wizards would notice. He said it was unlikely that a man who wasn't a black wizard would work with. Another courtier, Mark von Theodore, said he agreed with the count. But the king pointed out that there are testimonies from arrested magicians. The queen responded that the testimony could be manipulated. The queen said the arrested magicians would be reinterrogated, as the results of the first interrogation did not satisfy the investigation. Then the king asked about the chimera and the dark magicians that were found inside the tower. The queen replied that they were hidden there by evil forces. And she, the queen, suspects that the root of all wrongdoing is Lord Durfin, who deserves the death penalty. Alicia entered the conversation and said that according to the results of the church's interrogations, Adrian was in cahoots with the black magicians. She added that a judge was present at the interviews. He filled in the protocol and signed it, and now the protocol cannot be changed. She was contradicted by Count Götz von Perenel, who asked where the black magicians who had been caught in the tower were now. It turns out they're already dead. It happened during transportation. The count put Alicia in charge of them, as she was responsible for them. He also indirectly accused the church of being responsible for the black magicians going to the other world. Alicia then brought up the chimera as an argument and asked the count if he blamed the church for creating the chimera. To this, the count replied that if it wasn't the church that did it, then Delphin did it. He heard that an incredibly powerful mage was present at the battle. Perhaps this mage created, Count Götz von Perenel added. It was a crime for Alicia to make false accusations without hard evidence. The count continued. He accused Gyul Lee of sending magician Byron to the other side. He said that Gyul Lee was too strong for his age. But it's strange he's never been heard of before. He must have risen so high with the secrets of the black magicians. Gyul Lee was accused by Count Götz von Perenel. He said that Gyul Lee was obviously hiding something. Gyul Lee felt the urge to throw a fireball at the count. Count Götz von Perenel said that we should capture Durfin and her men and investigate the castle. He said there would be evidence in the castle. There was a murmur in the hall. The courtiers said that Count Götz von Perenel was right, and that Reina Durfin's treason is obvious. And before that, Gül Li had assumed that this meeting would lead to this outcome. Duke of Corpus von Barben came forward and said he had something to say as well. He said Count Piranel's words had no merit. There were too many witnesses who knew that Adrian was in league with the black magicians. His Majesty told the Duke that he wouldn't be rewarded for covering for someone, but the Duke continued. He said rumors of the kingdom protecting the black magicians would spread far and wide. There would be church protests. There would be an international scandal. Count Piranel tried to say that they would look to Durfin for proof and find it, but the Duke interrupted him and told him to stop talking nonsense. The Duke continued to speak. He said such lies should not be spoken in His Majesty's presence. He called Count Piranel a pathetic boy, at which point the Queen demanded silence, and said the king had heard enough, and was ready to say whose word he believed. The Queen looked at her son and asked him to confirm her words. He asked her what they should do. The Queen told her son that Hadrian was a great and dedicated court wizard. They have no right to call him a traitor with so little evidence, and without even hearing his side of the story. The Queen added, Duke Getz von Piranel asked His Majesty not to listen to his mother, and advised that the traitor Adrian and all those involved be punished, and of course to reward those who had done so much to expose the deception. His Majesty asked what the others thought. The courtiers were silent, and only one of them said that he agreed with the Duke of Barben. His Majesty wanted to know if anyone else was ready to give their opinion, but the Queen told him that there was no need to listen to anyone else if it was clear who was right. And then His Majesty ordered the guards to enter. The guards entered the hall. His Majesty asked the Queen, if you point to a deer and call it a horse, the deer will be a stag or a horse. The Queen didn't understand the question. She said a deer is a deer, no matter what you call it. Then the King said his mom calls him a deer. The Queen was outraged in response. His Majesty replied that she was wrong to think he knew nothing, that he hadn't slept well a single day since he was crowned. He's seen this country play into the hands of outsiders. He just pretended he didn't know anything. The same goes for her. He asked the Queen who the king of this country was and to whom she was loyal. Is she loyal to the Elwyn family or to Duke Spellis? The Queen said His Majesty was tired today and ordered the guards to take the king out. But the guards didn't move. The Queen raised her voice and told the guards that she told them to get His Majesty out of here. Then the king said she was the one who had to leave. All this time it was difficult for her to rule the state. So it would be better if she rested in another palace for the time being. His Majesty turned to the Queen and ordered the guards that they take the Queen Mother to another palace. The Queen was screaming and outraged. She demanded that the guards not touch her. Then the king asked her if she had forgotten that the king has the right to give orders. When the Queen was taken away, she screamed that she was his mother, and how could he do that to her? The king told her it was his will as king, and it is not for her to question his orders. He asked the remaining courtiers if they would also defend the traitor Hadrian and Duke Spellis. He said that Duke Spellis and Hadrian had conspired to sow confusion in the state and corrupt the country, fabricated territorial claims with false data. He said he would expose their sins and make them take responsibility for them. As far as Lord Durfin is concerned, she's done a great job. The king will be sure to reward her when this is over. And they will investigate how the Marquis Durfin and his son left this world and make everyone involved answer for what they've done. He told Reina that she'd been through a lot. Reina Durfin had tears in her eyes at what he said. She was grateful to His Majesty. Duke Getz von Piranel had tears in his eyes. He thought it was a pity that the young king's father couldn't see it. He saw His Majesty become a true wise king. His Majesty dismissed the courtiers and asked Reina Durfin to stay. He stood up and bowed to her. He was very grateful to her, because if it hadn't been for the events before, he wouldn't have been able to take over today. Reina was embarrassed. She was just doing what she had to do. The king also wanted to ask her if she knew where the Black Stream was. Duke Spellis handed it over to Hadrian. Lucy came forward and said she owned the Black Stream. Reina whispered to Lucy to speak more formally to His Majesty. His Majesty said it was all right, and the rules of human etiquette don't apply to half-elves. He said the Durfin family traits are distinctive, and from her appearance, you can tell which family she belongs to. Since the Black Stream was a treasure of the royal family, he wanted them to return it. When Lucy started to answer, King Gül Li covered her mouth with his hand and answered for her. He said that Lucy became attached to the Black Stream after heavy use. And is there any possibility of renting the Black Stream for an extended period of time? But His Majesty had gotten the point, that Lucy was using the Black Stream. It appears that the Black Stream has awakened and found its master. The royal family kept the Black Stream after King Shustar's death, but no one could use it. It was the same with His Majesty. According to the late king's diary, the Black Stream was a sword made by an unknown blacksmith. It was a sword that no one could use but him. They say that the Black Stream awakens only if a person has a strong will and persistence. And Gül Li remembered Lair. It was an unusual sword from the beginning. Could it be that Lair recognized the true value of the sword and put a piece of the dragon heart into it. With the threat of the Dark Gate, it would be nice to have someone who can use the Black Flood. Technically, the sword belongs to Durfin. The king asked Reyna what she thought about it. Of course, she thought Lucy should use it for its intended purpose. Then His Majesty has decided that from now on, Lucy is the new owner of the Black Stream. Let her use it for good. His Majesty asked them what they planned to do next. He suggested that they all stay in this country to help. Reyna agreed with him and suggested that Lucy stay with her. Lucy was silent and thoughtful. At this time, Gul Li hoped that Lucy would continue traveling with him. He realized that it would be difficult to continue traveling without Lucy. Lucy finally made up her mind. She said she was leaving. She was sorry, but she still had things to do. Gul Li explained in detail. He said that they had an assignment given to them by their teacher. Until they completed it, they couldn't stay long. The king didn't know what the errand was, but he was pretty sad. He offered to help if they needed anything. They already had the Black Stream, so they didn't need anything else. Gul Li wished that the Durfin clan would be helped to regain their strength. At Durfin Castle, Reyna thanked her friends. Thanks to them, the Marquisate had overcome hard times. The sisters hugged each other warmly in farewell. They told each other that they would miss each other. Reyna wished them all a good journey. Gul Li thanked Reyna in turn, and Lucy gave Reyna her sword that Layer made. She held the sword in her hands and told Reyna to say the word Layer. Taking the magical sword, Reyna said to Layer. She shrieked in surprise as the sword flamed in her hands. Only people of the same bloodline could use that sword. Lucy had the Black Stream now, so Lucy gave this sword to Reyna. She promised her sister she'd be back when they ran an errand. And Reyna shouted at the carriage to take care of themselves and hoped they would meet again. And now they were back in the carriage in peace. At last they could relax and do nothing. But Gul Li's peace was disturbed by Lucy. She asked him why he didn't do anything and absorb the dragon heart shard. He told her it was too painful a process, that he wasn't attracted to it and just wanted to relax. He was asked by Makan, who was driving the horses, if he was sure of the direction they were going. Gul Li was sure of the direction they were going. Then Makan clarified that if they continued on this path, they would end up in the Tower of the Wise. Turns out the mercenaries are at the Tower of the Wise. It was a place to buy magical weapons and artifacts. The tower is also a famous tourist attraction, Elisha added. The Tower of Wise Men is a place where a wizard should visit at least once in his life. According to the elf guide, the Sage Tower was one of the top 5 tourist attractions, Lucy added. While they were driving, Gul Li decided to take a nap. He rested his head on Lucy's lap. The atmosphere was peaceful, and he felt good just lying there. It was a little uncomfortable in the carriage, though. But Lucy wouldn't let him sleep. She felt there should be no rest until they were done, and she tapped Gul Li's Black Stream handle. So what if he's in pain? He's going to have to absorb that part of the dragon heart anyway, and there's no reason to delay that process. Lucy resented it, but Gul Li resented that it was very painful every time. But then the crystal in the Black Stream began to glow on its own. Gul Li didn't expect this. Ah! He screamed, flying off into the depths of his subconscious. He didn't think Lucy had any idea how much it hurt. He was met by the Archlion as usual. He said that Gul Li had been coming here quite often lately. Gul Li apologized for disturbing the peace, but the Archlion waved it away. Since they are only in spatial memory, Gul Li could come at any time. At this point, Gul Li was interested in whether he could quickly become a high sorcerer. The Archlion replied that he could use black magic, but without black magic, it can't be done. He noted that Gul Li was currently working on raising his own level. Gul Li himself disagreed. He thought that he was just absorbing the dragon heart's mana. He wanted to know if there was another way. There was another way. You had to sign a contract with a powerful demon, since the demon's power determines the black magician's power. But then Gul Li will become a black magician. If he doesn't want to be a black magician, then just let him find another way. Where there's a will, there's always a way. And the people who will find him. At this point, their chatter bored Archlion, and he sent Gul Li back. When he regained consciousness, Makan looked into the carriage and said he could already see Melki. Is a small town under the care of the Sage's Tower. It is where most travelers stay. Experienced traveler Makan suggested we rest there, and tomorrow morning to continue the journey. As they drove into town, they were surprised to see a lively crowd of people. It was unexpected. Because Makan described the town as small and quiet, Makan himself had not expected to see such a place. Sitting in the wagon, Elisha was also surprised. It had been quiet and peaceful the last time she'd been here. They saw quite a few wizards from the Tower of the Wise on the city street. Lucy's keen hearing picked up that the wizards had gathered for some kind of dungeon, wondering what treasure was hidden there. Palm Chivetta wondered. Makan hadn't heard of the dungeon before. It must have been discovered recently. Isn't it strange that so many people came here? Palm Chivetta wondered. Elisha agreed with her. But then Lucy said she was hungry. They all agreed and went to look for an inn or a restaurant. They went around the town, but all the restaurants were full. I'm sure they'll be here. If we can both get through this, Maybe we should hire mercenaries. Even an experienced mercenary can be unreliable. Gul Li heard familiar voices. He turned around and saw two familiar figures. It was Luki and Jenny. Gul Li called out to them. Jenny and Luki turned around, recognized him, and were happy too. Gul Li was surprised to see them here, and Luki was very happy to meet him and called Gul Li his big brother. Watching the joyful meeting, Palm Chivetta asked Alicia who it was. She said that they had fought together against the Black Maid, and with Ginny and Mankin hugging each other tightly with happy, friendly cheers. Seeing them hugging each other tightly, Gul Li felt jealous, and he wanted to hug like that too. He was happy to see Ginny, though he didn't think they would meet in a place like this. She patted him on the head and noted that she thought he had grown. It was a different greeting than he'd expected, and Luki laughed and said that Ginny rarely hugged anyone. Luki himself ran to greet Lucy. He greeted her cheerfully, but Lucy was eating at the moment and had little interest in anything else. This greeting was different from what Lucy expected, and he was upset. Gul Li explained to him that when Lucy eats, she doesn't care about anything but food. He introduced Palm Civetta to Luke and Ginny. He introduced her as a thief. She corrected him since she was a treasure hunter. They asked how Luca was doing. He easily cast the silence spell to avoid the noise around him. All the surrounding sounds disappeared. They marveled at such a useful spell and how well Luki had mastered the skills. He proudly replied that, like his older brother, he was now a 5th-level wizard. Gul Li congratulated him on such a significant progress, and Luki said he was well motivated by the fact that Gul Li's skills were superior to his. He returned to his teacher and practiced hard. It wasn't long before he became a level 5 wizard, and thought he had surpassed Gul Li in level and skill. He was very proud of his accomplishments, but Gul Li made him sad. He said he was no longer a 5th grader. He said that he was now level 7, and he added that he had the 7th circle of mana. That angered and distressed Luca. He believed that he could not reach this level on his own. But Gul Li said he didn't achieve it on his own, and Lucy, who was munching on her food, confirmed that yes, Gul Li was now a 7th circle maid. And Jenny was happy for Gul Li, and said that she knew from the first time she met him that Gul Li would be an amazing magician. The friends were wondering what these two were doing here, and Alicia asked them about it. At this, Jenny faltered, and Luki left her to her own devices. From the story, it looks like they traced someone's path here to this town, and they think the newly found dungeon might have something to do with this man. At this point, Gul Li decided to make a joke and asked if they were looking for someone's lover by any chance. Everyone laughed at the joke, and Jenny said they were currently tracking Trinity's path. She was talking about Trinity from the 5 heroes. She was more interested in the bow she was using. After saying that, Lucy stopped chewing. Gul Li sat next to her and mentally tried to compel Lucy to keep silent. Then Alicia asked if Jenny was referring to Trinity's bow from the Holy Battle. It was a bow made by one of the greatest elves. They said it couldn't be broken, and the bowstring could not be broken. Such properties are possible because it contained the power of the 4 spirits. When they fought the black magicians, Jenny realized that her weapons were weak. She needs a more powerful weapon to effectively fight the black magicians. At that time, Gul Li quietly asked Lucy if she had any onions at home. Lucy replied that they didn't have any special onion. Before going to the Alvin Temple, Trinity left the bow in the human world, said that one day there would be someone worthy to wield it. The last place Trinity stayed before she left was in Melphis Canyon, and this dungeon just happens to be very close to it. That's why she thought Trinity's bow might be there, but they don't have any leads. Lucy screamed out that she knew. Her mom told her to go to Melphis Canyon when Lucy goes to the human world. But she said Lucy didn't need to go herself, because the person who was meant to have it would take it himself. She said that after she got tired of teaching Lucy archery. Gul Li clarified. At this point, Lucy explained to Gul Li that he was not correct in his remarks. Then Lucy decided to find out why Lucy called her mom. Could she really be that close to Trinity? Lucy's mom is the Trinity they're talking about, Luca's friends answered. Jenny choked at that moment. It was a surprise to Luca, too. He didn't suspect that Lucy's mother-in-law-to-be could really be a hero of the Holy Battle. For Gul Li, it was unpleasant to hear that Luki considers Lucy's mom as his future mother-in-law. That her mom was the famous Trinity confirmed to Lucy, but Luki still couldn't believe it. But either way, if her mom said Melphas Canyon is really important, if Lucy's mom is Trinity's, then maybe the onions should be Lucy's too. Jenny hesitated, but Lucy reassured her by saying she already had the Black Stream. The way she easily talked about possessing the Black Stream sword of the Elwyn royal family, a sword that no one could use except Shustar, surprised Luca. He didn't mean to say that Lucy didn't deserve to be the new owner of the Black Stream. Gul Li asked him. Luki apologized profusely and excused himself, as he didn't want to offend Lucy by distrusting him. The next morning, Jenny and Luki planned to go to the dungeon. She asked if friends could help them. She didn't know if she was trained enough to use Trinity's bow. She was willing to pay them, which pleased Palm Chivetta. But Gul Li wanted to go to the Sage Tower. Luki was happy and said that his master really wanted to meet Gul Li. And Jenny added that Lucy, too, should be taken to the tower and introduced to the master, because Lucy is Trinity's daughter. Friends, and Jenny and Lucy have become allies since they fought together in the village of Hwajonmi. So they should help each other. Gyul-Lee said so after thinking for a while, and Macon and Alicia supported him. Then they decided to leave tomorrow morning. In the morning, a crowd of mages and mercenaries crowded the gates of the city. Everyone wanted to get into the dungeon. They had to leave. The carriage ride there would take at least 2 or 3 hours. A sad Lucy took the seat next to McCann. He wanted to sit next to Lucy. They wondered what kind of place Melphus Canyon was. That's where the Black Magicians fled during the Holy War, and there's a legend of 2 heroes who defeated the Black Mages while defending themselves against the monsters: Trinity and Leonel. Trinity returned to Alvenheim after the Holy Battle, and Leonel built the Tower of the Wise next to Melchior. If Trinity left her bow in the human world, it's probably in Melphus Canyon, and the dungeon was probably made by Leonel to protect Trinity's bow. During her research, Jenny found evidence that maybe Leonel liked Trinity. Maybe it was unrequited love, Gyul-Lee thought. And Lucy remembered her mom mentioning that there was a man who paid her attention. They discussed the possibility that the adventurers were after Trinity's bow, but no one was supposed to know about the bow. Gyul-Lee didn't understand why so many people wanted to enter the dungeon. He asked Jenny about it. She explained that the dungeon was in a forbidden zone. It was of incredible size, and the wizard said it contained a strong magical source. The magic there wasn't normal either. It was so dangerous that the nearby lord's lands were wiped out. Adventurers gathered because the more dangerous the dungeon, the more loot there might be. Or maybe there's nothing. Then, is there any chance that the staff that Leonel used is in the dungeon with Trinity's bow? Gyul-Lee thought. Lionel's shining staff was readily told by Lucy. It gave the ability to regulate mana independently, and was a dream for any magician. It would have been an insane amount of luck to find him. Alas, it was probably just a dream. When they got to Melphus Canyon, there were already a lot of profiteers there. To calm down Gyul-Lee, Jenny said that the only people rumored to be here are the ones who aren't alive. He didn't calm down. There must be a necromancer for the undead. For Alicia, insulting the bodies of the dead was the gravest unpardonable sin. Palm Chivetta wanted to return. She thought she had a weak stomach. The dead were considered weak against the priests, and they had Ilithia, so the team gathered to move out. According to Luca's research, it would take at least a week to get back from the dungeon. He found a shortcut where they could avoid the monsters. The rest of the searchers crowded around the entrance to the canyon. They did not dare to go first, as it was very dangerous. They were going to watch the first ones go through. If the first ones are successful, the next ones will just pick up what's left. In Palm Chivetta's opinion, it was like the hyenas. At the entrance to the canyon came a troop led by a knight who introduced himself as the eldest son of Duke Quarto. His name was Anthony Quarto. He said the first ones to enter the canyon were wiped out. That's why we all need to band together and work together. The searchers hesitated. They suspected he might use them as a shield, or run away while the others fought. Let him go first if he's sure. Then he said he'd go in first, and if anyone wanted to go in with him, let them come to him. A team of friends suspected the Duke was up to something. The Kingdom of Solace was a small state. They decided not to stop him if he wanted to go first, and follow him. Even though it was morning, the light did not penetrate well to the bottom of the canyon, and it was dark. It gave an eerie impression. They must be very careful. A large army had passed through here before them and suffered many casualties. It didn't make sense to send a large army through a narrow path. Gyul-Lee suggested finding another move. At that moment, Gyul-Lee realized that he felt something. He listened and heard a noise. It was an ambush, and he warned the others. He knew it wasn't going to be easy. They were orcs. They ran, shaking their weapons and shouting loudly and intimidatingly. "Pitiful humans," they shouted. At that moment, Gyul-Lee remembered his teacher Serperes. She asked him what would happen if she was beaten by orcs. How after that session he lay beaten, humiliated, and defeated. It was so mean. Gyul-Lee was now hungry for revenge. He remembered very well how he had almost been turned to dust on that rainy day. Those orcs would pay for everything. Jenny asked Lucy what was wrong with Gyul-Lee while watching him fight the orcs. Lucy replied that the orcs seemed to be his worst enemies. Seeing the orcs on alert, Anthony Quarto ordered them to take their positions. Lucy walked past him, sword in hand, into the crowd of attacking orcs. She said she didn't need a position. What she was doing, the Duke didn't understand. How she was going to handle so many orcs alone, he didn't understand either. But Lucy didn't answer. She rushed towards the orcs. Like a hot knife through butter, she passed through the orc squad, leaving behind the separated, lifeless bodies. Well, the orcs were having their worst day yet. Standing against them was Gyul-Lee. He sent a chain lightning spell at them. The orcs had no anti-magic defenses, and it was a sad ending for the orc. And Lucy realized something was going on underground and warned the others to be careful. Huge, ugly creatures burst out of the ground and grabbed people. They were identified as sandworms. Many of the seekers realized the treasure wasn't worth losing their lives and fled. Duke Quarto shouted something about maintaining their positions. Ugly sandworms towered high above the humans and sought their victims. The first fireball hit a worm. Luki advised to aim for the worm's head. Confirmed by the remaining magician. We should aim for the head. Arrows, fireballs, and other spells flew at the worms' heads. Jenny sent 4 arrows at a time at the target. The sandworm, hit by 4 arrows at once, ceased to exist. And Alicia, by divine blessing, empowered Makan. He became incredibly strong. He picked up a huge piece of rock and nailed Worm like a normal rock, helping himself with a magical phrase. As he struck it, he spoke in his mouth. From Palm Chivetta's point of view, Makan was behaving very strangely. The other seekers watched their friends fight in amazement and appreciated the skills of the team. A vibration appeared next to Duke Court. The man standing next to him looked down at his feet in surprise. At the risk of his life and with a warning shout, Quarto managed to pull the man aside. A huge sandworm burst out of the ground. The Duke and his man flew away from it, but Gul Li used the earth spears against this sandworm and defeated it. The surviving orcs commanded a retreat and fled. As they ran, they shouted threats to the nasty human ones. People shared their impressions. Many thought they would never return home, and it was surprising that the orcs and the sandworms would act together. After the battle, Elisha treated the wounded and injured with divine healing. A duke approached Gul Li. He introduced himself to him and asked him what Gul Li's name was. They got to know each other. Duke Anthony Quadro thanked them for their help. Gul Li said they should cooperate. The man he saved also came up with the Duke. He introduced himself as Talion the Duke's Knight. Gul Li thought that it was rare for someone to risk themselves to save an ordinary knight. Duke praised the talents of Gul Li's team and invited them to join his squad. But Gul Li noticed that the Duke's team is very persistent in their efforts to get into the dungeon, and they definitely didn't come here for the treasure. But the Duke insisted they wanted the treasure hidden there. But what's inside the dungeon is still unknown. It's not a dungeon that the Duke would be interested in. That's what Gul Li thought. As you might expect, fooling a wizard wasn't easy. The Duke understood. Then he said that during the holy battle with the sorcerers, a wagon was sent with ammunition and food. The wagon was attacked, and the contents of the wagon were hidden in the canyon. If they could find the treasure, it would belong to the Kingdom of Solace. And the Duke said Talion is not really his knight. He's a scientist who knows a lot about this canyon. After that story, he wanted to hear why Gul Li's team came to the canyon, but Gul Li said he needed the approval of the whole group. Okay then, he asked Gul Li to tell them if he changed his mind, and asked him not to tell this story to the other searchers. Gul Li agreed. When the Duke left, Gul Li asked Luca what he thought. Luki had heard rumors on the subject, but the transportation of the money to the canyon was a fabrication. The sorcerers were too busy hiding something. Scientists believe there's never been any transportation of money here, but they can't be 100% sure. They've concluded that these people have some hidden agenda. To find out, Gul Li asked Luca what the current situation was in the Solace Kingdom. He replied that the situation was not good. When the holy battle ended, all the kingdoms were in turmoil. Therefore, their boundaries were not clear. The Kingdom of Solace was created in a hurry after Lionel's magic tower was built. On the other side is the Kingdom of Cillian. It existed before the Holy War, a powerful country leading an alliance of small kingdoms. The Kingdom of Solace thrived on the capital gained from trade with the Tower of the Sages. Then the Kingdom of Cillian began to absorb the lands around it. It took over the Kingdom of Kansas, which is next to Cillian. In addition, Cillian had transferred responsibility for the war to Solace and demanded compensation. This information angered Gul Li. The Kingdom of Solace is under too much pressure and in a lot of trouble. And Makan added that there was rumored to be a beautiful third princess in the Kingdom of Solace. Princess Irina. She's not 16 years old. They say she is so beautiful that some people go crazy. And Luki immediately added that he doesn't care about the princess, unlike Gul Li, so that Lucy wouldn't think anything of him. They continued to advance through Melphus Canyon. On the next section of the trail, they smelled a strong, foul odor. They reached the place where the remains of the previous expedition sent by the lords lay. They found bite marks on the bodies. In addition to the smell of the dead, they smelled sulfur. They were hellhounds. A whole pack of hellhounds jumped out from behind the rocks and attacked the column of seekers. These hellhounds charged at the men leaping across the ranks, but they were met with arrows, magic spells, and swords. Sending attack spells at the hellhounds, Gul Li said that they attacked the wrong one. The soldiers accompanying Duke Quarto and the remaining seekers were not idle fighting the hellhounds either. One of the hellhounds attacked Talion and he was about to say goodbye to his life, but he was saved by Gul Li. After killing the hellhound, he sent the scientist into hiding. Even Alicia was in a battle against the hounds of hell. With a jumping kick, she sent the hound back to hell. To defeat them, we had to find out who was controlling them. Luki asked me to look around and find their leader. The leader was seen by Palmcheveta. She looked closely and found that one dog was different from the other, and the leader was standing on top of a cliff overlooking the battlefield from above. She shouted for the leader to take over. Palmcheveta nimbly climbed the rock and slipped her weapon around the packmaster's neck. She shouted that she would put a stop to his fervor and yanked the leader of the hellhounds off the rock he was standing on. He went flying down, and she wished a soft landing to the leader of the hellhounds. She herself descended smoothly downward. As he fell to the bottom of the ravine, Lucy and Blackstream stood over the packmaster. After that, the packmaster had no chance. After the leader was gone, most of the dogs scattered. I wanted to rest now. Ghoul Lee was tired, and the monsters kept appearing. The wounded were again called back to Alicia for treatment. They came to her, not discriminating by squad. Before everyone could rest and heal their wounds, the goblins swarmed on them. For Ghoul Lee and the Steelman, it was tiring. He was already bored, and it was hard for him to fight without a break. He said it looks like there's quite a bit of work going on here again. What does he mean by too much work? Asked Lucy, crushing goblins with her sword. It was nothing to her. Then Ghoul Lee brought it to her attention that it was only a trifle to her. Everyone else was tired. About 150 men went into the canyon with them, but now there are just under half of them left. And Alicia added that although some of them had fled, the number of those who had left this world was still much higher. One of the wounded men that Ghoul Lee passed by said he regretted going into the restricted area. The Seekers were almost defeated. They could hardly make it into the dungeon. Suddenly, Luki called out to Ghoul Lee. Luki pointed at the body and said that this guy seems to be from the advance squad. He said to take a closer look. The warrior scribbled a note in his own blood for the survivors. It was possible to make out some cryptic phrases about the fog and the likelihood of leaving this world. The message carried ominous information, but it turns out they're almost to the dungeon. They stood at the fog-shrouded entrance to the dungeon. Luki had told them that to enter they had to go through the Valley of Commands. There's fog everywhere, and the army that entered it didn't stand a chance. According to the records there, the fog was getting much thicker and denser. It was much harder to breathe and move in it. If that's the case, they couldn't just walk in. They'd have to be well prepared. There was an evil energy in the fog. Alicia and Lucy could feel it. Seekers told each other that in this fog, the bodies of the departed came back to life. They went through a lot to get here. The mercenaries were nervous. Ghoul Lee turned his attention to Quarto and Talion. They were focused and concentrated. Ghoul Lee decided that he should eavesdrop on them. He symbolically told himself that they wouldn't mind him listening to them, and he cast a listening spell on himself. He caught the words, "I see, here, because of this." Duke Quanto then began to look around and became anxious. His feelings were sharper than Ghoul Lee thought. The sun was setting. The fog in the passage grew larger and denser. It became risky to go into the fog after sunset, and the Quanto mercenaries began to worry. They're right. Quanto agreed with them. They decided to make camp, and when the sun came up, they would continue on their way. They set up camp. Sitting by the fire, Ghoul Lee asked Luke how many princes there were in the Kingdom of Solace. Luca told him that there were 3 in line for the throne. The first crown prince's eldest son, Archon, but rumor has it the second prince died during the invasion. Talion came over to their campfire and asked Ghoul Lee to step back and talk for a while. He said that they were able to come here and survive because of their experience. But Ghoul Lee and the team have great skills. He told Ghoul Lee that he's a powerful enough wizard and asked who he was working for. Ghoul Lee replied that he didn't work for anyone. Then Talion offered him a job working for the Kingdom of Solace. He said he'd give him anything Ghoul Lee wanted, and he wouldn't be disappointed. Ghoul Lee then decided to clarify whether the proposal was related to the conflict between Solace and the Silinan Kingdom. Talion became furious and accused the Silinan Kingdom of aggression, and Ghoul Lee analyzed. Talion hated Silinan as expected of him. He asked what the Solace Kingdom was going to do after finding the war fund. At this question, Talion averted his eyes and said that he didn't know, and it wasn't up to him to decide. But Talion went on and asked when Ghoul Lee and his friends had time let them stop in the Kingdom of Solace and help him. In response, Ghoul Lee hoped that the strife with the Silinan Kingdom would be resolved properly. The Kingdom of Silinan will no doubt pay for everything. Talion said he was sure that even those who had left this world thought the same. In the night, Luki was woken up by Ghoul Lee. He shouted so loudly that the others woke up. Duke Quattro's entire unit disappeared. He went to check Duke Quarto's camp since there was no light at all, but there was no one there. Only the tents were left, Luki told him. Ghoul Lee reassured him. It wasn't Luki's fault. It looked like they were headed for the Comanche Valley.